find that up, seeing it everywhere. And so I think a lot of you know that I was in Amsterdam a couple of weeks ago, and I was seeing leopard print everywhere. Mind you, it was a lot of Canadians that I was with, and both my girlfriends. I posted it to my Twitter account as well. So two of my girlfriends one day were both wearing leopard print, and I was like, I said to them, did I not get the memo or what happened? Because I actually I don't think I have any leopard print in my wardrobe, but I might have to go out and buy something now. Anyways, go ahead, Nancy.
Well, number one, no matter what happens, you should always have some leopard print in your wardrobe. It just goes with everything as far as I'm concerned. I just and Heather, thank you for bringing up the babushka, the grandmother videos. I think I saw the ones that you talked about and really loved them. I think the other one, the grandmother with the ammunition, was probably the absolute classic. There's no question about that. But one of the other ones that I appreciated was when the soldiers had come in, and this is when they were still in the liberation of villages in the last day, and one of them was showing an elderly woman pictures of some of their conquests, and where they had assaulted Russian soldiers, and he was like, this is, he was scrolling through his pictures and his videos and saying, this is from this town, and she's like, oh, that town, really? And you could just see the delight in her eyes, and he'd scroll to the next one and describe that town, and again she'd be delighted. And then there was one, and I of course can't repeat the towns, but there was one when he was showing a picture and she's like, oh, that town, oh, there's not enough fire in that picture. and she really just was so engaged in all of the work they had done. And it's like, yeah, you guys are kicking ass and taking names, and thank you for it, was clearly the message she was sending. But there've absolutely been some great videos, and to the point where one of the folks that I follow is like, I keep posting videos and videos and videos, and I'm sorry that I'm just overwhelming your feed with videos. But it just was meaning that much to the local communities, and it was just a delight to see. I'll have to find that one, and Anda and Michelle, I'll have to share that one with you too.
Yes, please. If you find it, I'll definitely share it with both of us. And so I was going to ask you, what do you have leopard print wise in your wardrobe? If it's too personal, you don't have to share that either.
Well, there's definitely some personal items that I won't talk about, but I probably don't fit in those anymore. But you always have to have a leopard print scarf available. There's just no question. It goes with everything. Bag or two, that works as well. But if you have a scarf, you are set. You can just accompany that with anything you're wearing, and you're set for life.
Yeah, scarf's a really good idea. I did have a top years ago. Like, it was just it wasn't a t-shirt, but just I actually really, really liked it. But I think it was one of those where I was decluttering. I was probably Mary Kondoing or something and got rid of it. So I regret it now. Go ahead, Prince.
I have leopard print vet wrap. That's about it.
Oh, I love that.
That is really the only vet wrap. The only leopard print I have is some leopard print vet wrap. But Nancy, I'm glad you brought up that video, because somebody, while I was speaking earlier, somebody sent me that exact video, and so I put my hand up to share about that video. And Anda and Michelle, I DM'd it to you guys. It's just, it is. She's like, oh, it's like New Year's Eve with all the explosions and all the fire, and she's just so excited and so happy, and it's just wonderful to be able to see these things. At times I feel like I'm watching a scene out of Band of Brothers, when people were liberated during World War II. And I felt that repeatedly yesterday. And it's just, I feel like I'm living history. and being able to watch it live and in person, and you know, shortly after it happens in a way that I never thought I would in my life. But these videos are just the best, and it's the kids and the babushkas. It's, you know, all the other ones are fabulous too, no doubt about it. But it's the videos with the kids and the babushkas that are fabulous. The one girl who was standing on the corner, um, in a small village, playing the Ukrainian national anthem on her violin as the soldiers rode by. You know, things like that. It's really cool.
Yeah, it really is incredible. I keep thinking just about everything they've gone through in the last 8 months, and I mean, I can't even imagine. And so I think about that a lot, and then also seeing just the joy and the relief and happiness in all of these videos just brings me, like, it warms my heart really to see all of this. So thank you so much for sharing. And go ahead, Nancy.
Yeah, and Prince, if you don't mind, if since you've got that other video at your fingertips, if you can pass that to Anna and Michelle, that would be wonderful as well. It's I agree completely. These are heartwarming videos that truly show you the depth of the impact. I mean, it's one thing when you see the younger folks out in the town square just absolutely celebrating, but it really also hits home when you see these older women, who are literally unburying the the glass jars where they've cached their flags, their Ukrainian flags, and they've dug them out now because they know it's safe. And there's just such joy and relief. And it really has bolstered. We know there are very rough periods ahead. We know that the Ukrainian railway is making its way to Kherson. They made it there today. They know what they have to do as far as clearing their tracks to get rail service fully restored. So those things are happening, and we know those are going on. But we also know that there's heartbreak that's upcoming as well, with what those cities and those villages have been through. And when the groups come in to account for the war crimes that have occurred and just the tragedies that unfold, I'm so thankful that we've had all of these joyous, exciting moments to bolster our spirits and prepare us to overcome any of the crap we know we're likely to see. And I know that over the next few days, any pain that I feel for the war crimes that we'll see and get more details on, I can still look back at every single glorious moment of absolute delight that transcends generations in that city. And that will keep me strong, and that will keep me resolved. And I hope it does the same for everyone here.
Thank you, Nancy. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. She's really upset today. Um, I hope, Nancy, that you will wear that scarf, right? And you will further advocate for some special feline, not so small like mine, but also I'm sorry.
I have one of those too. That's wonderful.
So I'm really hoping Germany will change their stance, and they will um, send the leopards once and for all, and release the ones who are in other countries that need to be um, approved, right, to be sent. So Yeah, you will have a concert today with me and with my cat. I'm sorry about that, but she's crying for Ukraine, right? She's or for food, probably, most probably, but she got her food. She doesn't like her food.
I have to
Yeah,
jump in, Nanda. If she's anything like my cat, what she's unhappy about is the fact that you were talking to anybody except her.
of course. What am I doing here? Uh, so that being said, I have to, because you all shared about your leopard prints. I I I didn't had one, so I didn't had a single piece of uh, clothing with that print. So I had to borrow. I borrowed the dress, and I took some pictures with it. And yeah, the scarf idea is really good, and I might do that. Um, Björnade, you have your hand up. Um, so you go next. I don't think you will wear the leopard prints, but um,
Yeah, I'm more tiger print. Okay, all right. Um, so I will I, I will put another video in the nest. What really yeah was heartwarming. It is five soldiers sitting on a table. The table is full with food and meat and cheese and pickled vegetables and cucumbers and everything. And they're just sitting there, and there are many babushkas, and yeah, they feed them well. They're warriors, and it's really amazing. Another point. What I wanted to mention, maybe some of you were here when Victoria was here, and she's in Berlin at the moment, and yeah, discussing with yeah, several groups, the support for Ukraine, and she hinted that there will maybe be at first some talks about the Fuchs. And if we start with the Fuchs, we start with the Fuchs, and it's not a bad vehicle to start. And yeah, we will see.
thank you. Um, I remember I saw that video you're talking about with the food, and it warmed my heart, because when always when I got back home to my grandmother, she will always wait for me with with the food on the table. Basically, she knew I was coming. She would prepare it and have it on the table, right? When I got home, so I can relate with that, and I yeah, it touched me. Um, you know, they need to show their gratitude. They want to show their happiness, to see the guys, to the gratitude for them, or for their service, and they don't have um, anything else to um, to give them, right? But they can give them food and offer their love together with that food, and I think it's beautiful. So thank you for bringing that up. And lunchtime, we are talking about food with lunchtime. Let me
Absolutely.
guess.
Well, I had to come in just because of that, as well as sort of the sort of leopard accessory conversation, because I too do not really have an appropriate leopard skin or leopard print thing to wear. So I think I have to like go on the hunt tomorrow and find a tie or something. Um, but yeah, no, I just wanted to sort of share briefly. I've been busy, so I haven't really had a chance to be on, but I have been, of course, following as much as I can the great news coming out of Kherson. And I just wanted to chime with a previous speaker, Nancy, who said it so well, that yeah, we really must enjoy this. We need to enjoy this because God knows what they've been doing for 8 months in Kherson. So yeah, it's just jubilation unbounded, and I'm very pleased to see it. Just these videos also warm my heart. Amazing, you know. There was one I saw where a soldier spots a babusha in the crowd, and it's his gran, and he just runs to her. You know, he just runs to her, and it's just obvious the love between them. And it just, well, it just got me right here. So yeah. Anyway, and I just, you know, always good to hear Ladies' Night as well. Although I do miss Joseph a little bit, because I was hoping for another Joseph versus Ander sort of discussion, shall we put it? It's always good value. Anyway, so take it away, guys. Thanks so much. Cheers.
Don't worry, lunchtime. Joseph is going to be here shortly, so you can pay, or I guess you can be part of Ladies' Night, and you can be part of the Anda Joseph show. So you'll get both. And I have a question for you. Do you have no more love for oat milk, or what happened? Have you gone to soy now?
Yeah. So no, this is I sort of changed it. Thank you. Well remembered. Thank you, Michelle. So no, I changed it because so this is like because of the whole Elon dysfunctional takeover thing. So my new username is just my username on Mastodon as well, so that it's just easy to swap between the two, if you see what I mean. And it's also like
Yeah.
it's also thumbing my nose up at Twitter a little bit, because my username on Twitter is the address for my Mastodon profile.
That makes sense. I was thinking, do we not have oat milk in common anymore? Because I'm still a big fan. So, anyways,
Oh,
I had to ask that question.
I won't ever go off it. Look, it's amazing stuff.
Delicious. Okay, go ahead, Prince.
Yeah, I'm going to pick up a little bit about what Nancy was saying about, you know, enjoying every single one of these moments while we have them, because we know that that not good stuff is coming. And I've already seen some things, some posts and some pictures of some of that not good stuff. But I'm not going to talk about those right now. But what I do want to bring the attention to, and I'll try to do this again tomorrow, more earlier in my day when some of the Europeans are more on. But there is a briefing coming up on Monday with the Helsinki Commission that is to address the evidence of Russia's genocidal campaign and appropriate Congress response for those in the United States. And there will be, you know, such panelists as Timothy Snyder, and then some people who I don't know, but I'm sure that they're all very good. But Timothy Snyder is the top one there. Maria Karina, a Ukrainian human rights activist. Dr. Eugene Finkel, Kenneth H. Keller, associate professor of international affairs at Johns Hopkins. Professor Aaron Rosenberg, a visiting scholar at Urban Morgan Institute for Human Rights. And additional panelists may be added. So if you go and look at the Helsinki Commission's Twitter handle, you can see, where'd that stupid tab go? Sorry. You can see the tweet they did on Friday about it. I'll just go ahead and retweet it right now. But there's a place to sign up for it. It's at 11 a.m. Eastern time here in the United States. So things like this I found watching can be very, very enlightening and very, very helpful to learn what's going on and the evidence that is being shared, and seeing that these things are being shared and talked about in our governments, in our Congress, in our places where decisions are made, so that we can know that our representatives are not in the dark. They're being notified and they're being told and they're being informed and they're being educated about these things happening. It's important for us to know that, people are paying attention. Um, they're not just ignoring it all. So I just thought I'd share that since Nancy brought it up. And it is, I expect it to be a hell of a week. Um, and I'm going to keep some of these fun videos to watch as the hell of a week or longer unfolds, because we can keep the joy while still remembering all the horrid things that happened, and giving them all the respect and attention they deserve also.
Thank you, Prince. I kind of, I will kind of shift the discussion. Although I like it very much, but I remembered something we have spoken here on the space. So my mind jumps from one topic to another. Some weeks on this space we have discussed about Crimea and going forward, and where is, if they take Kherson, where are we going from there? Are they going to attack Melitopol and then Mariupol to liberate them, or are they going to try liberate the Crimea first? So there were some discussions on that, and I also heard some of them yesterday, and the idea, what struck me was the fact that they issued an order. Russia issued an order yesterday, which states that all ships which are loaded outside Russia and any Russia occupied territories are not allowed to pass the Kerch Strait into the Black Sea, or from the Black Sea into the Azov Sea. So basically, they are restricting the traffic in and out Azov Sea, in order to only Russian ships, or ships loaded in Russian territories. Now, this might seem unimportant, but as we look at the map around Azov Sea right now, you basically don't have anything else. So you don't have there anything else that looks remotely like any being a threat, you know. On the left side, on the left side, when you look, you have Crimea, which is a territory which is currently occupied by Russia. You have on the northern side um, um, Melitopol and Mariupol, and on the right hand side you have Russia proper, right? So what this is telling me is that they actually um, fear they will lose some of the territories, right? They are preparing in advance that they will lose some of the territories they currently have, that Ukraine will regain faster than we think, probably, hopefully, these territories, and therefore such a law regarding the seas of Azov would make sense, because otherwise it doesn't. It's basically like uh, I don't know, Romania would say right now, who will want to go there, right, in his right mind, without Russian approval into Azov Sea, given the fact that they are on war path. Like, nobody will want that, right? So yeah, uh, I wanted to share this with you because I see this as a piece of a puzzle that will be used further on, right? Um, Further on, as we see um, other pieces of news that come from one a newspaper or another. Like two of them, right? We have Sergei Vershinin, um, who said that the accord, the grain deal, was not yet renewed, but it is in discussion, right? So at this point, there is no progress on this, but having an open how should I put this? They never they are bullies, right? They are never open for discussion unless they are forced to. So they are not. They are saying we are doing this out of um, the great the bottom of our heart, from our generosity, right? But they proved they never do that. They proved that they have to be coerced every time, in order to do something for the good. So the coercion, the forceful, the force here is the SWIFT, right? Um, they claimed, well, we don't have a problem, we don't care. The Western banks withdrew SWIFT. We don't care about that. But apparently, no Russian bank which finances at this point the agriculture sector is reconnected to the SWIFT, and this presents problems for them, and I'm sure it's one of the if it's one of the reasons for which they are open to discussion for this grain deal. I'm really I'm really interested to see how this fares forward. Prince, you have your hand up. I'm sorry. Please continue.
No, it's okay. I'm just wondering, I can't remember where I heard that they moved the new headquarters, because they moved it from Kahovka down south somewhere closer to Crimea. And I believe it is right there on the Azov Sea. Is it Heinchesk? Maybe
Penechesk, yes, that's where they moved them to.
Okay. So it's right on the Azov Sea. And I'm wondering if they're looking at, and it's close to a couple of highways there. So I'm wondering if they're looking at that as a possible logistical route. Since all of the other logistical routes are sort of screwed up. And then them saying, no other vessels can come through here may make a little sense. But I understand what you're saying. I think it's going to be a very interesting thing to watch. But that was just what sort of popped into my mind when I pulled it up on a map, trying to think why. If they're the only ones allowed in there, they could put some ships in there, loaded up with equipment that they're having trouble getting into their area of operations. That was just my thought about it.
Thank you. And you're right. But then again, they had that territory for some months now. So they could have used it. They have the roads. Colby can tell us more about this. I think they are right now in High Mars range, if I'm not mistaken. I read that somewhere. I have to look it up. But basically, the Ukrainian army, the Ukrainian armed forces are pressing them. So probably they are not very keen of transporting everything on that road, very close to where they can be hit. Living life. You have your hand up.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry. Before you go, living life, I'm just gonna say my goodbyes. It's near my bedtime. It's been a long week, so I am gonna leave Anda, and Joseph is gonna come up and join her. So thanks so much, Anda. It was a pleasure as always, and looking forward to co-hosting with you again.
Yeah. Please come back. we 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 love. I love having you here. So please consider rejoining us. Yeah. It's one of the few times when you have only 2 or 3 males on the panel, and the rest of the girls. But yeah, I think at the moment we need to reinforce the female vibe and to um, bring some of that from time to time.
Thanks, Anda. I was laughing so hard there. That was great. That made me laugh. And you're so right. Like, we love all of our.
Well, Twitter is against you. I think what you wanted to say was that we love our male co-hosts and the speakers who come up and help us with all sorts of information and talk to us and bring us facts and knowledge and support when we need it. And also I need to say that we have an awesome team behind. So yeah, we are grateful for everybody here and in the back channels, and I needed to say that. Yeah. Is your mic fixed?
Yep. No, I'm on. I wanted to make sure I completely agree with you. And man, women make the world go round. That was kind of to a degree evident in U.S. elections this past week. Not to the degree that I was hoping for, but to a degree that definitely ensures further further support for Ukraine. One of the reasons why I love listening to this channel is because I'm just kind of an average guy, and I don't really know a whole lot. So I get a lot of knowledge. I get a lot of information through these discussions. When I can tune in, day out, and basically I didn't want to talk anything about strategy or anything like that today. It's just to whoever's listening, it's just kind of a congratulatory day. There's going to be obviously incredibly sad stories that are going to come out of Kherson, but there's also just this incredible victory for the Ukrainian people, and it's not stopping, and the tide's not rolling back. It's only going forward. So I just wanted to say congratulations, and the world's behind you, and that was kind of all I really wanted to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Joseph, welcome up.
Thank you, Anda. So both, I'm here for two reasons. One, I heard we needed more female representation, so I came up. And two, I heard I'm here to debate you. So bring it on. Let's go.
Okay, so we have Prince with her hand up, and after that, I have questions. Like you got used to that already. So
I just wanted to say hi to Potato Boy because I haven't seen you in a while because I've been trying to sort of tune out for a couple of hours before I go to bed, which I'm about to go do right now. It's nothing personal, Joseph and Anda. I love you guys dearly. But I will look forward to catching your debate another time. But right now I'm gonna chill out and head to bed myself. But I just hadn't seen you for a while, Joseph, so I wanted to say hello and I hope your potatoes are well. And your Arizona election is annoying.
Yeah, man, I know, right? Potatoes are fine. Actually, it turns out there's a lot of potatoes at the MriyaReport, and they need organizing. So I've been organizing a lot of potatoes around here. So mixed results, going pretty good, I guess. But yeah, it's a lot of work. So I haven't had as much time to be on air. It's okay though. I think we've got we've got a great team who coming out of my inability to be on the air all the time, right?
You really do. It's a wonderful thing. And can you count potatoes faster than Arizona can count votes?
We're gonna have a race. I think the next election, I'm gonna have a race, and we'll see. No, actually, I think I'm actually going. I heard there was a shortage of counters this year, and I felt a little bad because they do actually pay us apparently to count. So not much, but enough for it to be not just like a complete. So anyway, point is, it wouldn't be that hard for me to help count votes. So I think next election, I'll try to help out. Maybe it'll be a little faster. Real sorry, everybody. We made the entire planet wait on what the results would be. So sorry about that, guys. We gave them $2 million last election to fix everything. I don't know. We're gonna try again, I think.
But we're waiting till Tuesday. I guess I heard tonight that all of the votes should be counted by Tuesday night. So hopefully we'll see. And with that, I say thank you very much and good night, you guys. I love you all.
Yeah, thank you, Prince. And I guess just, the important thing, I guess, at the end of the day is it might take a little while longer, but, there's been really no, besides a few random people on the internet with no evidence, there's been no real serious allegations of fraud. So, it's taking forever. It was frustrating, the whole process, but at the very least, it's a proper process that's happening, and plenty of groups had their eye on it as a result of all the stuff going on around, all the talk about it. So there are a lot of eyes on it. No one's doing any funny business, and so everyone's going to accept the results. It'll be fine. So I'm happy. I don't personally care like who people support or whatever. I'm just glad everyone got out and voted. That's a big part of what this is all about, right? The ability to express your voice on election day at the ballot box. Have different ballot initiatives. They asked me all sorts of crazy stuff. They said, Joseph, you want a lieutenant governor? We don't have one. It's the attorney general in our system for some weird reason. But I said, no, I don't think we need one. But you know what I mean? Like they ask us stuff like that because our input's important, because the government is by the people for the people, right? So that's a very basic precept of democracy. And I support anyone's right to have their vote, have their say, and discuss issues. And that's what we're here to do, is to promote the ability of everyone to have a voice. And that's why we, all around the world, we've sort of united in support of Ukraine, because they clearly want to make their own choices, choose their own path, and be a free country with their own destiny and their own national history and identity and path. And Russia's decided that they want to basically annex and colonize Ukraine to the best of their ability. They want to force some kind of regime change in Ukraine at the very least. At the very most, they want to completely wipe Ukraine off the map, and definitely at least half of the country territorially. They don't want to exist anymore. So they've done everything they can to, where they've occupied the country, ban the teaching of the Ukrainian language. They've destroyed Ukrainian monuments of national heritage. They've tried to destroy historical monuments commemorating past atrocities by the Soviet Union and by other Russian occupiers or imperial policies over time. It's been a real a very horrific occupation, an occupation that violates the basic precepts of any laws of war or a sense of human decency. And I think obviously the what we've witnessed in Kherson, the absolute jubilation of people, it should be pretty evident at this point why that's the case, right? People in Ukraine don't want to be under Russian occupation. They don't want to be part of this, Ruski Mir that the Russians keep talking about. And it's pretty evident. I saw someone. There was a joke that went. A Russian says, "Oh, the Ukrainians greeted us the same way when we entered Kherson," and then someone said, "With kisses and cheers," and he said, "No, with Ukrainian flags." Right? That's the situation. Ukraine stood up against Russian occupation repeatedly during the whole period that it was occupied. A lot of people died or were tortured or were deported forcefully, were kidnapped, were beat up, were just held for days, or worse, much worse. And finally, a lot of those prisoners, in fact, were, if Russia wasn't able to move them back, some of them, in fact, got rescued on that day that Ukraine was advancing into the city. So, it's a very I don't know. I remember way back in maybe April, talking about like, you'll see when the jaws close shut in Kherson, it's going to be very decisive. They've got a plan. They're planning, and it's all going to come to fruition. And when it happens, it's going to be lightning fast. You guys will see. And I don't know. I'll admit, even I was kind of wondering, like, maybe this will be a slow grind. Maybe it will happen. It'll just take slower. But I think it's very clear now that the Ukrainians were, in fact, doing exactly what I said back then, getting everything in place, planning, getting prepared, and degrading Russian forces to the extent that they needed. And then ultimately, they were able to basically collapsed the Russian forces on that side of the Dnieper. At this point, as far as I can tell, we haven't seen any real organized effort by them to fortify the next side of the river line. If they do, it's going to be, or I'll say this: we haven't seen, as far as I can tell, like artillery fire, like along the river line. We haven't seen like a meaningful artillery duel, as far as I understand. And that indicates that Ukraine probably is going to be able to establish some kind of positions on the other side if they want to, or at least, I don't know. It's an open question whether or not Ukraine would exploit this or not. But the point is, Russia's current military in the south is in shambles. There's going to be a lot of difficulty for them to recover the situation, and now they're vulnerable in many, many other areas because Ukraine has a very strong defensive posture in the region, whereas before they did have obviously a very strong defensive posture, but Russia held the city, they held certain key strategic points, and Ukraine's now taken them back. So anyway, I will end my rant here. I maybe wanted to talk to Colby a little bit about the sort of the strategic picture now that Kherson is in control, right? I think we've seen a couple of maps that are just sort of broadly about like HIMARS ranges and maybe some air defense ranges and stuff. But if you could maybe translate all that stuff, Colby, like what do you think that the holding Kherson City and sort of that whole side of the river, like what does that do for Ukraine in terms of their strategic ranges and their ability to use standoff weapons and so forth?
I think that the important thing here is that they have successfully attrited Russian forces significantly. They've captured a lot of equipment, captured a lot of ammunition. They have shortened their lines significantly, the front line. They have a natural boundary between them and the Russians now. They have the Russians on the run, disorganized, and they retain the initiative right now. And the question is, what do they do with that initiative? And it is my opinion that they should take their forces, which they have freed up because they're not going to need as many units to hold the front line now in Kherson. Take those units, take the resources, redeploy them elsewhere. Because I don't think that trying to go on the offensive in Kherson further makes sense right now. So I would press the advantage elsewhere because Russian forces are not in great shape in many other places on the front line. So that's what I do. That's not to say that there's no opportunity in Kherson. Obviously, they've gotten new targets within range that they can now attack. Obviously, we were discussing earlier tonight reports of explosions in Shiplinski. So the Ukrainians are going to continue to utilize HIMARS to hit Russian positions wherever they can. And certainly the lives of the Russians in the sector has gotten a lot worse, and there's all sorts of new targets they can start hitting. But I don't think that we should expect a lot of further offensive action in this sector.
Yeah, seems reasonable to me. It seems like it's I don't know. All eyes are on Melitopol. Would you agree, Colby?
I mean, a lot of people are talking about it. I'm not sure that Melitopol's where we're going to see the next offensive. It's possible. I know a lot of people are excited at the prospect of something happening there. Personally, I think it's more likely that we're going to see something happen on the Kharkiv axis in the north and into the Luhansk area, but time will tell.
And if I were to maybe infer from that, it's maybe because if Ukraine was able to successfully get behind the Russians on the Kharkiv axis, it would really hamper Russian ability to supply the Donbass. Is that kind of your thinking?
I mean, it certainly wouldn't help. I don't think that it certainly makes the Russian positions in the Donbass very, very challenging. I wouldn't say that it's gonna collapse the whole front or anything necessarily. I think that Ukraine they have advantageous positions already on that sector, and the Russian forces opposite have not been enjoying much success. Russia's concentration remains. Bakhmut right now, it seems, around there, and further south in Donetsk is where they're on the offensive locally. So I should say as well that Ukraine certainly probably needs to try and introduce some resources into those areas to try and relieve some of the pressure on the units that are committed there, and certainly in having a very challenging time continuing to resist Russian advances there. But overall, I think Ukraine can maintain the strategic initiative, and I think Luhansk is a sector to watch. But Melitopol, Zaporizhia, Mariupol, something around there is certainly possible as well.
Yeah, thanks, Colby. I think it's some good analysis, some good points. If anyone does have any questions for our panel, we've got a pretty good panel up today. I think Colby's always a very excellent source of detailed information, such as the things I asked. Of course, we also have Anda and myself. We have Bionade. We have lunchtime. If anyone wants to ask lunchtime anything, I'm sure he'd be happy to answer. So please, if you can, press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up to discuss with us anything you'd like about the Russian invasion of Ukraine and the Russian genocide against the Ukrainian people. We are here 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Please retweet the space. Let people know we exist. Let people know we're out here, always talking about, trying to support Ukraine and combat Russian disinformation. We try to bring you guys as many experts as we can, people especially on the ground in Ukraine who can really explain the situation in detail. And of course, we here at the Maria Report, we do support MriyaAid.org. They are a great charity organization that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They are run completely by volunteers, just like us here at the Maria Report. That means that there's no overhead costs, no administrative costs, no pizza parties, as we like to say. Everything goes directly to procuring non-lethal aid and sending it to Ukraine. So if you're so able, so inclined, please visit MriyaAid.org, check out what they're all about, and please help if you can. So with that, I believe Ray is trying to get up. Ray, I know, is an old air defense expert guy. I shouldn't say old, but back he's I think a retired. He handled some air defense systems back in the day. But Anna, I don't know if I can get people up. Are you able to?
Yes, I vetted them up, and also you kind of I don't know. Have you drink some water after someone because me because uh, I did a similar comment with Colonel Jeff here in the space, and he was really lenient with me, and he was like, "Yeah, I know I'm not that." I hate you for saying that, but yes, it's true. I'm not that young anymore. So yeah, basically, I I yeah. Sometimes I'm very very nice to our guests. Sorry about
Well,
that.
Ray is gone, and I feel bad now. I'm sorry, Ray. But no, if you do want to come back up, Ray, please do request again. We always do love having you up here to discuss all things air defense. I believe that's your area of expertise. Anda?
For the moment, I have some other topic for you, and Ray is coming. Yay! So after you talk with Ray about missiles and stuff that he really knows his yeah, I know they are named harms, but well, I won't start describing them because if you want a recipe for cooking, I can do that. Well, not so good with the missiles. what I uh, what I will do right now is uh, let Ray speak his mind, because I think he came up for a reason, and we are glad we have him up. And after that, I have a topic for you, Joseph, and then we will go from there. I will probably leave this to the boys. I don't know. We will see.
Thank you for the kind. Thank you for the kind words, Anda. I would like to learn more about Ukrainian cuisine, also, but um, I do have a question. I was reading in the various postings of a Ukrainian, probably special forces, landing on uh, that little peninsula, uh, and I think there's actually fighting on the peninsula at the mouth of the Dnipro River. I've heard people say that that's probably not because the ground is marshy, that it may not be very good for heavy equipment. But I've also read that the Russians may have some S-300 missile batteries there, where they're using it both to threaten Ukrainian air, but also to use those missiles as improvised ballistic missiles to attack Ukrainian land targets. And I guess the thinking is that the Ukrainians landing in the areas to try to either threaten those missiles, or basically to draw sort of Russian attention towards that area. Has anybody seen anything related to that? Just curious.
Colby, please go ahead.
Thanks. So I wrote a brief thread about this earlier tonight. I should clarify that these are currently unconfirmed reports that Ukraine is attempting to recapture the peninsula. We do not have definitive confirmation of that. I have not yet seen any pictures or video purporting to show action happening on the peninsula. So it's still very unclear. So perhaps as the sun comes up throughout the day in Ukraine, we'll learn a little bit more. So it's just unconfirmed reports at this point in time. May have just been Ukrainian sort of disinformation operation to try and confuse the Russians, or divert their forces into thinking that there was an attack coming from this direction. So time will tell. We do know that it was reported that the Russians had air defense units active on the peninsula. Specifically, the town of Herosk has come up a lot over the past month or so. About a week ago, Ukraine hit a reported ammunition dump there, and that went up in flames. It was reported that the Russians may have been launching loitering munitions from this area. There was report of Russian artillery active in the area. So definitely the Russians have presence here. But beyond that particular town, the terrain is very difficult. Lots of forested areas, lots of sort of swamp, marshy areas, low-lying ground. Lots of pond isn't really the right word, but it's difficult terrain, coastal area.
definitely not suitable to heavy equipment. Very few roads available. So if Ukraine, is there, it's likely because they inserted special forces or some other light infantry, probably with maritime craft or maybe helicopters. Definitely, they're not getting a whole lot of armor or anything across there. So we'll see as the day progresses over in Ukraine whether there's any merit to these reports or not.
Yeah, thank you. And I guess now with the change in situation on the ground, I would imagine that that those Russian positions on the peninsula are probably now well within range of Gimlers and probably even the 155. So I guess if you have special forces there, that they could probably call in fire. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to try and do anything bigger, as you mentioned, with the unfavorable terrain. But I guess with the long range fires, that could be a good option to really, again, degrade the Russian capability of launching either the drones or the S-300s at areas like Mykolaiv.
Yeah, I put my thread in the nest. I drew out what the artillery ranges are. So M777s firing just standard M795 high explosive projectiles can hit pretty much all of the peninsula. From a little bit of distance from the coastline on the Ukrainian side of the bay there. Gimlers, of course, can pretty much hit everything in a very wide area around Kherson. So the Ukrainians definitely have pretty significant fire control over that peninsula if they want it. If they just need reconnaissance assets up. And they can hit the Russians with a fair bit of impunity now that they've cleared the entirety of the right bank, and they have a significant amount of artillery assets in the area. So it's certainly going to be challenging for the Russians if they continue to have troops deployed on the peninsula to be able to supply them. The Ukrainians are probably going to be able to interdict those supplies for those forces fairly easily. So something to watch for if the Russians decide to withdraw or not. I imagine it's going to be difficult for them to sustain large formations there, given those circumstances. But the terrain is quite difficult, so that does work to their advantage to some degree. It's going to be difficult for the Ukrainians to insert large numbers of forces there and take it by force. So we'll see how that plays out, whether Russia decides to concede it or attempts to hold on under the threat of artillery barrage.
Yeah, and I think there are indications that the Russians are more inclined to take themselves out of range, because I believe there's also been postings of satellite imagery of Chablinka, which has an airfield. What is it? Some just under 60 kilometers from the Dnipro River, and I believe the imagery showed originally there were Russian attack helicopters and some I guess tents and things in the area, and as the situation developed, the helicopters and some of the tent structures had been pulled back. So hopefully, if and that's just within Gimler's range. Hopefully, that would mean that on the peninsula, with 155, that would really give the Russians pause as to whether they want to keep their drones and S-300s there. Yeah. Actually, that's all I have for now. Please, if you like, we can move on to a different topic.
Thank you, Ray. We are doing a co-host swap. Herman will be joining me as co-host. So until that will happen, I do have some other topic that I wanted to discuss about, and it's more on the grains, from another point of view, because there is there is a meeting going on, basically, right? There is a meeting going on where the Ukrainian Ministry of Foreign Affairs is attending. This is about an accord on I'm sorry, I got some tweets, and I'm really bad at reading three things at a time, and after that talking at the same time. I'm sorry. So this is an accord of an association of nations, right? It is from the Southeast Asia, and Ukraine joined this summit. And in this summit, there are some leaders who are joining, like the United States, Japan, South Korea, and Australia. In theory, the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Sergei Lavrov, should be there also, but Kuleba stated that they didn't ask for a they didn't ask for a meeting. And he said something like, if they will, we will take this into consideration. But what is really interesting is that while the war is still continuing, and we had good news, right? We had good news yesterday, and we were happy and celebrating and everything, listening to the Ukrainian national anthem, right, in Kherson, following the Russian retreat. The fight is still on, and we want this to end faster. For it to end faster, we are pressing everybody, like on any channels, right, for more weapons, more equipment, more clothes, more food, more everything, medicine and bandages and everything, because basically because we want Russia to go home, right? But for the moment, the war is not won. This was one battle, one victory, and Ukraine have had others, but we need to stay focused on the final goal the end goal is having the entire Ukraine liberated. And as we are looking what's happening in Russia for the moment, they are still mobilizing recruits. They have started the fall campaign of mobilizing conscripts, and they are still bringing weapons in Ukraine, on Ukraine occupied territories. And of course, we made light banter earlier of the S-300 and other weapons, and the chopper, right, the helicopter that was left behind in good order after the retreat. But the truth is, they are getting some tanks and other equipments from their country and from Belarus, and the war is not won, right? So at this moment, one of the things that can be done is to have at least some talks. So that's another thing that can be done, right? Not the only one, but one of the things that can be done at this point is to ensure that economically Ukraine will have resources, financial resources, and not only going forward in the years to come. And this is where these meetings, summits on economic talking points are coming into play, right? Because basically there are settings in which high ranking officials can meet between themselves, have talks on a neutral setting, and basically lay out a plan for future years, plan of collaboration and everything. And we are not talking here about strictly the war, but mostly we are talking about ways of supporting Ukraine in this case economically, for bringing in products, for production investments, and rebuild, right? You need to rebuild the country. You need to rebuild the infrastructure. Kherson was not the only city that was destroyed, and in which the infrastructure was completely destroyed. So there are many aspects from economic point of view for which these kind of talks are really important. And of course, one of the meetings was yesterday with the Australian Prime Minister. I don't know, maybe Herman or Joseph can help me on that. But to my knowledge, the Prime Minister of of Australia is like the president in other countries, right? They don't have a higher ranking politician in that country.
And yes, quick. So the president equivalent in Australia is King Charles III.
Yes, but because they are in the Commonwealth, but below him, the next person, right, actually governing Australia is the prime minister of Australia. So, to my recollection, anyway, Alex is not talking to me. So Alex from Australia. So yeah, since we don't have any Australians up, I will look that up.
If any Australians want to explain Australia to Anda, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll bring you right up, and you can explain all this to Anda, who I'm sure would be very interested to know. Sorry, back to you, Anda.
Well, so in Australia, the bottom is actually the top right corner. Don't forget that.
You are being mean. It's not nice to be mean with people. Yes. It depends from where you look at the map, right? So yeah. And I'm saying that because, well, I'm a girl, and someone explained to me that only girls look at maps. Like looking on at the road and facing the direction in which you are going, right? So and I said, yeah, I feel like this is how it's gonna it needs to be done. I won't put the north up because I don't know where to go otherwise. Sorry. It's always confusing for me when the GPS starts talking to me like, go west. Well, is west. Yeah. I'm sorry. Going back to the grains. So I think this meeting is really important for the grain trade and for next year, because if we look back, we managed through the grain deal and through other channels to help Ukraine export probably half of the production from 2021. So that's not enough. You have the rest of the production, and you also have the current production of this year. So that being said, we kind of need to step up, and the Ukraine needs to have some deals and long-standing agreements on other issues, not only on military issues. So it's an excellent thing. For example, the fact that Australia sent to Ukraine 30 Bushmaster and 70 personnel to train the Ukrainian soldiers in Great Britain. But going forward, as we see the front lines have changed very much in the last 8 months. We need to take into consideration and to start planning what are we going to do next, right? How are we going to help Ukraine next year and the years that come? And this is not taking from the current discussion. We still want the leopards. There is still enough territory to be covered and to be liberated. I believe we had in some of the interviews we had with Thomas Steiner, I think we have, I don't know, 10 hours gathered by now, maybe more. So I will say 10 plus hours of interviews with Thomas Steiner. And in one of them, don't ask me which one of them, because I don't really don't remember. He explained that the territories, the shape of the land, and the way Russians are dispersed in the land differs from the West Front in Bakhmut, where they are fighting right now, and to the south. And if my memory serves correct, I hope it does, he said that the tanks wouldn't have helped too much in the north and in the west, but they will help a lot if used in the south. So we will still press for that. But seeing discussions, for example, in the media about grain deals, about potential peace talks, and everything, people have to understand that peace talks cannot be performed at this point, having million plus people in Russia sent into Russia, right? Herman, do you remember we have had a discussion? I heard the discussion at some point in the space about the children which are currently in Russia, and the number of the children which are currently in Russia who were forcefully removed from Ukraine and sent to Russia together with their parents, and sometimes sometimes alone. So, do you have any recollection on that?
So there are several numbers that I've been heard. Of course, I cannot verify any of them, but the most frequently here in hundreds of thousands. How much there are precisely, I guess only the Russians know at this point. If they keep tabs on that, they hopefully do. So it's easy later to extract them. But no, Joseph, do you remember the numbers that have been mentioned recently? And I only remember it's in the hundred thousands.
Numbers of what? Scheduling what?
Of children abducted by Russia into Russia.
Oh yeah, it's in. I want to say it's in the millions, Herm. I want to say it's at least 1 million. I'll try to find the number for you.
That's a quite large number.
Yeah.
Sorry, no, you're more correct, Herm. It says at least according to Wikipedia, just a quick Wikipedia, about 2 million people deported total. Sorry, and about 300,000 are children. Estimates range from 8,000. That seems absurdly low to 300,000. So maybe in the range of 200 to 300,000, I would say, are probably children.
Yeah, I think a good reference number would be how many children were in those 20% of Ukraine that has been occupied by Russia, at least for a certain amount of time, so they had a chance to take them out. I don't know that number either. It's horrific in any case. I mean, a single child would be too much. That's where I'm coming from, and of course they're doing it in mass, and that they have to come back. That is a part of that long-term vision that we need to have for Ukraine. And I thank you for talking about that earlier. So all wars gonna end, and so will this war. But the abduction of people is something that is more complicated to resolve. It's not just, okay, I remove my troops and honor the border. You need to go in and find all those people and bring them back. And yeah, there's a lot of difficulties in between. let's say, Russian adoptive parents, if you want to call them like that. They're just going to lie that they have children from Ukraine, or going to change the locations. It's going to be a very long process, and it's going to be ugly, in my opinion, at least in individual cases. I hope for the better, like a more speedy return for the bulk of all those people. But yeah, that is another problems that the Russians built in their strategy of moving people around. It's not new. They have always done that for hundreds of years, that they're moving people from one location to the others. And the principal reason for doing that is to destroy the cultural identity of the people surrounding the borders, which makes it much easier for them to Russify the entire territory, making sure that they remain the hegemonial, the hegemon culture in that area. That's the basic idea behind it. So it's a very old strategy, and it's been disgusting and nasty before, and it's disgusting and nasty right now. But yeah, anyway, that has to be resolved at one point. By which methods? Well, we need the defeat of Russia, and we need to force their cooperation. That's how I see it. Do you see it any differently, Anna?
No, I totally agree. They have to bring everybody back. That's non-negotiable. If you can negotiate some other things, there are two things that cannot be negotiated, and one of them is people. You don't leave. Basically you don't leave people behind, right? You get them back, and that's the most important thing. And the most important thing that the Russia appeasers choose to forget, right? On the territories that are occupied, there are people. It's not just a wasteland, and it's like you have some patch of land in your yard, you have a big yard, and somewhere a neighbor pushes the fence and takes some of your territory. And at that point, you're like, okay, it's just territory. Maybe I don't want to fight him on that. Maybe I want, but maybe I don't. Right? It's you can say it's just a piece of land. But what if your child is there? Would you consider it the same? Would you say it's just a piece of land? I don't want to come up with a brawl, or no, you will go in there and take your child. So yeah, it's not wasteland. This is something we must not forget, and we can see it. We can see it in Kherson and in other cities. People happy to be freed. We have had here in the space a newspaperman who has been in the north of Ukraine, Caleb. I forgot his last name. And at some point he said he interviewed a young man, 18 years of age or close, who was in one of the occupied cities, who was detained in for no good reason, who was forced to do chores for the Russian army, and who was threatened in order to comply with that. And yeah, basically that's life under occupation. You're not doing stuff because you want to do them, because you feel free to go to the market, go to the church, I don't know, buy some food, swear at your left or at your right politician. depending on your stance. And that's freedom. That is freedom, the freedom to wake up and go outside the street and whenever you want, because you are in a free country, in a peaceful country, and you so like it. You want to go, okay, for a stroll. It's chilly outside, but it's sunny. I want to go out and I don't know, see the leaves falling. Doesn't matter. But it's my choice, and I can make it. They don't have this opportunity. Being under occupation, you don't have this opportunity. They are not free. That's not just an exchange of authorities. So yeah, they are happy when they are liberated, and yeah, they are worth fighting for. So yeah, I do feel really strongly about that. I'm sorry.
Absolutely, I feel very strong about that too. And you know what? I just had to remember the first time in my life when I understood what living under occupation is. And that was when I was, I think, 6 or 7, and I read the book from I think Astrid Lindgren, the brothers Lionheart, when they come to Nangalima, and they live under the brutal rule of Tengil. And I was so shocked. How can people do that to each other, just to other people, just for power, just occupy the land and steal all their stuff and make them live in misery? Don't they have their own land and can be happy there? So that was that what you just said, that woke that memory in me. And I think, yeah, it's kind of like Russia is a big country, you know. They have a lot of land, and they have more land that they can occupy with their own people as it is, and they have a pretty low birth rate like all the other countries. They don't need Ukraine. It's just like the strategic power games from the top 1% of the power holders and the wealthy people that lust for more influence and more reach and more all of those things. And for what? For what? I mean, come on, guys. The people that you are displacing and you're trying to assimilate by forcing them to move to Russia, to speak Russian, to adopt Russian culture, hand them over, those children, to Russian families, just to integrate them. I mean, all that pain and suffering you're causing, that's going to come bite back. They should know that. They've been in that situation themselves before. They've been conquered by the Mongols, by the Tatars, but who knows all. There's so much unnecessary pain that they're inflicting on those people, and they're not getting through with that. They should have realized by now that is not going to end up in their favor. Their move for power, their quest for conquest has failed. It will end, but no, they're mobilizing more people. They give them crappy equipment and send them to the front to die and to fill the holes in their own ranks. But after they're dead, then the ranks will have holes again, and Ukraine will push through and take that land back. Everybody knows that. They know that themselves. They're just right now killing people off for time to find some kind of solution. So everything that's happening since probably April is just trying to prolong that with the hope to get a little bit of recognition for their failed campaign out of it. And yeah, that's what I find most disgusting about this power move that the Soviets, the Russians, Freudian slip here, and that the Russians are doing here. They know they cannot win. They're just causing so much more destruction and mayhem for no good reason. They simply don't have the marbles to stand up and say, "Hey, it was a mistake. You know what? We retreat and we call it quits, and let's talk about how to fix that." They simply cannot do that.
Yeah, but you know, there is a silver lining. to every cloud. The more they are pressing, the more help Ukraine gets. Sweden just declared that they will reinforce the military aid they are providing to Ukraine, including the, modern armament. They have declared that they will support Ukraine politically, financially, and militarily. And they are talking about the archers, which I know there was a talk about some days back, and I have a question on that, and also about yeah. Portable systems, anti-air missiles, which are called RBS-70. So basically, it's an extended document concerning defense and favorable condition for extending Swedish support for Ukraine. To my knowledge, this is Sweden has helped Ukraine, has shipped seven other times different types of military aid. The sixth package that was it contained basically the financial aid for and personnel to teach, to prepare, to train. This is the word I'm more looking for, to train the Ukrainian armed forces, which they said they will, and up until now they put their money where their mouth is, right? They did what they promised. And the seventh package, it was worth 50 million euro, and it's in military equipment. So what I wanted to add, I'm sorry, 2 seconds. I'm sorry. So what I wanted to add is that the current report and the next ones make a plan for help for both shorter, like what do they need now, but they as I mentioned, the summit from Southeast Asia, they are also preparing for long-term help, and I think this is really important. The fact that the countries are publicly announcing they are going to help Ukraine in the future, help with the reconstruction, and with others. But back to my questions, because there are some things I don't understand or I'm not sure of, and I need to know them. So we are talking here about the archers, right? What exactly, in which category do the archers fall? And what is their range? Do you know that, Herm?
Approximately, yes. So the archers, those are self-propelled howitzers. They are more similar to the French Caesar guns in the sense that they are wheeled vehicles. They're not tracked like the German Panzerhaubitze or the Polish Krabs or all the Soviet systems that they're seeing. So they have a certain boost in mobility and maneuverability, but they're more reliant on favorable terrain. So they don't have the tracks. They cannot go over heavy obstacles. They're pretty versatile and quick. That's good. That's similar to what we see from the Caesars. They have a couple of unique benefits. So first of all, the range, they should be about similar to the Caesar or the Panzerhaubitze. They're fairly long range howitzers with a standard 155 millimeter NATO ammunition, and they can shoot all the other rounds that the NATO guns are firing too. That they're in the same package deal of the 155 millimeter round. That's universal for Western military and that ammunition. And the unique thing about those archers is that the crew is basically only busy in driving and shooting. So you don't need to have people to get out and walk back and load shells and do something that's a fully automated autoloader they're having there. And it's all, you basically punch in the coordinates in your system, you let the gun fire off the fire mission, and then you keep moving. I think somewhere deep down my timeline there's a video that you can easily find on the internet about my archer gun shooting 3 rounds in less than a minute. And they have an ability they demonstrated there is the MRSI, like multiple rounds, simultaneous impact, shooting the first round in the high arc, the second round in the lower arc, and the third round in the very low arc. And that means they all those 3 rounds they're firing travel in different ballistic trajectories. And the long one, the first one takes longer time, then the medium less time, and the lower one the shortest time. And that leads that to the fact that all of those 3 rounds arrive at the same time at the same target. So that's quite interesting. What is also unique about the archers? They're fairly accurate. They're fairly let's say integratable. If you have the right systems on the other end for the people who have the target coordinates, they can work really well. So that you can imagine you can have a task list, and then you have 2 or 3 archers, and they can just walk them down. They drive to those positions, they fire on them, they then drive further and fire on them until their shells are spent. They need to go back and reload. So they're they're not as bombastic as a Panzerhaubitze that walks through the forest and then shoots their rounds with big pathos. They are more like beautiful workers, but they fire the same shells. They have the same lethality. They're just more not really stealth, but more nimble, I would say. It's a very fine piece of equipment. So all those people here in the space, this military background, that they speak in awe about the archers. And I think Bofors is the manufacturer of those, and they have quite some interest to see them being deployed in combat. So that piece of kit has some combat experience. When it comes about sales deals, so they're interested in selling more of those. And there were serious talks between the time of the old government in Sweden and the new one that their system's going to be given to Ukraine for this one or the other mechanism. And the reason is they were originally designed by Norway and Sweden in a joint venture, and the Norway pulled back, and there is a certain number, I believe 12 of those archers that they are still on stock. They've been produced for Norway, but they pulled back, and there's also a certain number that the Swedish military may have that they could part with. So there's a lot of talking going in the background for, I would say 2 months about the delivery of the Archers, but it would be fantastic if those arrive, especially in numbers like a dozen or more, like 3 or 4 batteries, that they would make a great deal of difference, just based on their abilities to strike a fairly quick, without much noise. So they're not tracked, so they're easier to hide. They're easier to maneuver in certain amounts of terrains, and they fire fairly fast and then move on. So they would make a big impact, in my opinion.
Awesome, really, really awesome. I'm looking forward to having them on Ukraine soil, right? Also to have the I understood that France will send 6 more Caesars, and I think with all of them, and with tanks, and with more IRIS-T systems, and Gepards, and basically everything they asked for. They never asked for something that was not appropriate for them at the moment when they asked, right? They didn't say send us everything or anything or something like that. No, they were really they were always really precise about what they need, how they need it, when they need it, and so on. So it's not it's clear that their high command knows really well what they are doing. This is seen in how they are coordinating on the ground, right? Even for me, which I'm not a military expert, but when you see so much territory liberated in one day, right? In one day, basically. How long has been since the counteroffensive? 72 hours, more, less, something like that. So
Yeah, it's been going on for about a week, I guess. So the entire operation started in August. The Kherson offensive, that was initially, well, I remember the Russians were laughing about that, and it was a tough fight. The Ukrainians had to put a lot of sweat and blood there to get through David Breed in the north, to get through the Invades river crossing they built. It was very hard, intense, and difficult fighting for them. And later people said it was just a feint for the Kharkiv offensive, which is probably, well, it helped giving some distraction. But people back then, also here in the space, said it's not by no means a feint. It's just a different type of operation, and both operations happen at the same time. And yeah, they reap the fruits of their labor after those 2 months of fighting, and logistically cutting off the Russians. They had finally reached the position where the Russians collapsed. The Russians realized they couldn't hold it by any means. They didn't want to stand for the fight, and they took the smart decision. They pulled people out starting in October. They started moving people back to the other side of the river, especially their high-value assets, their high-value bureaucrats and civilian assets, the officers, command and control. They moved them all out, and they knew they had no chance. Ukrainians would eventually gonna take it, and yeah, and in the last week, that was just the final push when Russia collapsed and started running. They got many people out, and that's, I believe, now fairly accepted that they got many of their own out. On the other hand, they still have many of their own on the right-hand side, the Ukrainian side of the Dnieper River, where they are mostly roaming around in civilian clothes and trying not to drag any attention. This is probably not going to work out well for them. It will take a while to find them. It will take a very long time to get all the booby traps in the mines cleared that they left behind, to make sure that people can travel and move in those areas safely. And there's a lot of effort the Ukrainians have to put in there that all those explosives are going to be removed, those traps. And yeah, of course, to find all those people that are going to be left behind, they need to be taken to custody. So that's going on. And of course, there's a lot of celebration going on. I mean, we should. So back in my time in academia, when my boss submitted a grant request, so to get funding for the laboratory, there came a letter back. This is scoring, and it was turned down. Yeah, and he said, "Okay, guys, let's go celebrate." And so, what the you want to celebrate if we got rejected for a grant proposal? He said, "You know what? We got the score. They actually put us in the final submission. We got scored. People were actually reading our stuff and discussing it. It wasn't dismissed outright. It's at least something. And you know what? Those little things in life, when you achieve something, you have to celebrate them. And Kherson was a big thing. And the celebration is gonna go on for a while, because it was a very significant victory for Ukraine. Even if they didn't catch much of the Russian army, even if they well, actually that's the only catch. It was a massive victory. They didn't lose as many civilians as people feared that would be lost if it would come to an urban fight in Kherson city. That all didn't happen, and we are really grateful for that. Okay, there was a long time of Anda and Herman talking on the show. We have somebody coming up with the hand up. Please feel free to bring up your own topic to add to what we were talking about before. That's also fine. And yeah, welcome to the space.
Living life.
Yes, good evening. Again, just a quick question as far as rolling into winter and what's being done for civilians in Ukraine, seeing that infrastructure has taken such a hit. Are you guys aware of any groups that are looking to, well, I guess the first question is, I assume gas is not, getting petrol or gas is not an issue. Is that correct?
Where and for whom?
I guess throughout the country, for average Ukrainian citizens.
So from what we've heard from people on the ground, including some of the contributors to the space who are in Ukraine and helping there, the gas is available. It's not always in every gas station. It's more like distributing the gas to all the pieces of land is more logistical challenge, and it's hard, but it's getting done. So you can get gas. It's just not always and everywhere. Is it clear, the answer that I just gave you?
Yeah, I guess my question is, as winter rolls in, can we as Western citizens band together to get, say, like small generators to send over, enough to power, a heater and, also heaters, generators and heaters, to heat homes, to be able to cook with, to be able to, utilize for energy? Is that something that people in Ukraine would see as an absolute necessity? If so, can we rally around that?
Yeah, absolutely. So like gas operated generators would be a tremendous help, and they're going to be used. There's going to be enough gas, so that I think Anna knows that correctly better than I do. There's a lot of gas coming from Romania to Ukraine since the war started. And no illusions, please, living alive with reductions. The generators that we would give to Ukraine, they would primarily being used in military static or very crucial mobile units or units that are simply outside of the urban area. There are other means to provide heating and cooking fuel for the civilization, as well for the civil population, and that would be, let's say, a firewood, a gas, if it's still like natural gas, if those lines still exist, electricity, within the limitations of the grid they're experiencing, and also what people from Ukraine mentioned, it's simply shared cooking, that if you have a residential community, that one family is spending their heating fuel to cook for everybody. So you all come together and cook at one place. So not everybody has to put up a stove to cook a meal. So you can be more smart about the use of those resources. And yeah, they're doing that. They're managing with what they have, and whatever else we give them. They, of course, they look after civilians, but those small mobile units they have, they're more interesting for the military, for the defense of the country right now, which is kind of like a priority, you know.
Understood. So what can we do as Westerners to best support the civilian population right now?
Well, if you can get those small mobile units for the military, that would tremendously help the civilian population. The faster the Russians going to be defeated, the better.
I'll just hop in, Herm, and agree totally, right? So I personally, right, I support MriyaAid and other charities that want to get non-lethal aid to help the military. And for me, that's, as Herm said, like that's the priority here. The faster that the Ukrainian military achieves victory on the ground, the faster this whole thing is over, and the less people overall will need humanitarian aid, if that makes sense. Now, that being said, there's a lot of people and a lot of organizations and a lot of I would say well-meaning people who maybe don't want to give non-lethal aid for whatever reason. Maybe a company doesn't want to do that, or a person might just have certain ethical or moral stand there. I sort of understand to some degree, but the point is, obviously, I'm not against anyone sending non-lethal aid, or sorry, it's not non-lethal aid, sending humanitarian aid. There we go, to Ukraine, and lots of people do, and it's great, And so one charity organization, or one organization I would point people to, is the Renegade Relief Runners. They're on Twitter at 3XR_team. They're a great group of people. They're currently working with one of our, I say former co-hosts, but he's still around. Our friend Ryan. I'll say that, our friend. We'll just call him our friend. He's our friend Ryan's there with them. They provide things like fuel, food, various types of equipment, including generators, water filtration equipment, clothing, things like that. Anything they can get their hands on that will help. They go to recently liberated areas, and they try to make sure that the people there have enough to eat. They have like the basic necessities, more or less. Go ahead.
Can I ask you just a favor? If you can post that on the Twitter, for this account.
Yeah, I'll throw them up in the net, man.
I appreciate it. Thanks, guys. Keep up the good work.
Also, what I want to chip in on this is, if you are close for or in Poland, because the Renegade team is working mostly through Poland, you can more easily send things through them, right? But if you are in some other parts of the world, unless you have big quantities of stuff to send, it's probably better, faster, cheaper, in more ways than one, to help them with money if you have. So sometimes you might have, for example, some new clothes, or for example, as you said, generators, um, blankets, I don't know, socks, something, and that's good too. But it will cost you money also to ship them. There are ways to ship them, and sometimes some of the organizations, like the Renegades, or like UK for UA, right? They go to UK, take what they need or was collected there, and they bring it to Ukraine. So there are lots of organizations who actually do this groundwork and help um, um, people with smaller quantities. But um, why I mentioned money? People usually avoid talking about this, and what I wanted to say is that um, sometimes some things are easier to be bought in bulk, right? To be um, bought and shipped in bulk. So sometimes it helps them, and it's more feasible and logistically more simple to bring actual help to Ukraine, um, especially if you're far away, by sending money to an organization you trust. So that's very important, and we have stressed here on the space that you should not. So, for example, we as an organization at MriyaReport, right? We are an organization run by volunteers. We are not getting paid for this, and we support, as an organization, we support mainly Maria Aid. Not only we, as Joseph mentioned, but we are always open. We are always talking here in the space in front of 300, 400 people, sometimes in front of 1,800 people. So it depends on the day and how many people are in the room at one point. But it's always public, right? We will not approach you through back channels, through DMs. This is my PayPal. This is my, I don't know. Please send me a coffee. Please send me, I don't know, $3 for this or for that. So um, if you want to, Joseph will put that tweet in the nest, in the space. If you someone asked me at some point, how where is the nest, right? uh, the nest is about above my head. So if you actually pull down the list of speakers above my head and Herman's, you will see some dots, and above the dots you will see the tweets. And the last one is the one Joseph shared from the Renegade Relief Runners, right? So yeah, that's what I wanted to add to this.
And
Living life.
Anna, I'll
Yes.
jump in and say one last thing, which is that, one, just this is an example. I bring them up once in a while. Just I feel like I bring them up a lot, and it's not to say they're like particularly unique or anything like that, but I think it's a great example, right? This is the Ukrainian Norwegian fire and ambulance people, right? I got them on the show like a while ago. We talked to them. They are basically, what they do is, a lot of the fire trucks in Ukraine are old Soviet fire trucks, like years and years old, and they, in Norway, they basically have very strict regulations about their fire trucks, so they're basically, more or less selling off like perfectly good fire trucks, right? And so they go to these fire stations and sort of on a human level, they say, hey, listen, we know you could sell this fire truck and make some money to buy the next one, but could you just give this to Ukraine and we'll drive it down there? And so basically they've got these really expensive, nice fire trucks that are perfectly good. All they need is gas to get there, right? So, I mean, I think a lot of people are in those, like basically everyone needs a little gas to get going around here, to get things into Ukraine and to get them directly to where people need them to go. You just need to find like dedicated people, and I would say if there's lots of people that kind of need just a little bit of basic help to get the stuff there. Like there's lots of stuff, and I would say even I don't want to say there's a deficit, but I would be more concerned in terms of like where my money is going, that the people can get it there reliably. Does that make sense, Anda?
Yes, yes, you're perfectly right. And
Can I jump in on this one too?
yes, of course.
And I agree absolutely with both of you. I did a lot of disaster relief work after Hurricane Dorian in the Bahamas, and I got 2 fire trucks over there basically for pennies on the dollar that were pretty much donated by, different precincts or different fire departments that, they kind of quote unquote time out, but they're perfectly good apparatus. They're perfectly, in perfect working order. Got them, got them over. All I had to do was raise the funds to ship them. So I understand, like, I'm not, I hate to say this, but I'm not a big believer in like big organizations like the Red Cross. I prefer much smaller organizations, and I trust what this group kind of posts as far as, who to support and what to do. My only question was, because I do tend to look at things in a humanitarian aspect. Obviously, yes, obviously if the military wins, the quicker that happens, the quicker this is all over. But that being said, there's still a humanitarian aspect, and that's kind of what I'm also interested in, as far as just trying to help,
Just
if
before I
that
forget,
makes
one
sense.
more charity. Chef Zhenya who's another friend of the show. He's been on a few times.
Please post everything, because
I will. Yeah.
I
Chef
don't
Zhenya
have a
is
pen
a
here.
food charity. Yeah, no worries, buddy. But Chef Zhenya, he's been on the show a few times. He's a chef for Ukrainian Special Forces. Really cool guy. He ran restaurants in California for a while, went back to Ukraine, basically decided like, well, Ukraine's got a lot of wheat. Like, what if I make ramen? That sounds like a good idea. So he basically created like the Ukrainian ramen culture, more or less. And he's a really cool guy. He now cooks for Ukrainian Special Forces and some of the units up there. He's like, one of the things he's been doing is like translating MREs for Ukrainian units and stuff, like instructions. And anyway, he started a charity organization recently. He said he's called for volunteers. He got like so many that he was like, I need a manager to like manage all the volunteers. So I've been there, budody. That's what they stuck me doing. So
That's
yeah,
actually a good problem
yeah,
to have as an NGO.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, Chef Zhenya, great guy. Highly recommend like him as well. His angle's food, getting food to Ukrainians who need it. So also a cool guy. So I'll throw that up in the nest as well. I don't know, maybe Herm dropped. Back to you, Wanda.
I think Living Life has something to add.
No, that was it. I'm just I'm appreciative of the community, and just being able to kind of bounce ideas and like where we can help, on our side. But that's pretty much it from me. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you for your question, and thank you for your willingness to help and to support Ukraine. I think it's really important. And you are right. We have had in the space and on this panel, Victoria a former deputy, I think. She is basically she told us about the need for generators and for transformers, right? And she brought some interesting information on what type of transformers and so on. And if I remember correctly, at that point we had M on the space, and he explained basically why transformers are important. For example, I didn't know. So basically, if everything is shelled, right, and everything is destroyed, they need everything. Like I don't think there is something that they don't need, but there is a list of priorities, right? So yeah.
And it absolutely makes sense, because there's also differences. We in the West are looking at things that, okay, send generators and they're 50 hertz and you guys need 60, or vice versa. But there's transformers that you need to add in so that they're actually useful, and that makes absolute complete sense.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sorry, I was dropping out. I didn't catch everything that in the last 3 minutes, 4 minutes. Levin, if you have access to anything that can be shipped, let's say generators is probably interesting. If you know where they are, say inside of Europe, then you can just reach out to some of us, and we can forward people who know people, and know when shipments go, let's say from Spain or from Italy or Germany or Denmark to Ukraine. And so if you have a fixed asset that you would like to relocate, we can help with that. And they would be able to touch back to you. Just to reach out is probably easier than you finding the correct solution for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm not sure if it was just me, but it seemed like you broke up really bad, but I kind of got the gist of what you were saying.
Yeah, you're breaking up a bit. If you're on Wi-Fi, maybe get a little closer to the signal, buddy. Living Life, go ahead. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. And I understand what you guys are saying, and focus your money and energy on the people who are closest to be able to help. I'm not trying to do anything from Florida, you know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure out who best to help and what best to help with what I want to try to achieve, which my goal is a humanitarian one. And my goal is to help the people, not necessarily the military. There's plenty of money coming from the West for the military. I want to help the people of Ukraine. So that's what I'm trying to do, and that's what I'm trying to drum up support for on the U.S. side, if that makes sense.
Yeah, like I said, I think we made our position clear. I don't think I need to repeat it. And like I said, I totally respect your position and your choice. And we have lots of organizations that we support and we work with, and we try to promote. And we don't just support Maria Aid, which is the charity that we're kind of a Maria Aid fan club. Of course, we love Maria Aid. We support everything they do. But of course, being other charities, we want to give a voice. A lot of these people are basically doing this, just they're doing it completely on a volunteer basis. They're just pouring their lives into this, and they're completely focused on, getting, for example, the Renegade Relief Runners, like getting water purifiers to people who are in recently liberated areas where Russia bombed out the water infrastructure, right? So in those cases, it's very what am I trying to say here? It's oh man, I lost my train of thought a little bit, but
No, no, no. I got
yeah,
you.
yes. Oh yeah, so I guess what I'm saying is overall the humanitarian angle is an important one. We definitely support it, and we want to give a voice to a lot of charities that are, here we go. Sorry. The Renegade Relief Runners are very busy doing what they do. They're trying to get into occupied territories and so forth. They don't have a lot of time to have like a PR department or anything like that. They're too small. They're too dedicated to just having no overhead and nothing like that, right? So that's one thing we try to do, is we try to promote and be sort of a voice for a lot of these organizations that might not otherwise be able to get out there and get their voice out there. And so, yeah, there's a few, if anyone else remembers any that we've had on the show that are like cool, interesting organizations. I brought up as many as I can kind of remember right now, but Ander, Herm, if you have any others, I'll be quiet now.
Oh, wait, actually, sorry, one last thing. If you just want to DM me, maybe we can work as far as that, water filtration stuff, we can work together. Just shoot me a DM. I think I might be able to help.
I think
But once again, thank you, everybody.
thank you, Living Life, and I think that the best approach in this situation, because it is about the Renegade Relief Runners. I think you can DM them directly. So if you go on their page, their DMs are open. At least for me, I don't have a problem sending them a message. And to my knowledge, they answer pretty quick. If you don't get an answer from them, because they are the ones who are actually doing this, and it's better to not prolong the chain. But if you cannot DM them directly, DM me or Joseph, and my DMs are open nonstop. I don't always respond on the spot, especially if I'm co-hosting, but I do read all my DMs, and I do respond, the kind ones, or yeah. uh, I do get I do get some strange DMs, and I don't answer every DM. But to reasonable people who, language learner had an expression. He said, "Don't be a jerk." Well, basically, to everybody, I at least acknowledge they wrote to me. So, yeah. If Renegade Relief Runners don't answer you in 24 hours, DM me, and I will get into contact with someone from them, and put you on the right track. Would that be okay? Living Life?
Yep, absolutely. Sorry, I muted, and I was trying to send them a message right now.
Awesome. Thank you. Herman, back to you.
Is my sound better now?
Yes.
Anna? Okay, good. Living Life, please don't text while driving. I thought I heard an engine in the background. I didn't had a chance to listen into this case during the day today, but I saw a few things I could read on my phone. I have a question for you. Did you hear about the raccoon story?
No. What raccoon story?
So
Björn said. Seems
So,
that Björn, or you know something about this.
so I read on Twitter, and I have the link for that. So apparently there was a Russian who proudly posted on Telegram that he managed to abduct a raccoon from the Kherson Zoo and take him home as a trophy with him. So they basically took the animal from the zoo. And he was posting that Telegram that he has a raccoon. And now I heard the story. I think Konstantin has moved to that the Konstantin, before I finish the story, I would like to pass it on to you because I probably get it wrong.
Konstantin, do you know something about a raccoon?
So it's a can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So there is a Telegram channel, Russian Telegram channel that was trying to spreading mostly, just like Russian Telegram channels coping. And at some point they said, okay, we don't have any good news, but we're being asked for good news, at least something. And we could only come up with this, that we stole the raccoon from the zoo. And that was basically, the story. And it's completely, I don't know, no one knows if it's true, but it sounded like this, that they were falling apart while Russians were retreating and running away. They basically, the only thing that they can do, they were looting everything. And one of the things that they loot was the zoo. And they stole a raccoon from there. I don't know if it makes any sense.
I like the idea that even that's a lie. That like the raccoon, they were like, just find a raccoon, any raccoon, and say we stole it. I'm sorry, go ahead, Herm.
Yeah, no, that makes sense why they would post it in the first place, because they have nothing else to say. So I read now that the counter move from the Ukrainians was in that info space that they wanted to trade the raccoon for 10 Modniks they held prisoner POWs. And did you hear that too?
It's a joke. It's a joke, definitely. Yeah, I've heard it. Yeah, but it's a joke. There is nothing to discuss here. There's a lot to discuss here, but it is a joke.
Okay, but I found it at least amusing for a moment. It's a perfect trolling, at least. I have to give them that. They showed the Russians, okay, you
it's
take
trolling.
one of our
it's
animals.
Not a joke,
and
it's trolling. Yeah, you're right. You're totally right.
Okay, you sound a bit tired, Konstantin, but yeah, thanks for coming up. I don't know how much time you have, if you came up to share something specific or you just hang out.
No, I haven't. I just heard the raccoon story. I am so fascinated by it. I was working on today. I was working on trying to fix this radio that's not the battery that I got from my friends. They sent me the battery from the radio. The Russians used to communicate, and and I don't have the charger, so I was fixing to the battery, trying to make a custom charger for this battery. And I sent this to our internal chat at work, and I said like, "Guys, help me! I'm running out of ideas." And there was a picture where it has a Moscow Vasily Blazheny church on it, and they told me like, "Oh, is this a Russian radio?" I said like, "Yeah," and they told me, "Yeah, can you do you have any like intercepted transmissions?" And I said, "Well, maybe I have some." And they told me, "Do you have anything about raccoon?" And I said, "I don't know what you're talking about." And they then shared me the message about the raccoon, and it's like it got out of hand, and it was like pretty fun, something to laugh about. But yeah, it's nothing that specifically interesting probably to you guys. But when I heard the raccoon, I had to come up.
Constantine, real quick,
That's
I
right.
do remember you bringing that battery, that radio. You showed us a picture of it, just in like our chat, and you were like, "Hey, does anyone know how batteries work and like how to make a charger and stuff?" Like, were you able to figure all that out? Like, or I mean, the space does often have people that might like know a little bit about it. So if you wanted to like workshop that on here at all, I mean, we'd feel free, buddy. Go ahead.
Oh, it's working right now. It goes. I managed to turn it on. I don't know much what to do with it. It has a bunch of weird, settings that I don't know what to do about. It's pretty user friendly and a cool radio, but I'm not a radio technician, so I don't really know what to do with it. I'm just
Yeah, fair
looking
enough.
at like a caveman at the computer basically. And I'm not a caveman. I'm actually a software engineer.
Sorry, Herman, I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I find it pretty good that after all those 8 months, 9 months of very dire situation and information, that the last couple of days we had something to celebrate and to laugh about. It's a good thing for a change. And that's the mood is just up, and it stays up as long we don't hear anything else. So let's hope we can celebrate more in the future. Bernard, you had your hand up. Please, good morning.
Good morning. Great to hear you all. I shared a link into the nest. The raccoon story was widely picked up by the Ukrainians, and I will just read the answer of Jury Kudimenko. He had a good point. Ukrainian raccoons are vindictive and ruthless, just like Ukrainians themselves. Russians, I advise you to continue stealing toilets. At least they don't have paws able to pull a pin out of a hand grenade. Oh, yeah, it's a nice remark. Be careful. We all know raccoons are very good in working out how to pull things out and how to figure things out. So yeah.
Yeah, that is one of those stories today that caught my eye, which is yeah, quite funny, distractive. Another thing that I found distractive and interesting, I think I sent you that link, Joseph, before, is that there is the British activist artist Bansky apparently arrived in Ukraine and started painting his trademark murals on buildings that have been attacked by Russians. And that's a pretty significant help for the cause, because it draws a lot of attention to it. So this man is, I don't know if you know him or not. I mean, he's famous, he's anonymous, and nobody knows who he is. And he does many things at the right time, at the right place, to call attention to certain causes. Did you guys hear about that? Whoever is right now on the panel.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, at the very least, there's a few that are sort of confirmed, or I think one that's totally confirmed for sure is Banksy. He like took credit for it. Then there's a few that are like people are trying to figure out if it was him or not. That's all I had to add on the matter. Was that Anda who was going to say something? Go ahead, Anda.
But it's true for him many times that people not often takes credit for things. So people just devise it by the style of the mural or the painting that it probably was him. So he very often does not take any credit or communicates at all.
Indeed, but apparently this time he posted one of the murals on his Instagram. I also understood that I need to check that out. But yeah, I think it's really interesting and telling, right? It's something to be done. It goes with the reconstruction very, very well, I think. I also have another topic on the reconstruction, something that appeared today in our news, but it's actually from US. So I think this piece of news is really on our last speaker's alley, for example, because the news says that the United States is hurrying up to rebuild the energetic system of Ukraine. To This is the title, more or less, to kick Putin's ass on this front line also. Uh, so yeah, it is about the former ambassador Geoffrey Ross Pyatt. He was um, assigned as the coordinator for helping Ukraine on behalf of the Department of State to consolidate the energetic sector after the Russian attack. This was announced by Voice of America. Sorry. So the piece of news said something like the President Putin failed on the battlefield the same way it will happen on his war on infrastructure or civil infrastructure in Ukraine. We must do everything to ensure he is defeated, even in this aspect. So some things are being done in order to support Ukraine further um, on every aspect, right? It's not um, only on one of them. Another aspect in which Ukraine is supported is the drones, the maritime drones. So we have had someone from the Ukrainian Ministry of Digital Transformation, Joseph, who's good with names and dates, will help me with the name because Konstantinov, I don't know. I don't want to butcher his name. But if you remember the name exactly, he works with Mikhailo Fedorov, and basically they announced that over 120 million hryvnias, this is over 3 million euros, have been crowdfunded in the first day of donations for building a national fleet of maritime sea drones, right? There is a volunteer. His name is Ihor Lachenkov. He was the first one who supported the campaign. Maybe Konstantin knows more about him. And all donations have been made through the platform United 24. So this is not the first endeavor of this kind. The last one I remember, and I think most of us could not forget that, is when Ukraine gathered money for Bayraktar drones, and the producer of the Bayraktar said, use them for something else. We will send them for free. which actually I think it's really cool, really really cool. So yeah, there are a lot of um, people um, who help both inside and um, outside Ukraine. But the nicest thing that I will take with me from 2 days ago, it's when I saw a tweet from Alex Kamishin, when he posted that the route to Kherson is opened again. I think that was the coolest thing. And usually I like to quote tweet the tweets I like very much. The tweets that I can relate to, or that I want people to see when they come on my page, as being representative for my um, state of mind in that period, or something I want to draw attention to. And the one I'm currently having it up, and I think is the coolest thing ever. um, there was an interview by Deutsche Welle with the Estonian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he was asked um, if he sees Putin, or he wants Putin to go to jail after the war, and he looks to the camera, he looks to the side as if thinking, should I say this, should I not say this, okay? And he says, to hell, like, don't send him to prison, send him to hell. Yeah, I think that there's a special place for him there. But I really want to see justice for Ukrainian people, and I want this. I want the Russians out of their country, out of Ukraine as fast as possible, right? Yeah. Sorry for ranting. Herman, maybe you have something.
Yeah. No, all good, all good. So Alexander can mention. I mean, he's a really cool dude. He's been here on the space before. He gave a fantastic interview. We have it on Spotify. You can listen into that. If you missed it, go to MriyaReport.org, and then they find the link to our Spotify account, and all those interviews that we had here in the space, they're gonna be uploaded there, nicely curated with all the bleeps and space crashes and so on. And all the trolls cut out, and yeah, you can enjoy it there. And Alexander is really, really into his job as a CEO. He spends a lot of time on the rail as a CEO of a railway. Probably should do, but not many CEOs of railways do. He's particularly interested to get all the railway services up and running. So whenever there's a Liman or Izium were liberated, he was out there with his crew and checking out to if the tracks are safe, if they're mined, if there are unexploded ordinances, how to free the way through with all the workers, and to establish a schedule and get the trains back running. And yeah, of course, I mean, he had the video of himself in person showing that the trains are back up and running. And yeah, that's the spirit, that's the motivation that people like him spread. That's what they show everybody. Hey, we cannot just win this. We can move forward. We're not gonna only win the war. We're also gonna win the peace because we are the people who deserve a fantastic peace. Joseph, you have something to add.
I just wanted to say, Linda asked me earlier for a name. I found it. I searched and I searched and I found it. We've had a lot of guests on the show over the months. Anyway, it's Konstantin Kochelenko, the Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine for Digital Transformation. So it was an interesting guest. I do remember it was back on October 17th, way back then, before Kherson was liberated. Huh, Herm? Back to you, buddy.
All right. So yeah, before Kherson was liberated, what is next? Yeah? There's so many more places to liberate. But we know that that there's an the entire civil infrastructure, the civil sector of Ukraine is right behind the soldiers to reach out and rebuild and reconnect all the villages and towns that have been liberated. It's not just renegade relief runners who do that in the most precarious situations, and they're also far away from the rail tracks. But the living, beating heart of Ukraine is the railway, and that one needs to be in place. And yeah, we can trust Alexander. He's being 110% into that. That this the arteries of life are gonna be reestablished as soon as possible. And back to you.
Well, while all this is being done, we must not forget that two other things had happened. One is that the Russian military lost over 270 airplanes, right? So that's important. But that's not the. I could go on this. I have some material on this, but that's not as important or as fun, as absurd as the following statement, which came also from Russia, from the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev, who said yesterday on the 12th, for obvious reasons, for every reasonable man or people, Russia didn't use yet their full arsenal of possible uh, um, destruction means, right? They didn't hit every possible target of the enemy, and this is only from the goodness, the inherent humanitarian goodness specific to the Russians. I find this statement surreal. It's a mild word, but I don't find a stronger one. So it is so absurd, so surreal to lose territories like in couple of days, to lose troops, to lose equipment, to lose a capital city of a region, and to come out and say stuff like that. It's like he's completely disconnected with the reality, or he thinks his audience is completely disconnected with the reality.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, when are the Russians ever with both feet on the bottom of the reality? And yeah, the same stuff over and over again since when is it, April? Since the Battle of Kiev. Oh, we didn't use everything. We're just fighting with our right hand tied to our back. We didn't mobilize. We're only conducting special military operation. We are not using real warfare, and we're going to be very surgical to avoid civilian casualties and all those things they're telling us. And so to me, it sounds just like one of those threat things that, oh yeah, remember we have those nuclear weapons type of thing. Oh yeah, we are those big guys. Remember, so we are so strong. And it's just talk. And that's what it is. That's what meditative is about. But it was a nice segue into something else I would like to bring up, and that is the casualty numbers of the Russian army that have been released just a few minutes ago. And yeah, so after the fall of Kherson, it's the war is going on. We see for I think more than 2 weeks now in a row, more than 500 Russian troops killed every day. Today there were 650 troops claimed to be killed by the Ukrainian army. 12 armored personal vehicles, 16 vehicles and fuel tanks, 2 main battle tanks, 8 artillery systems, 1 UAV, and 1 anti-aircraft warfare system. So that is a little bit lower than what we've seen before, but that's in line with that the fighting along the Kherson front virtually stopped. So we need to assume that most of that is happening at the Donetsk front line.
You know, I've been thinking of something, and to tap more on this, because well, we will beat it to death, but well, that's life. um I've been reading the intelligence update of the Ministry of Defense from UK, right? And it says here that a couple of days ago, on the 9th of November, the Ministry of Education, through their minister Sergei Krastov in Russia, stated that the military training will return to Russian schools. Right, this will start at the beginning of next year in September, and it represents a Soviet era program where students had mandatory military training. This was stopped, ended in 1993. And it includes contingencies for chemical or nuclear attack, first aid, and experience handling and firing Kalashnikov rifles. Apparently, they tried to revive this program in 2014. It was hoped to be an initiative that will improve the quality of the conscripts, and yeah, they didn't do it. And currently, they are being it's drafted again for being used next year. And they estimate a total of 140 hours per academic year. So, if my calculations are correct, that should be 2 hours a week for this. So basically, what this does, it's bringing the conscripts, the new conscripts, right? When they are 18, they will have some basic training. They are not going to be, like me, looking at a rifle and not knowing which end does what, right? So um I I don't know.
Well, yeah, that's what the Russians are doing, and they are training the future generations for future battlefields and instilling all the glory of the warfaring imperial nation on the young. That's part of the plan. They're sending a sign. It's we are always ready to fight the West and to stand up for Mother Russia. I mean, we cannot forget, right? If Ukraine becomes independent, that means automatically the doom of Russia. That's how they are painting that since 2014. That somehow the possession of Ukraine is a vital for Russia to survive, and for that there's no logical connection in there. And what they're doing here is simply it is so vital for us that we always have a continuous supply of soldiers that we can throw into all the front lines and all the future wars. And we don't need engineers that build weapons or tanks or rockets and come up with electronics and new detection systems, sensors, or just displays so the soldiers can read out the sensor and data in their infantry fighting vehicle and use it for battle. No, it's just we need to have people with uniforms and guns, and they need to be trained and schooled from the very beginning how to march and how to throw grenades, and then we heroically let them die until, well, I know we have so many people. At one point, we will win. So that's the Russian attitude. They simply can force victory by numbers, and they're not afraid to spend all their citizens for doing that. And yeah, from what I see, it is actually not contested by the Russian civil society. They seem to be okay with that.
Don't know if they are okay with that, but for sure, looking at as you said, at the numbers of the people who are already dead, right? There are 81,000 people dead, like not returning ever, and probably at least the same amount are people who are injured, right? Some of them badly, some of them mildly. Some of them will need, for example, amputations, because we know septicemia and other diseases run rampant because they don't have what they need in terms of medical aid and medical support. And for example, yesterday during the day, the defense forces of Ukraine dealt 13 strikes against the enemy, and 8 areas of Russian forces where the Russian forces were gathered together with weapons and military equipment were hit. They also hit 5 positions which had some anti-aircraft missile systems, right? So they are taking very heavy casualties at this moment. They are losing equipment, they are losing missiles, they are basically losing everything, right? And they are, to top it off, they left some of the equipment on the ground in good order, like nobody's business. It's nobody's business um, to help that, right? To at least destroy it. You know, your enemy is coming. They can use that chopper if you leave it there. They can use the S-300 that they found if you leave it there. So this is completely completely insane. Like everything is completely insane, and everything is backwards, right? So yeah. Um,
Yeah, right. I completely agree with you here. So when the Russians are losing people, that's, yeah, as we said before, they just grab a whole bunch out of a different number of people, some are from the streets, and put them into a training camp for 6 weeks, where they're basically freezing and starving and don't have any training, and then they send them up to the front because they had 1 week training plus Sunday. That Sunday was often a training, so 6 days is enough in a field camp without doing anything. That's the Russian version of the training, which many of the Mobniks got when they got out there, and that's why I'm not looking that much on the number of Russian casualties. I'm more interested to see the destruction of specialized equipment like anti-air defense that you mentioned, or radars, because that is something that, or tanks, or infantry fighting vehicles, that is something the Russians cannot simply grab off the street and send to Ukraine in a week. That is something they need to find in storage, that they need to repair, that's mostly been destroyed, has been cannibalized for spare parts to fix other units. And that is something they cannot get a hold on really quick. And this is also removing for the next 10 years the Russians' ability to launch a secondary attack against Ukraine. So assuming there will be some kind of a peace deal at one point where Russia stays out of Ukraine, and they're simply going to do it again in 5 to 10 years. The more of the equipment is going to be destroyed right now, the less likely that scenario becomes. And also, this is not Ukraine right now. This is also for Georgia, for Kazakhstan, for all the other countries. They're currently on the Kremlin's agenda that they would like to colonize. That's going to be making it so much more safe for those people living in those countries, if this equipment is going to be removed. People, they can always muster, they can always press out another village somewhere behind the Urals and deprive them of all their manhood, just rob an entire generation and throw it in meat grinder. They don't care. Yeah. But air defense, tanks, electronic warfare units, they just cannot just grab them and throw them out. At one point, they're gonna run out. And the faster that point comes, the faster the Ukrainian victory will be, and the more security all the other neighbors of Russia will have in the next 20 years.
Sorry. Yeah, exactly. And well, one thing that I do support is I support the maintaining of the sanctions. The sanctions at the level they are now, or even harder, right, for Russia, because otherwise they will simply do it again, right? In 2014, the first move, the first thing that the foreign countries said was, we will impose sanctions, and they did for a couple of months, I don't know, half a year. And after that, when Russia said, okay, we have this referendum, right, because they did, and another shamaranda, they say they want with us, and this is historic territory of us, and this and that and that and that. And at some point, people said, okay, well, let's lift the sanctions. We need Russia, blah, blah, blah. Oil, gas, electricity, coal, I don't know, stuff like that, grains. But it's not like, so right after they lifted the sanctions, right? Russia didn't invest it in their country. and they haven't been investing the money they are having in their economy, in their country. They are investing in building new, bigger, shinier, um, um, new armament equipment, right? A new development, a new Zephyr missile, which will carry this and that, a new bigger tank, which will carry this and that, and so on. And out of all the investments, they got like what, 14 tanks, the T-90 that they said. But in the meantime, their economy, uh, not investing in economy, it's a big no for the future, right? It's something that it will come it will come to bite you in the future, because the economy is a good economy, a solid economy is what pushes you further, and not only you as a country, it pushes the morale of the citizens who live in that country. It pushes natality in a natural way. It pushes it up. Um, it has all sorts of good outcomes on the long run. So it is really important for a country to do so. Um, Actually, it was the best thing that could have happened to Germany, for example. And at this point, right, you have a running economy, Germany, who is running on industry, on production, on being efficient. And what that means is it's like a muscle which you worked in the gym, right? It will continue to burn calories even if you slack for 2 days or 3 days or a week or 2 weeks. So it kind of pushes you further and faster, and it enables you to actually help others. Because if you have, as you, Herman, said, you have so much land and a lot of population, the it was not the youngest population, right? But it wasn't that old. So it was something that could have been um, productively used by the leaders of Russia in order to have a productive Russia. They basically be except of um, producing um, weapons of various kinds, on which for which in peacetime you don't have much use, right? You keep them to keep yourself safe, but you don't use them in peacetime. So, and they don't have any back revenue. There is not such a big. They have a big profit rate probably, but not. They are not. No, not how to say this. The market is restrained, right? It's not like selling goods which have high revenue, high profit goods. They sell grains. They sell which are basically cheap, and the profit on them is in bulk, in volumes, right? They sell oil and gas and electricity, basically, right? So the rest of the stuff they kind of imported from everywhere, from France, from Italy, from Germany, from United States, from China, and so on. So when you're not producing everything or anything basically in your country, at some point, like now, when you get under sanctions, you don't have what it takes to build other things that you need, right? We were talking about the Kerch Bridge, for example, because we talked about it earlier, and someone came into the space and talked with us about the special um, additives that are needed in order to keep the concrete to keep the concrete waterproof, basically, to prevent prevent it being eroded by the salty water. And those type of additives are produced in Germany. Like you cannot get them from somewhere else or someplace else at this point. So that's one, for example, one of the constraints. If they have to put some other concrete blocks there, they will have to seek for these additives or to produce them, but they don't have what they need to produce them. So basically, having money and spending them on yachts, right? On building equipment, an inventory of equipment only on paper, and not pouring your money into the economy is where Russia is now, right? They are not stable, let's say, like this. They are not they have not collapsed, and probably they won't in the future, near future. They will keep holding on for a bit longer, but yeah, for me it's everything is backwards, and I think I said that too many times today.
That reminds me of somebody said a couple of weeks ago. If you look at Ukraine today, or let's say in 2020, Ukraine in 2020 is everything that people in the West hoped that Russia would be in 30 years. And yet the Russians didn't go there. The Ukrainians did. Like building up economy, they have a lot of high-tech investment. They had they still have a lot of fine chemistry, which gladly survived the attack on Kiev. So those facilities are still running. That's many people don't know that a fifth of the medicinal chemistry, like the building blocks, they're actually going to be used in drugs that are explored to treat people, to cure diseases. They come from Kiev. And yeah, we were all sweating blood and tears back then in February, hoping that those facilities wouldn't get hit, because that's, yeah, would have been a very drastic outcome for any pharmaceuticals that they're supposed to save lives, that they come from Ukraine. There's a lot of ingenuity behind that, entrepreneurship. People trying to build an economy from what they had. And in that case, it was a professor from university who lost his job after the Soviet Union collapsed, and made the best out of that, took its knowledge in chemistry and built a company. and employed a couple of thousand people and became world market leader in fine chemistry for medical applications. And that's happening in Ukraine. That does not happen in Russia. And since you mentioned Germany before, Germany's economy is not just like being able to produce and having that strengths. It's not about the exports. Don't forget that Germany doesn't have any sizable natural resources. So there's a lot of coal in Germany, but if you want to know what stupid mining looks like, you can check out German coal industry, where that coal is and what conditions that's going to be mined. That's completely not sustainable and whatever level, but the coal is there. There's no gas, there's no oil, and there's no iron ore. There's no rare earths, there's no other minerals. People just have to work based on their talents, their education, their brains, their organizational skills. That's how the Germans built their economy. And on another factor that you didn't mention, on borrowed peace dividends. The Germans get so used to be under the protective umbrella of the Americans, they never came up with their own security concept and never really integrated their own security needs in the European idea, and even opposed valid European security strategies and proposals that have been made in the last 30 years. And yeah, so they're living on borrowed peace dividends for the enterprise. If you look at German agriculture, there were serious proposals in the last 20 years that the German farmers are actually not here to produce food. They're here to do the landscaping so the country looks good. I mean, you cannot make that stuff up. I mean, that's really what comes out of the politics inside of Germany. They live in a completely different reality. So I would recommend that people be a little bit cautious when taking Germany as an example of what would be a good way to make a country productive. Of course, it works, but only within those very special, specific limitations that I just briefly outlined, and that Domin probably knows much more about because, well, Domin knows all those things, and he's very good at reading and memorizing, and I'm not, but yeah, he is up there again. Domin, we're just talking about the economy that Russia is not building, instead elected to have this war against Ukraine, because conquest seems to be more desirable for the Russian leadership than actually an effort to build up their own resources. Yeah, feel free to jump in if you would like to, and else I'm going to pass it back to Amber.
I would just briefly note, you've opened the big topic. You really should have framed it the other way around. Just say what they do have, what they do make. It's a much shorter list. But what can we summarize? I think I'm guessing you probably have done the 4 factors of Russian exports, right? Food and fertilizer, energy, raw materials, military, nuclear. It's pretty much the comprehensive list there. They make things that are easy to make, except are hard to make if you don't have cheap energy. Russia benefits greatly from having something of an abundance of cheap energy, because they have all of that extra natural gas, right, next to all of their oil fields. So they export oil, they export a little bit of the gas, and they use up some of the gas to run energy-intensive basic industries such as fertilizer production. Thing or two about chemistry. The ammonia production, synthetic ammonia production, is that a very innovative process in the 21st century?
Absolutely not. That's still a Haber-Bosch process.
And that's new, right? That's like 1990s at least?
Haber-Bosch? No, that's 1910s, my friend.
Right, yes, of course, because that's kind of important in the First World War to start making munitions, wasn't it? See, it hasn't really fundamentally changed. Now, some of the details have changed since, what was it, 1912, was it, if I remember correctly? I'm usually off a couple of years. But you know, it really it really isn't that different compared to how it was back then. Yes, the factory that does it looks a little bit different. It's been a little bit optimized, but at the end of the day, what you still need is kind of like boiling water, right? What you still need is just a vast amount of energy to be able to do it. Now you can get rid of some inefficiencies. I'm sure that there's excellent German-made equipment that's making sure that those inefficiencies are rather minimized. And beyond that, it still just needs vast quantities of energy, which Russia has, and takes advantage of that. So that's food and fertilizer sorted. Right? There's some fertile-ish lands in the west and the south of Russia. Beyond that, it's taking stuff out of the ground, really, be it oil, gas, metal ores, or military and nuclear industries, basically legacy Soviet stuff, one way or another. And other than selling some Sukhois to Iran now, that's news. News from yesterday, anyway. They won't be selling an awful lot of those military equipments to really anyone else, because who's been watching how the Russian invasion of Ukraine went for the past few months, and thought, do you know what, Russian kit, just the best, really. And Herm, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think we had an Indian in space, so really happy about India buying a whole bunch of T-90s in Russia and how awesome those were. Yeah, we all had a good laugh about that because, yeah, well, we all know what the T-90s can do and what they actually are, like just a little bit, well, sexed up T-72s. So you forget to mention another thing, that Russia is exporting a lot lately, like really a lot, and that's actually highly important. You should feel ashamed that you didn't mention that. So Russia is exporting a ridiculous amount of very highly educated young people that do not want to live in such a country anymore. And I know that for the fact because we hired one recently. So, yeah, there's people who just don't want to spend their future within those limitations that are the Russian civilization / nation, whichever way is more relevant to you. Yeah, back to yeah, you.
No, back to you. It's a good point as well, especially recently. Those exports have vastly increased compared to previously, for whatever reason, right? For whatever reason.
And yeah, I also want to highlight quick that you are absolutely right to point out that the fertilizer production is actually, if you look at it, it's just another way of exporting energy, because the only economic significant number to the entire business of producing fertilizer is the energy cost. So it goes in very big machineries and very big kettles and very big facilities that spend the energy to make that product. And it's a bulk product. It's hundreds of thousands of tons, millions of tons of fertilizer that are produced in such a way. So the only way that makes it economic or not is the question how much does the energy and the labor cost. And the labor is a very insignificant in the background of the large bulk amount that's going to produce there. So yeah, it's just another way of saying, okay, we have cheap oil and cheap gas, and if we use it ourselves, we can make this pre-product for agriculture and sell it out in big quantities. Yeah.
So both parts of the Union State, Russia as well as Belarus, are very large fertilizer exporters. Slightly different stuff. The Belarusian ones are really potash-based, so potassium primarily. But combined, they exceed Canada and US exports combined, because again, energy is cheap. Energy is what's necessary, and well, I guess those are old statistics. 2021 and earlier. It's going to possibly be a little bit different now.
Alrighty, Enda, how are you in time?
Well, I'm ready to hand over to Domen whenever he has his coffee, drinks his
I'm
water.
happy.
You're happy, awesome. So I will say my goodbyes for today, until later. Actually, at least. Thank you all very much, and thank you, Herman, for a very interesting discussion on all Ukraine and Russian related topics that we could find this morning. And welcome, Domen. I will drop down and let the reins in your hand. So it will be a male team, right? We had a ladies team during night, and yeah. So thank you everybody, and have a very good shift.
Go to work? Question mark.
It's Sunday. It's that odd day in which I don't go to work. I get to not go to work. Even Axel doesn't go to work on Sunday. So
I don't know, Herm. What do I do?
I don't believe that Axel does not work on a Sunday. And please take a day of rest off. And what we're gonna do, we're gonna get the Domen up here, and we're gonna fill the gap, I would say, because Ender and we were talking a lot about forward-looking statements after the war about the economy, building economies that has been neglected. Is when just Europe is joining in, more Europeans are waking up, but also peace building in the future, how that looks like and how to support Ukraine with that. And we had on a very short time scale the celebrations that are still going on all over Ukraine, but especially in Kherson Oblast, about the liberation that's been taking place there. And so I want to shift a little bit the focus about the more immediate future, about the next week, what we can expect there to happen. So we haven't seen a Russian response to the liberation of Kherson. They had this lame excuse that there was a deal being made with the Ukrainians that they can retreat, or that was a very genius plan to retreat. But we haven't really seen one of those punishment campaigns they were pulling off after the Battle of Kiev, or after the destruction of Kerch Bridge, and none of that. And I'm a little bit wary of that. And yeah, and I'm also trying to get a better look out, better picture what we're gonna look forward to the next coming week. It's gonna be more like regrouping and repositioning of assets and the military assets, and cleaning out the territory on the Ukrainian side, and the Russians are licking their wounds. Some political plays back and forth, or do we expect some major moves in the next week? That's what I want to toss out to the panel.
Well, Herm, it looks like we're currently getting Domen up. It might be a good time to let people know. Please do retweet the space. Let people know Domen's waking up. The adults are here. Herm and I, and Anand, of course, we do our best. But I mean, let's be honest. The Dominator cannot be rivaled. One time Domen went on vacation. It took 6 men to replace Domen. I'm not even joking. 6 men and women. 6 bodies. 6 people. Anyway. He's a real champ. He knows lots of stuff about Ukraine and grains and trains and wine and all sorts. He's a man of culture, Domen. Anyway, please do retweet the space. Let people know Doman is on his way up. He will be here to answer questions. And of course, if you have a question for Doman, dear listener, you can press the microphone button in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That will bring you up here, and you can ask your question. Just raise your hand, and Doman will answer it. And then, of course, last but not least, please do check out MriyaAid.org. It's a great charity that gets non-lethal aid to Ukraine. They do everything from bandages and body armor to drones that are used by Ukrainian special forces to reconstructive surgery for Ukrainian soldiers who have been injured in their fight for liberation of their territory. So please do check out MriyaAid.org. And if you can and you're so inclined, please do give what you're able. So with that, I will turn it over to the co-host with the most, the man himself, Doman. Doman, back to you.
Could you have undersold me a little bit, please?
Nah, we can't. Sorry.
I mean, you got to get one. You got to get one hand from that, right, Doman? I mean, come on, what an introduction.
It is a blessing and a burden.
Well, Joseph can do me the favor of giving me the now traditional update of what happened over the last 10 or so hours in Ukraine. Joseph, what happened?
Doman, it's a great question. It's one of those things where I'm like the worst at this job, where like I literally have been, that's been what I've been doing. I've been looking up stuff that happened. And if you ask me what happened, I just go, I don't know, man. But I will say this, the aviation of the Defense Forces of Ukraine dealt 13 strikes against the enemy yesterday. 8 areas of concentration of Russian forces, weapons, and military equipment. 5 positions of Russian anti-aircraft missile systems were hit. The General Staff of Ukraine said, according to updated information, the defeat of the concentration of Russians in the Kherson region was confirmed in the area of Dnipryani settlement. A building containing up to 500 Russian soldiers was hit with a high-precision munition. Wowzers. And last little bit of news there on November 12th, again yesterday, occupied Melitopol received another replenishment of mobilized Russian citizens. This category arrived in the city. They on buses. They bought food, civilian clothing, and I'm quoting here from the source, a large number of alcoholic beverages, Doman. So it sounds like the Mobiks are getting ready to have another round like Kherson. I don't think it's going to go well for them, but there you have it. I've got, of course, the UK mod defense update. We already went over the current destroyed equipment and casualty figures. I would say they're about what we've seen. I think I'll say this: the stopping of combat operations in Kherson city area or the Kherson front seems to have slowed things down a little bit in terms of the numbers, but I expect we'll pick that up again when we see an offensive in a new region. So last thing was the Black Sea Fleet has been out and active, but the number of ships in the naval group, in my understanding, has decreased. There's currently 18 enemy vessels and 1 missile cruiser that is carrying, I believe, like 6 or 8 caliber missiles. I forget which. But anyways, I would say that's 8. Sorry. So yeah, that's I would say the main stories. Herm, if there's nothing you wanted to add, maybe Bionata has something he wanted to add. Go ahead.
Yeah, you forgot a very, very crucial news item, Joseph. How could you? So, Doman, there's a new city name you need to learn. It's Jeplinka. That's going to be the new Chernobylka.
Oh, yes.
The next airport that the Russians choose to have in HIMARS range, and the Ukrainians use their newly gained territory to relocate a couple of those HIMARS and put some gimlers into that. And I believe that's mostly
Have they already?
rotary wing F.
Because about 15 hours ago, I tweeted out Chaplinka smoking accident when, and has there been one already?
It's in the nest. It's the fourth dot from the right.
Excellent. Well, fantastic. I am very glad for that. It only took 10 hours from when I asked it when the answer was delivered by airmail. Now, of course,
Domin.
Treblinka has been hit before some months ago. Let's not forget that this isn't the first time that there's a smoking accident in Treblinka, but it's good to know that Ukraine is taking advantage of being proximate to where such where they can engender more smoking accidents. Herm?
So yeah, Domin, since the battle for Chernobyl is now officially over, it is maybe now another call for you to go to Wikipedia and edit the battle for Chernobyl page with the correct numbers. I don't think they have everything on there, and I know you keep close track on everything that's going on there. And please do us a favor.
Yeah, see, that's the problem. I didn't keep notes as time went on. I think this would be a special project for Special Personalcat.
100%.
Bionade, was Treblinka the one you were going to be bringing up?
Yeah, but there are more news. More news. I just saw a tweet today. Or was it yesterday evening? Only 4 out of 91 mobilized Russians lasted a week under HIMARS and shellfire on the front line in eastern Ukraine. Yeah, there's a nice thread from Chris O, and it's interesting. Yeah, mildly put. The guys which survived were actually in the front lines. The one which refused to fight, some were back in the rear and were hit in the barracks. So yeah, the only viable option is really to lay your arms down and surrender to the Ukrainians. That's the safest way. That's the way to do it. And I have to encourage every Russian soldier and every Russian agent listening now, push this information forward to your friends. If you want to see them sometimes again, good tip.
I concur. That's the most excellent suggestion. One of the things specifically noted is that they got maybe 2 weeks of training. I asked EJ about this yesterday, and he said, "You know what? In 2 weeks, you can learn how to shoot a rifle halfway, pretty much." So I am not surprised that in those 2 weeks they didn't also master how to behave under artillery fire, how to apply first aid, or for frontline assistance to those wounded in artillery fire, how not to congregate in tight groupings. Many things. There are many things that they might or might not have learned how to do. So I would suggest, and this is just a suggestion off the bat, that is probably, at least in part, why the daily casualty figures are up as much as they have been on the daily Ukrainian general staff reports for Russian KIA. Joseph.
When Herm said he couldn't believe I didn't bring up a story, I thought he was going to talk about the raccoon. Doman, did you hear about the raccoon?
The raccoon from Kherson Zoo.
Yeah. Okay, so you have heard about the raccoon.
I have heard about the raccoon. Yes.
Okay, good. Well, Doman, I'm.
Did you also hear about Bansky?
Banksy, yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he's caught up on the cool news, Herm. He's a cool kid. We got him. We got him covered. All right. So I think Herm. I don't know about you, but I think we both got to go to bed. Is that roughly correct, Herm?
Get to bed.
Yeah, I still need to go to bed.
All the cool
you know,
kids.
there was
You
somebody
said the
else
cool
can
kids.
jump in that would be appreciated. This is Yehuda out there.
Can't hear you too well there, Herm. I was just going to make a reference to Joseph's last comment about cool kids. Hello.
Yeah, he couldn't have meant me in that.
Hey. I know you didn't mute my mic there.
He was talking about banks in Ukraine, Yehuda.
Yeah. I don't know. Kick. Pumped up kicks, something. Better run faster than a bullet. I thought that's what you were saying.
So then Hermes, their Herman, they stole my thunder. So I'm feeling a little marginalized. Anyway, thanks for everything, Joseph, and everyone being here. You'll be sad to know that Russia has declared that Kherson is still Russia, even though they're not there anymore. Thanks, Russia.
I don't know if you recall, but there was an excellent music video, and by excellent I mean appalling, by Kirill Stremusov, I think, the Kherson occupation official who tragically died in a car accident about 4 days ago. Do you remember it? No, I see Budapest,
Sadly.
Bucharest, Prague, Vienna. I see Russia everywhere. So they see Russia all sorts of places.
Yeah, it's like the Sixth Sense. They see dead people, which makes sense. They're getting there. The night's still young. Yeah, I love they had a wonderful impromptu, totally legit, organic demonstration in Moscow, where very well-dressed Russians decided to march down the street saying "Bomb Washington" or something. It's just lunacy. When will they learn? I think Russian Telegram is waking up. I think Russian Telegram will be the savior of Russia, which is pretty sad. They're starting to realize that maybe they've been lied to.
I mean, anything is possible, right? Even that. Eventually, it has to even be realized there. Yuda, shall we go to some hands?
Absolutely.
Randy, morning.
Hi. This might be subject to a blackout, but there was a lot of news about an amphibious landing on the Kinborn Peninsula. I was just figuring with the boats they got, they could have a couple battalions over there with really great artillery support, and the Russians could only move down a very narrow passage of land that would be completely zeroed in. And I heard another report from the Russian Telegram. Somebody said that the Russians had been pushed back and they were rushing up those little concrete outhouses to try to do a makeshift line, but I haven't seen anything else this morning. I don't know if there's any news. Yeah.
Yeah, no, definitely, Randy. Look, as I was saying earlier, personally, I think that the fight's not over. I think that the next tactical bound are enabling operations, shaping operations. They're awfully close to there. The fact that Ukrainians might be doing something to harass the Russian forces is not surprising to me. Do I think that the Ukrainians are going to land forces, or they have landed? I doubt it. I mean, it's a risky go. I mean, is the juice worth the squeeze? What are they going to do? Push east? It depends. I wouldn't be surprised that stuff's going on. That's for sure. I'm not convinced it's a main effort.
Yeah, I was thinking originally it was a feint, and the first thing I thought about with the boats and the ability to get about a battalion on each lift over there was it would force the Russians to defend that whole friggin' coast, and they don't have the people to do that. And if they do, it's going to be some thin line. Those concrete outhouses, all over, they'll be spread so thin, it would be exactly the kind of setup for a shaping operation to, work on later. So maybe this is them trying to force the Russians to go out on that whole peninsula and spread out all over there too. I don't know, because there was no follow-up on it. But
I'll be honest with you, a battalion per, I think those numbers are crazy. I think if they got a platoon, they'd be lucky. I do not suspect that they have the ability to land battalion-size units. The Ukrainians on that.
Yeah, somebody said on this space they had 30 or 40 boats, and they were figuring 10 or 15 a piece from those U.S. boats.
Yeah, no, I think that's very, very wishful. That's wishful.
Yeah.
Amphibious landings are literally the hardest operations to plan.
Oh,
I'm not saying
yeah.
we haven't
Oh,
had
yeah.
that time. I just don't
Oh
see
yeah,
it in the cards.
That's why China's Taiwan plan right now is doomed. They're going in.
There you go.
They're going in 1944 style.
Yeah. No worries. So I'm just going to address your points because you made some points. So I just don't see they have the ability logistically to move them. Just transporting them. Why are they transporting them there? They would invariably be obviously cut off by the water in which they came from. So it's a dangerous position to put so many troops. I don't think that's an option right now. So it's A, the ability to get there. I don't believe they have in that quantity. B, what are they doing there? C, when they have to leave, if they're not going east to fight Russians, there aren't enough. If the Russians had been pushed back from the river 50 kilometers and Ukrainians had moved across the river and pushed from Zaporizhia, and then some force was somehow brought to that peninsula, then I could see, yeah, that makes sense, right? But before that happens, I cannot see anything but disruptions. I think it's anything. It's a mission task force here would be to disrupt. I think that Russians are down and out and they're vulnerable, so the Ukrainians are going to take advantage of them. That means they're going to hit them in different places. It could be special forces. It could be a wide variety of actions. But I definitely don't think it's battalion anything. That's for sure. I just wanted to point that out to the listeners. I know I'm going to get them questions in the DMs there, Randy.
I'm cool. Well, thanks. Very good points. I thought it was suspicious when the Southern Command announced it. It made me think that they were deliberately saying, "Here we come. We're coming over here." That's so out of character for what they do. So that was more. It made it.
Psyops.
Yeah.
Right?
Exactly. Exactly. Okay. Thanks. Great comments as always.
No worries. Thank you for your question. And I don't know who's next, Domin.
Daniel.
Can I keep on the same subject, Yehuda? Because yesterday, where artillery hits there, that is well known. Gani said, and usually I listen Gani when he talks about fleet. The Black Sea Fleet, they will go to support that area with gunship fire. And also, we know there is a march, and probably battalions are too many, but special operating forces will disrupt them because 2 days ago, Nikolaev said something like there were some S-300 emplacement to deny the Ukrainian fighters, also to bombard Nikolaev. So I don't think it's so out of question, that area.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm looking at the distances there. The Gulf is it is short. I mean, I just don't know. It's an estuary. There's a lot of water. There's a lot of obstacles. There'd be bridging equipment required probably. The obstacles are in the direction of the land, but it is definitely not a place I would say that I'd want to be, unless you could provide constant fire control over at fire support. It could be that the special forces setting conditions. I don't see the battalion size anything. I don't see. Just not. Just not. It would not make sense to me. But I don't know everything that's going on the ground. Just a casual observer.
So from the sea, the Krivaks going to cover the shores for the Russians, or out of the question? Because I don't think Gani. He said, "I bet my reputation they will go there," and Gani usually don't take the bets.
Yeah, no, I don't think they'll go there. I think they'll go there to die pretty quickly. There's so much that Ukraine can offer in terms of a welcome that I don't see corvettes going there. And I didn't agree with Gunny when he said it, and I love him, great guy. I just I think he still thinks too highly of the Russian Navy. He's come a long way. He's come a long way. It used to be a really high opinion. Now I think it's mid-level, but I think it should be where their land forces are at, which is junk. If they were dumb enough to send corvettes there, gosh, they would be toast, absolutely toast.
He don't say he expect to succeed. He said they expect to the previous actions to act bad and send the Krivaks there. Not in fact, they will succeed in estuary with the fleet.
Yeah, well, a lot of people, I'm not referring to Gunny, but a lot of people said at the beginning and then midway through that a lot of these, Russian ships, they're really good and they're going to do this and they're going to do that and they're going to show up here and they're going to do that. The truth is, it's come out, it's pretty open source. All sorts of signal communications have been gleaned from the Russian Black Sea Fleet literally denying every order they've been given while they're out at sea. They're like, no, we're not going there. We will fire from here. We're not getting any closer. We saw what happened to Moscow. We're not. So the Russians don't really. I mean, the Black Sea Fleet is pretty much struggling to survive as an entity. So I don't think they'll go there because they're ordered. I just don't. And we've seen it. Whether it's their crazy, their Snake Island adventures, the amazing. It's like a Hardy Boys novel, The Amazing Adventures of Snake Island, written by Sergei Sergeyevich. It's not going to happen. I mean, it could. I don't see the Russians going there. I think they're chicken, Danny. They're chicken. They don't want to go, and I don't blame them. I wouldn't go either. It's a horrible idea. They're going to get smoked pretty quickly. I think they're actually relocating to the east. I think that they're trying to move anything they think is sensitive somewhere else. I don't see them doing it. That's just me.
Admiral refusing Putin?
They've been refusing him. I just said since the summer they've been refusing orders to move closer to Ukraine to provide supporting fires. I mean, the interceptions that have been recorded. You've heard the captain saying we can fire missiles within range. We're in range here. We're not going to go closer. We can do the same damage, but they wanted them really close. It didn't happen. I didn't say it, Danny. I'm not the Russian captain of that boat. So.
Thank you, Yehuda.
Yeah, no worries.
All right, let's go on to Charles. Charles, good morning.
Good morning. Good evening, Yehuda. I need an officer. I've got an officer question here. Do you guys have any rules of thumb for how wide of a front a maneuver regiment or maneuver brigade can cover it with any kind of effective defense? I know that there's a lot of depends in there with terrain and capabilities and stuff like that. But do you guys have any rules of thumb of how much area a regiment or brigade might be able to defend effectively?
Sure do. There's actually a very specific, like what do you call it, corridor widths, right? So you're looking at what do you call it? So brigades around between 5 and 10 kilometer frontages, and then we'll go further down. So you're going to go, battalions around 1 to 3 kilometers frontage, and that's terrain dependent. Obviously, what I mean by that is sometimes you have forests and you have gullies and you have mountains or hills in the way, so you can't. Well, not mountains. Don't refer to that. So there's generally what that means is you obviously, for those who aren't aware, when you have a whole bunch of things, all your assets, all your you have tank squadrons, if you've got armored vehicles, they're not going to be all collected and congested in a certain spot. They're going to be spread out, and you want to have them depending on how you're advancing, whether it's an extended line or a box or however. You're not going to go tactically. You can go in a single file, but you want to be spaced out for your own survivability. So let's say 10 kilometers for a brigade. But these numbers are, you can actually Google it. I'm sure there's NATO standards, brigade frontage, battalion frontage, company frontage. A platoon's around generally for dismounted is about 300 meters, right? So you have 30 people in a platoon. You want to be 10 meters apart. Just use that as a, for the dismount. And then obviously you want you don't want 4 tanks within like arm's reach of each other, right? So you want to have them spread out 500 meters, a kilometer, because of the 500. It depends on the terrain, obviously, because sometimes you don't have that option. You have to bunch up a bit, so you conduct drills, so you make sure you're not going to get schwacked. And there's a whole lot of other factors: the enemy, your composition itself, terrain. But in general, you need the space to move, and you don't want to bunch up. So all of these numbers, for the most part, though, realistically, in this invasion, whether it be Russian or Ukrainian sides, you're going to have a much more condensed, just because of in certain areas you don't have that maneuverability. In other areas you have big open spaces, so you are going to have that spread out, right?
Great, thanks a lot.
Why didn't your artillery and the HIMARS don't just tread the retreating 20,000 Russians yet?
I'm sorry, I didn't think your hand was next, but let's go. We'll answer that question real quick for us. Why didn't the HIMARS do what?
Shred the retreating Russians and your artillery.
Who said that? Who said they aren't and they didn't and they haven't?
I have read that about 20,000 Russians already fled, and Ukrainians were capable of shredding them, but they didn't.
I suggest you read wrong, Forrest.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. There's plenty of video footage of what the Ukrainians were doing to the Russians. So, and there's
fine.
Yeah,
so it's
and
propaganda.
there's also, I'm not sure what you read, but just so you know, there's plenty of footage. Number one, number two, the Russians are pretty much engaged on the other side. I would call it engaged because they're being hit very hard. In fact, in the final day, just before Kherson was fully liberated, you saw the Russians were not moving more than 5 kilometers. I suspect they couldn't. I suspect they were getting pummeled by the same videos that demonstrated what the Ukrainians were doing. And as we speak, anything that's worth anything has moved real close to Kherson city along the river because it's hitting everything Russian. So again, don't know what you read, but the facts would beg to differ. And I suspect I've mentioned in the map that I put in the nest there, which keeps being pushed back here. I'm going to put it up. The map there shows that. And where's the map? Doman.
One
Colby.
more.
Jeez,
There we go.
Whispers. Colby likes to add a lot of articles here. All right, so see that map. There's a reason why I suspect. At first, I didn't see the videos of the Ukrainian artillery. I was thinking to myself, why are these Russians hanging out here? It's a bad idea. It's very dumb to be there. I think they're getting chopped up, and I suspect they're going to move exactly where those arrows show. So I hope that helps. And who is next, Bionada or is it Paulie?
Bionada.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Yuda, I was wondering about these suspected amphibious landings. Let's call it this. Could this be, let's say, want to keep some Russian troops bound in this area? So they, so I'm suspecting in the next days we will see probing attacks everywhere on the front line. Let's say see where the Russians are not so good built up. Can this be used as distraction? These suspected amphibious landings, also because they communicated it fairly open, if I remember correctly.
No, I think people are just getting really excited about an amphibious landing. To be honest with you, look at the terrain, look at the ground. Is it really urgent for a bunch of Ukrainians, a large force of Ukrainians to go there? No, I just checked it out. It's also technically Mykolaiv Oblast, so maybe it's a symbolic thing that they want to say they've liberated all of Mykolaiv. The reality is that that peninsula that reaches out is technically Mykolaiv. I think that's what I heard.
The very tip of it is, yeah.
The very tip of it. So perhaps it's just
the Akrotir.
Yeah. So it could be just very much, hey, we've got all of Mykolaiv, but the terrain is super crap. Just take a look at it. You can take a top map and go, wow, I don't want to be there with any kind of, with any kind of mechanized unit maneuver, combat arms, trying to push through there. You need too much engineering. And to do what? You're going to get there eventually when you cross the Dnipro. I guess the major, city there was it Hladivka. I see them pushing towards there because it's south of Kherson. But no, I don't think it's a major distraction right now. those 15,000, 20,000 Russian, or let's say 10 to 20,000 Russians who have made it across the Dnipro are getting bashed by Ukrainian artillery. I don't think they really care if 500 Ukrainians have made it over the national park nowhere near them. You see what I mean? It's could very well be
Absolutely.
a symbolic gesture. Yeah, it's crap terrain, and again, no one wants to be confronted by an enemy force, and your back to your right and to your left and to your rear is water, right? So not the best place to want to be in. And I suspect it's just a shaping operation. It could be symbolic to declare they've liberated all of Mykolaiv. The only good thing about that is, who knows? Maybe they have certain, anti-ship missiles or certain anti-ship weapons platforms that they wanted to bring out, but they could do that from the main shore, and I think they'd be safer. So again, these are all, there's action and contact all across the fronts. I think we just have to wait and see, because until there's a big push from Kherson, until the Russians are further back from the Dnipro and Ukrainians have bridged the established bridgeheads across the Dnipro, I don't see any real purpose to that. I'd see it after for sure. So again, it could just be setting conditions. Wouldn't think too much into it. It does sound cool, super awesome amphibious, but not sure.
Yeah. But at least it could be kind of an access route for special operation forces or something like this. Yeah.
I would suspect it's a special operations force, to be honest with
you. I would just quickly note that area right to the end, right to the Akrotiri of Kinbur Peninsula, that's roughly the area where Russians have shot at the 2 tugboats at Ochakiv a couple of weeks ago. So it could be, Ukrainians dispensing with a unit of Russians that was harassing commercial shipping at Ochakiv.
Sounds about right, Domin.
Yeah, thought that made sense. Pauli.
Yeah, but.
Oh, sorry, Yehuda.
No, go ahead. Pauli.
Yeah, good morning, Yehuda, early morning to Yehuda, especially. You're in the different time zone.
Center of the planet. Go ahead.
Yeah. About the Kinburn, I think I expect that there might be some small activity there, but in order to really make a stand and establish a bridgehead there should be a plan, and by plan I mean Ukraine should also advance in other directions. There's no sense on just establish a bridgehead there. It's like on one direction. That doesn't make any sense. I would expect that they would advance in Kinburn if they are also simultaneously advancing on the Zaporizhzhia direction or committing forces in a certain direction to create pressure. But there's no point, in my opinion, just advancing there. What do you think?
Are you referring to? Sorry, I didn't hear exactly what you said. Are you talking about the landing, the possible amphibious landing that we're talking about?
Yeah, because it's not Normandy. It's not Normandy, right?
Yeah. So there's no real military advantage except for taking out Russians who are harassing the shore, the Ukrainian mainland. So I suspect that if a special operations force went there to destroy the enemy, positions and whatever they're doing there, I don't exactly know what they're doing there, but it would look like a low-hanging fruit. It's a quick jaunt across the Gulf there, and they went in and probably smashed up whatever the Russians were doing, and they might have a presence there, or they might go back to Ukraine proper, like the mainland. But until there's real movement across the Dnipro or down from Zaporizhzhia, I'm not thinking any. Again, we're beating it to death. I see it. It's a very transient action. It's a shaping operation. It could be symbolic to declare that they've eliminated all Russians from Mykolaiv. Do they want to stay there? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know the terrain well enough. I don't know, and I just don't. As you said, it's not. The juice wouldn't be worth the squeeze, is what you're hinting at, and I agree.
Yeah, exactly, and I think one last thing to leave you with is that the timeline. Kherson was freed as expected, I think, quite fast, and now the winter is soon coming. So in my books, the timeline looks really good. I mean that the Kherson is freed and winter's at the door. The Ruskies are unequipped. They don't have the skill. They're scattered, being routed. I think it's the timeline looks good in my opinion. Once the winter comes and the road and the plains freeze, Ukraine will be more free to well move freely and also conduct their counter attacks and also create havoc in the south. So in my opinion, the
Agreed.
timeline also looks good.
Yeah, all looks good, man. Let's go to Johannes.
John.
Hey, mic check. I hope so that you can hear me. I've been watching the situation around Kherson for a while, and from my point of view, I believe that Russians actually have made very controlled withdrawal from the area. My question for Yehuda is when these troops that were in the Kherson area will be capable to be re-engaged in the operations. They need some time to replenish, to re-equip, and repopulate those troops. What is your opinion whether they are going to be useful in the action, or are they going to be useful anymore?
Sorry, I didn't. My audio cut off. Johannes, say again.
I caught him. He's asking how long is it going to take the Russians that evacuated from the right bank to again be useful in combat operations?
I don't think they will be useful at all, personally. They've had lost half their equipment. They don't know what they're doing. It's a bad place for them to be in. I think the Ukrainians are going to do everything they can to attrit them and destroy them in place. And I don't think that many of them, whoever are able to be evacuated to go back into Russia to do something in Donbass, it's a small number.
So many military experts say that it's going to be a position war like World War One, and that Russia is going to industrialize its war products like tanks and ammunition. What do you think?
Just do me a favor, Forrest. Can you put your hand up like everyone else next time, please? And I think that I don't understand the question, to be honest with you. Is Russia going back to World War One something?
I would suggest, Yehuda, that whatever supposed experts that Forrest there is referencing, who think that Russia is going to be able to go and make more tanks, haven't really been paying attention.
No,
because,
I think they will just change their common industry in ammunition weaponry industry.
Yeah.
Like in
I
World
don't
War
know,
II.
Forrest. I think you're reading a lot of weird stuff, man. Don't know where this comes from. Russia can't. They can't make washing machines. You think they can make tanks right now?
Yeah,
They can't.
you're right.
Yeah.
But what about the position war in winter?
What does that mean? What about the position war?
It means frozen front lines.
What, I don't even know what that means. I mean, the Ukrainians are going to attack through the winter. I think that's pretty much a given.
Okay. Many so here in Germany, you read a lot of or even English sources say that that it's going to be a position war with frozen front lines, and just like in World War One, you have a front and there's a front, and you just shoot each other with artillery.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. That's just my opinion. Maybe someone in Germany knows more than me. I'm sure there are plenty of people that know more. But the Ukrainians aren't going to squander their advantage or their momentum. And the Russians are going to do really poorly in the winter there, and the Ukrainians are going to do very well. Ukrainians are better equipped. They've got more winter gear. The operational tempo slows down in cold weather, that's for sure. But it doesn't mean the Ukrainians have to sit back and do nothing. remember, as tough as it is for the Ukrainians to attack, it's just as tough for the Russians to defend. And as we know, the Russians do not have the artillery that the Ukrainians have. And eventually, if the Ukrainians are going to be attacking with artillery and then conducting combined arms maneuvers on those destroyed Russian positions, there's not much the Russians are going to be able to do.
Yeah,
So,
you're right. I mean, Russians don't even have proper winter clothes. So yeah,
that's right. So I don't know how they're going to defend their positions very well when they're
Uh,
frozen to death.
yeah, I'm on your side, but you read so much information here in Germany about some military specialists and English military specialists, and
Yeah, it's the same military specialist in Germany that said that Russia would defeat Ukraine in 3 days. So maybe use that paper for what it's good for. Do you have birds? You can put it in the bird cage and it can catch the poop.
I actually didn't believe in a 3-day win. I actually believed it would be a partisan war, and yeah.
Okay, thanks. Next time, just raise your hand, just like everyone else. Thank you, Forrest. And let's go to the next hand. I think it was Peter
Let's
or
go to
Dakota.
I think Pauli was actually next, and I think Pauli wants to comment a little bit on the winter battles aspect, don't you, Pauli?
Yes, Domin, you read my mind. Just briefly, I don't know if Yehuda agrees, but if someone talks about like freezing and frozen conflict, in my opinion, during wintertime, the Ruskies are going to be frozen. They're going to be freezed, and they're going to only utilize the World War II tactics. But Ukrainians, they're going to be mobile. They're going to be moving, and they're going to be showing what's the modern warfare like. So we're going to see, in my opinion, good stuff during the winter. Just wait patiently.
Yeah, I actually think we're going to see that too. I don't see Ukrainians. I see them as very motivated. I see them as they know they have the momentum. They know that they control operational tempo. And I think that the speed will be slowed down. It'll be reduced. But, the Russians aren't going to be able to do much to stop the Ukrainians. So this isn't a World War I positional battle, or you're not going to have trenches and people are just going to fire. Because again, the same reason why Ukrainians were able to advance is because their artillery outranges Russian artillery. Ukrainians are able to suppress Russian counter battery fire. They've been able to use HARM missiles on the radars. Everything that the Russians can do to mitigate well, there's nothing that the Russians can do to mitigate the Ukrainian capabilities at this point. Are they, instead of getting drones from Iran, they'd want to have better artillery or more ammunition or counter battery platforms from China, maybe, but they're not going to get that. And China doesn't even have the stuff that the Americans can give and the West can give to Ukraine. So we're just going to see this. I think the same style, same tactics, but on a reduced timeline, or an increased timeline rather. Who's next?
Going.
Yeah, on the positional war, World War II, World War One, peace talks. As far as I understand it, this has been Muscovy's only hope, and everything it's done has been, or since after about a week of 24th of February, has been to try and what they call freeze the conflict. And there's two kinds of voices which promote this idea. One are people knowingly or unknowingly promoting Russist disinfo or Russist memes, linguistic memes into our info space. And two, people who really just don't know what they're talking about from the West, who may be well-meaning. I mean, I worked for 3 years where in Stanice Luhanska, where the conflict was frozen. And the only reason it was frozen there was because France and Germany wouldn't, and the rest of the international community wouldn't give Ukraine what it needed to liberate its territory. And so, as we know now, thankfully, that consensus in the international community is there to give Ukraine what it needs to liberate its entire territory. And the second reason,
I'm going to dovetail. I'm going to add one point to there. Not only that decoding, but the Ukrainians themselves self-censored. They could have done other things, but they knew that what just decoding just said was they weren't going to get that support internationally. But to think there's a big misunderstanding that Ukraine, that this line of control between Russia and Ukraine and Donbass was just because Ukraine couldn't do anything. They could have, but they were worried about what would happen next. So that's important to notice. They did have, I know a lot of artillery and soldiers who fought in Donbass who were pissed because they said, why aren't we allowed to do this? We can do this. And they were basically told, we don't have the support we need to finish the job. So we might win this battle, but we might lose a war. So anyways, yeah, thanks. Go on, quick decoding.
Yeah, that was the second issue I was going to say. Self-belief. You underline it. Self-belief as well, and the consensus within Ukraine itself that they could do it. So the guys on the front line, they were desperate to fire, but they couldn't. They weren't allowed, and they were very, in my experience there, they were extremely disciplined. Of course, what was running on in the background, which even I wasn't aware of this at the time, was just this constant drumbeat of that Ukraine is bombing civilians in Luhansk city and Donetsk, and that undermined the support in the West, etc., etc. But those conditions are no longer present, and so whenever I hear them talking about freeze the conflict or whatever, I just think you're mouthing the ultimate fantasy of Muscovy that they've had since probably within 3 days of 24th of February, that the best they could hope for was somehow freeze. And now we're just watching them gradually like slipping on ice as gradually they'll slip out of the whole of Ukraine. That's it.
No, 100%. Domin, you're gonna have to grab it for me. You might have to drop off.
Sure. Cheers, Yehuda. Thank you for coming up so early in the morning. All right, no hands up. Surprise. That's always when Yehuda drops off, when there's no more hands up. Oh, we have a hand up. Peter S.
Yeah, hi, good morning. It's very interesting that the Wagner Group actually warned Russia that they were very badly prepared for the winter months coming. And I think this is a really big opportunity for Ukraine now to really cut through the landline running down to Crimea and completely block access down to Crimea. And also, I'd like to ask some questions on MriyaReport, that they seem to be putting a lot of defense into MriyaReport. And how do people read that? Because again, MriyaReport was, there's hardly any civilian buildings still standing. So I don't know what sort of civilian population is still there, which should make it fairly open to attack MriyaReport without so much worry about civilians. But maybe you can just kind of explain the tactics. But I see it as definitely cutting right across the land, right to the coast, because their intention was to take the coast and to suffocate the Ukrainian economy. Okay.
Sure, I can try to give it a go at various bits there. A dash across from the Zaporizhia front line in Zaporizhia Oblast, down south towards, say, Berdyansk or Mariupol, wherever. That's been something that's been theorized for a long time, right? I think when in July, I think we were discussing it with, I forget which general. I think General Hodges, possibly. So it's definitely something that's been thought about extensively. the areas slightly further to the east from let's say the border of Kherson, the Zaporizhia Oblast. If you imagine that border, just slightly further to the east of that is very much prime tank country. And if Ukrainians decide to break through there, I think that would be a very reasonable place to go ahead. Now, Russian logistics are already incredibly limited throughout all of that area. Ever since the Kerch Bridge went down, the ability for Russians to resupply through Crimea went through the floor. The ability for Russians to resupply through southern Ukraine, so from Rostov across occupied Donetsk Oblast, occupied Zaporizhia, occupied Kherson, is fairly limited as it is. So that would absolutely have a very big effect indeed. As to Mariupol itself, the fact that Russians are putting up defenses there might seem meaningful in itself, but then again, they're putting up defenses around Kursk and Belgorod as well. So I wouldn't necessarily go too far into it. The sections that they've put defenses across have thus far been exceptionally short, right? Only a kilometer here, 2 kilometers there. Nothing that can't be simply bypassed. So I wouldn't put too much thought into that. The number of people in Mariupol, a large proportion now, are actually Russian propagandists that are being sent in from Russia, be they Russians or tankies from elsewhere. It seems to be the most popular place for Russian propagandists to congregate of late. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Because they certainly can't congregate in Kherson city anymore, can they? But yeah, absolutely. Charles, I suspect you might have some additional thoughts on all of this.
Yeah, I do, because we actually had very, very similar discussions and questions prior to Kherson. For people like Colonel Spencer and Major Giroux, the expert guests who come in and they literally write the books on urban warfare. And the same question came up, Peter, kind of like how many people or how many innocent civilians, I'm not going to say the propagandists and collaborators that may have been brought in to run things, but innocent civilians were left in Kherson, and how that might affect Ukrainian decision making, whether to fight a pitched urban battle, kind of house to house or not. And what they both said, and which turned out to be 100% accurate, is that the Ukrainians military were doing such a fantastic job of shaping the battlefield that they made they were able to avoid pitched urban battle, and that's exactly what we saw in Kherson. So the Ukrainian military, by isolating and attriting supplies, by attriting forces on the outskirts of the city, by making it completely unfeasible for the Russians to defend in any way, that they just basically have to pull out. And that's what we saw in Kherson. I would expect to see similar things. But that's a good question for Major Giroux and Colonel Spencer when they come back and when the time is coming, as we see actually that operation develop. Does that help?
I think that describes it perfectly, Charles. I suspect that is the sort of thing that will come as a little bit of a surprise to everyone when it happens, especially the Russians. It will definitely come as a surprise to the Russians. Unlike with the right bank of Kherson, where it was kind of clear where things were going for a very long time now. I think it was a little bit different in eastern Kharkiv Oblast, because that clearly came as a surprise to the Russians. And I suspect we're going to go, surprise, expected, surprise, expected. We're going to be alternating those for a little bit. Just a suspicion there. All right, excellent. Jerry, go ahead.
Hi, yeah. So I think we're kind of all saying the same thing, but I just wanted to say, this is back to talking about the positional battle. Is it going to be like World War I? And admittedly, I was kind of thinking that way because I didn't think that the Ukrainians would get Kherson so quickly. Basically, what I'm thinking of is during the winter, especially once the ground hardens and Ukraine can use the mobile warfare. Basically, thinking that it's going to be a slow slog coming down through Zaporizhia, obviously Ukraine will have to figure out exactly which line they want to come down in, but basically it's just a constant squeeze of trying to get closer and closer to those supply lines to have even more and more fire control over the rails and the highway. And then you take out that last railroad part of the bridge of the Kerch Bridge, and then it's going to be like the West Bank, like in Kherson, where it'll seem like the front line isn't moving very far. It's not much is going on, and then suddenly everything is going to collapse because the Russians just don't have the ammunition or supplies to be able to defend, and then suddenly the Zaporizhia and Crimea will end up falling fairly fast once all those supplies are used up. So that's basically my thought.
Charles?
Yeah, I totally agree with everything you said, Jerry. I think for me, I take a step back because I've been listening to this space about pretty much 24/7 for like the last 4 days around Kherson, and obviously we've what's impressed me is we've talked about so many different options. We've talked about, okay, well, would they cross the river? Then can they move further west? Could they do raids across the reservoirs? Is there going to be a big push around the Zaporizhia front? What's going to happen in the north? And what this all comes back to me as a theme is I don't think any of us actually know, but what's really cool about it is it shows just how many options the Ukrainians have at this point. So when you have that many options, this whole positional trench warfare thing goes out the window because the Ukrainians have a real wide variety of things that they can do, and they have the initiative. So I'm totally glued to my television set, albeit it's a mobile phone and a computer, to see what what the Ukrainians, which of those options they choose, which ones are a feint, which ones are announced, which ones are not announced, just like they did back in August.
Oh, absolutely. I sincerely hope that Ukraine can make substantial advances either there or in northern Luhansk Oblast, both of which would make a big difference going forward when it comes to reach, right? Just how far back they can reach. Now, remember, Charles, the Russians have moved the control from for Kherson Oblast, which I think is theirs for some reason. Ridiculous, isn't it? To Henichensk, which is pretty much the furthest southeast you can go in occupied Kherson Oblast. It's the only little bit of Kherson Oblast that isn't in range of the stated range of Gimlers. There's a tiny, tiny section, and that's where they've now put their quote-unquote capital. I mean, at the very least, they know how to read Gimler's ranges in Wikipedia. So that's surprising. But other than that, well done. John, go ahead.
There's one thing that I'm afraid of. I see that Yehuda has gone, but there's a thing that I'm thinking about. In the Bosnian War that we had, at the end of the war, Bosnian forces, with the Croatian forces, had the momentum to destroy the Serbian forces and to liberate whole country. But the United States of America and Europe actually stopped us because they were sick of the war. They were tired of the war. They didn't want to that war extend any more longer. I'm afraid that something like that could happen in Ukraine as well. That someone from the Europe will actually play the same card. I hope so not, but it is not impossible. I'm running off the battery. That's why I cannot talk too much. Sorry.
All right, cheers, John. If you go to listener, it will keep your battery a lot longer, by the way. So what I want to say is I think that this is a very different situation in that the durations are very different. Also, around that time, a lot of things were only just still coming out about some of the details, whereas here, those are very clear indeed. And the sheer weight of decision and motivation among many, be they in Poland or many countries to the west of Poland, will not allow that sort of thing to happen, right? And Ukraine will not allow itself to let anything like that happen. I think that's going to be the big difference going forward. I understand the concern that it's fairly well founded, that's for sure, but it is a different situation in some very important ways. And that will, I hope, assure that something like that doesn't happen. The sheer weight of public pressure as well to not let anything like that happen is very meaningful. If you saw the comments yesterday, they came out yesterday at the very least, from Jake Sullivan, I think those are very clarifying. It is very clear that nothing like that is going to be allowed. Right, and Ukraine will win well before any changes to that could be made, any changes to that very clearly stated policy that it's up to Ukraine what Ukraine wants to do, and that they will be supported in whatever they decide they want to do. I was very happy to read those comments yesterday. It's great that they were stated outright, very clearly, very decidedly. It makes a big difference going forward, and I think that should assuage any such fears.
Well, Peter Doran and I were extremely happy to read those comments, and the funny part is that this was done on Air Force One in the absence of General Milley was even better.
Oh yes, sorry. I didn't want to speak for you because then I knew that you would add in that little bit yourself. Many of us, I'm sure, were very heartened to read those comments yesterday. Right, the reaffirmation. It's good to reaffirm positions sometimes, even when positions don't change. It's very good to reaffirm them, just to make it perfectly clear for anyone who might be wondering. Oh yes, but what if? No what if. Done deal. Daniel.
Okay, it's almost midday, so I can talk serious business. First, I saw a post or a repost from TikTok.
Daniel, please don't tell me I missed the funny hour.
Oh no.
Oh, Yehuda was here.
He is not funny. Okay, back. So I saw a capture from TikTok on Twitter. Some old lady from Kherson speaking with Ukrainian forces, and she said there were Russian bodies everywhere, and they put the wounded and the dead in the same burial site and covered them with earth. And she was dismayed. She didn't understand why they treat them, their comrades, like that. That is one. The second is the more sensitive. You know what I say. The Wagner prisoner. Language learner put it this night. I don't like gore, and I didn't open the video, but he explained very easy. A Wagner prisoner, so was recruited from penitentiary, was captured by Ukrainians. He made an interview. He was released in a prisoner exchange. And the Wagner or some affiliated group killed him with sledgehammer. They recorded, posted on Telegram channels. And I understand what they do it to break the guys' will to surrender, to imagine they can escape like this. It's very easy to counteract. So Russian soldiers probably will say, I don't want to be exchanged, just very fast. But this idea to use ISIS tactics of terror, hoping you will improve the determination of your soldiers, I think will have the contrary effect. I remember very well Kirkuk when Iraqi soldiers dropped their weapons because Daesh is coming. On the other side, the Peshmerga with women in their ranks stand their ground. And this idea, your prisoner, recorded prisoner, so was delivered alive, and you execute him, publicly publishing that video, they will affect very, very much the guys in the Western side who support Ukraine, because they understand it's not just about Ukraine, it's about how we deal with Russians. These attitudes, like terrorist state level, I don't think will be well received. And I hope Berlin channels are open and Mr. Scholz had a review about this. Because there were many rumors, they made it a lot of these things in Africa, in Syria. But these are their guys. And this is a war crime against themselves, like SS.
So just to clarify, because I missed this one, they beat one of their own to death with a sledgehammer.
Not beat to death. They literally smashed his head and executed him.
But one
I
of
didn't
their
see
own.
the video. Yeah, he was captured by the Ukrainians. Was a month or how long in Ukrainian capture? Was exchanged in a prison exchange yesterday or a few days ago.
So
And
after he was exchanged,
the Wagners took him and made this video, executed him, and made a caption, and everyone who does surrender or cooperate with the enemy. The point is, there was a video, an interview of this POW, and
I think I know which
where he
one,
said he made mistakes and he would like to support the AFU, and it's how Daniel described it. It's I couldn't say it otherwise. It's like the SS which killed people they suspected as collaborators. It's really back to 1938 40s. It's really grim.
Can we please just go back further, because it's the same method the Russian general staff allowed their troops to use in the Crimean War, where for the lack of ammunition, they used sabers, and now it comes, sledgehammers. This is a tradition in their force. It's much
Yes, Axel.
worse.
Axel, this is recorded. Both. He was captured alive, he was delivered alive, and also the execution. These are on video. There is clear cases. Don't need any proofs.
Exactly. But it is something which they have in their culture. And other fascist and totalitarian troops, regimes, and the likes have adopted the same. And whether you come with the SS or you come with Daesh, it doesn't really matter. This is ultimately something which the Russians have already perfected 150 years ago.
I think you are wrong. It's very important, because if you remember, at Kirkuk, Daesh were not perceived like a danger. After Kirkuk, after they start to building their Islamic State in Iraq and Syria, all the Western side, the French, the British, the Americans delivered a lot of soldiers there, a lot of drones, a lot of tomahawks to kill them, to destroy them. Because Russia come in Syria after this, after Europeans and Americans discovered, with these guys, we cannot work normally. We must destroy them totally. And this attitude will change the mind, even in Berlin. I don't think is any German able to see an execution like this.
Daniel, you misunderstood me. I didn't say that this wouldn't have this impact. I think it will have impact. I just said that this is the way they kill their own to make it an example for everybody else is something Russian troops and Russian formations have been doing for a long time. This is just gross. This is absolutely terrifying, and but it fits. And by the way, the sledgehammer thing is something which the Wagner Orchestra has already applied to someone else, if you remember.
I don't want to unbury the past. They are like Daesh, and there were some, I don't know, attitudes from the government to don't talk about this, but I don't think now they can ignore. And the effect of that video will be the contrary what they expected. They expected to make Russians to not break, not surrender, but I think all of them now will ask asylum, not just prisoner of war, but asylum. And I think the policy will change a lot. And the attitude, we talk a lot about Russia is a terrorist state, but now it will be the talk how we deal with terrorist state.
No
Yeah.
disagreement there. It is one stone in a mosaic, absolutely.
Absolutely, and the point what Daniel has said, and what I really want to highlight is that they so blatantly and openly. I mean, it's completely documented. It was a prisoner of war who was exchanged. So there's paperwork, name, data, everything. So this is completely documented on a level which can be prosecuted basically everywhere. So this, I don't know how to describe it, but it's so open and so showing. Oh, look, we do this shit. We are like terrorists.
But this is who they are. Ask Dorman. I've been advocating this here since the beginning of March. This is who they are. Everything is downstream from culture. Prigozhin is part of the GRU. He takes orders from the GRU. It is both culture and their force structure. It's both culture and their state. There's no surprise there. There's just shock and horror and gore, yeah, but there's no surprise.
Let me just tie this all. Into one important point here, at a much bigger scale. Well, not much bigger than everything is downstream from culture. Apologies. This is why, in large part, the Ukrainians in the city of Kherson, who rejected Russian cynical offers of evacuating them, as they were waiting for their army to arrive and, lay claim to the city that should always have been Ukrainian and never should have been invaded by the Russian forces. That's why they unfurled not just the Ukrainian flag, but also the flag of the European Union in front of the main administrative building in the center of the city. Not because Ukraine is a member of the European Union, but because that flag for the Russians rejects everything that Russia stands for. Right? Those who have lived under occupation for 8.5 months in the city of Kherson outright went and rejected the values is in a sociological term only, of the Russian world. The Russian world that has been occupying, oppressing, torturing, kidnapping, raping, and murdering them for the past 8.5 months. This is the world that they rejected. They rejected soundly. And it is particularly Now, after all of this, we come across a tanky who says, yeah, but they wanted to be a part of it. Didn't some Ukrainians want to be a part of Russia? Show them two things. Show them this, and show them the picture of Ukrainians awaiting the arrival of Zsu in front of the State House in Kherson, putting up the Ukrainian and EU flags. Show them those two things together. For anyone who still doesn't get it, who still doesn't get the difference between what the Ukrainian people have chosen many times over now at immense cost to themselves, and then show them what Russia is up to. I see Prigozhin is apparently celebrating publicly, saying that he enjoyed watching that. That is the difference between the two futures for people in occupied Ukraine. One, where things that free people value are indeed valued, and the other, where, well, such expressions of barbarity, brutality are instead. So anybody who still doesn't get it, if you still come across someone, be it say in Germany or wherever else, but just because a previous speaker was saying, what all he's reading in Germany, but goodness knows where. Just show them that. Show them those two things side by side. That tells the whole story, really. Well, it tells 85% of the story, at least. Pauli.
Yeah, I think you laid out it beautifully, Domen. The weather in Helsinki currently is beautiful, but whenever I hear someone like speaking about not all Russians or this kind of like how I say tune about their stuff, I have to remind that this has been going on for like 800 years here in the east and in the near Finland, and it is their culture. It is the Russian culture. It's everywhere. It's inherent, and they are the only ones who can change it. And as long as it's like that, we just have to play our own game and uphold our own values in the West, and support anyone wanting to be within the same set of values. Thank you, and have a lovely Sunday, everyone.
Thank you, Pauli. Hey, Pauli, what's the temperature in Helsinki this morning?
Yeah, so it's summer temperature currently. It's like maybe +10. So people are wearing shorts and going to sea to swim. So it's still summer in Finnish mindset. So we're not really freezing here.
I was just about to say, we have 1 degree less in Tallinn, and I was just about to jump into the pool.
Exactly, Axel.
It's too warm for barbecue, isn't it?
No, it's a bit windy at the moment for barbecue, but then again, you can always use the electric one.
Exactly. Hybrid barbecue method. Combined barbecue material.
Combined barbecue arms.
And you know why I'm bringing this up, right? Because the one straw that those in the East are still grasping at is yes, but Europe will come around as the cold winter hits. It's mid-November, and even in Finland, it's still summer weather.
Yeah, this is quite spectacular. Like, although we are prepared to harsh conditions, for us, this is like second summer now. So it's quite something. Someone somewhere is playing tricks on Ruskies, and that's a good thing. Maybe it's the NAFO. I think it's NAFO.
Yeah, what's karma in Finnish? Laughing Tommy.
But Wednesday. Pauli knows well. On Wednesday, temperatures change, will drop to -2, -3, and then it's going to be regular cold. So there you go.
Still took a month longer than normal.
Exactly.
All right, Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Hi. So I've already said, but for anybody who wasn't here, my parents are from the Eastern Bloc, from here in Bulgaria, and they have a lot of pro-Russian sympathy culturally. They're friends as well, so like, and the way I've grown up, I've always admired. For reference, I'm 33 years old, so that gives you an idea. But basically, I grew up admiring all the stuff that's in the Western culture, the civic values, etc. And my parents' idea of that was always that all that stuff was great, but it was a lie because they would point out stuff about the West, like how they acted in other countries. And basically, this gives me a sort of understanding of how Russians think to a degree, because when I started going into Russian history, economics, etc., I couldn't figure out how a democratic country could function in that way. And then I realized it's not a democratic country, it's a medieval country. It's a country before there was humanism, and now it just has, instead of a totalitarian dictator, now it just has a criminal who's an authoritarian dictator. And that's why I figured out they're not, and this is what people will see when they see the execution of the prisoner, the castration of the POW, all that stuff. They'll start realizing, the way I have realized, that this is a society where humanism still hasn't appeared as a broadly accepted idea. It's been suppressed. And to them, these expressions of violence are a demonstration of power, because they believe that the power of the ruling is what determines if they rule or not. There's no social contract that happens like in our societies, where we look for somebody to steer us towards the goals on which we decide. To them, it's just whoever has the power decides the course, and if he continues to express that power and makes the society perceptibly more powerful, then he's the one that should be in the driver's seat. And to them, such expressions of violence are supposed to strike fear, and to us, it's just it makes us angry at the savagery that is expressed, and it makes us that more resolute to fight back, to resist. And this is something that they can't seem to grasp, and this is why they'll lose, and they'll lose bad.
Exactly. It's one thing when they're trying to, beat up on someone 1% of their size, because it's kind of like brute forcing a password, right? If it's 4 characters long, you can probably do it quite easily. But if it's 60 characters long, it's a little bit more difficult. And all they've done for a long time is destroying with just overwhelming force much smaller opponents, and that is no longer the case. They were hubristic. They thought they could, but such simple approaches simply do not work. And hopefully, this is one more stone in the mosaic of everybody else coming around to it as well. Finally, come on, what more do you need? No, there is no excuse here. No, it's not in a war zone, right? say, yes, in a war, horrible things always happen. This wasn't in a war. This was hundreds of kilometers behind the lines, wherever it was. This wasn't in a war. So it's a anyway. I'm beyond words at this point. Laughing Tommy, go. 2 sentences and pass it to Daniel.
Yeah, just saying that I am a great proponent of pacifism. To me, violence is something that is, how should I say it, a relic of the past that we haven't been able to throw off. And even like when the invasion started happening, whenever I watched the videos of tanks, of APCs being hit, stuff like that, I always hope, no matter what side it was, that people would get away, that they would be okay, but unable to fight. I somehow wanted life to be preserved. And now, after all I've seen, I've stopped hoping for that when it's the Russians. I just want it to end. I just want them to suffer enough so that they can comprehend that this is unproductive, because they'll never get that it's not in accordance with some values, but at least if they get hurt enough, they might stop trying to do it this way.
Thank you, Tommy. Daniel.
Okay, Laughing Tommy, I appreciate you, but I will say something very contradictory for you. First, for our mind to work, we need to generalize. We need to classify, because our minds are made like this. And I will tell you something. Our society is very closed, very repressive, very intolerant, like Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, for example. And even there are movements for freedom. In Saudi deserts, the Bedouins don't give a crap about region police. You will see women without hijab driving, and nobody will press them. Why give you this parallel? Because Russia is more open than Saudi Arabia and Kuwait. In Russia, there are homosexuals, open gay people. Oh, it's not easy. Oh, they are bullied. Of course. But this idea, everybody, everywhere, is something like, I don't know, uniform army who delivers what Kremlin says. It's not real. And I will say things like this will affect their society. They will wedge a rift from more moderate, more indifferent, more engaged. Imagine something like this. The pressure is everybody to become ruthless, without heart, without soul. Russians themselves cherish their compassion. I know, sounds very weird, but they cherish how much they care for others. We don't perceive them like this, and we have subjective opinion about this. But there are things, there are buttons in society you never want to push. One is never put religion with politics, for example. Is the simple rule everybody knows, because it's disaster. Never try to add fascism like normal. And things like that will outrage us, will make us to be very wary, to be cohesive against them, to dehumanize them, because, we say very easy, look, some children of 15, 16, they are don't scared for more than 1 month and a half in Iran, where is more repressive regime than Russia. And they are Limaxes, people without spinal cord, who send their children and their fathers go and die for the motherland. But, you know, these pressures, this steering the shit in society will affect dramatically. And this will not be perceived easy. This will be hidden very deep away from mass media, from easy to see. But the effects, the ripple effects on short term, not long and medium, will make them, like how Yehuda said, every break, every discontention is good for us in Ukraine. I think he will apply harder in this case.
Daniel, what do you think of my proposal? Anybody who still doesn't get it, show them the two events.
Yeah, agree.
Thank you, Daniel. Tommy?
I just want to tell Daniel that I absolutely agree with him. And when I was talking about Russians, it was incorrect for me to generalize the term. I meant the people that support the current regime, that core of power that the current regime has managed to secure. I've actually been, as people on the space that have heard me know that I have been tracking resistance movements, ethnic resistance in Russia, etc. So I know it's not one whole thing that moves and does things. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you both. Right. We will never face this because others have tried and nobody's ever succeeded. Charles.
Yeah, hi. Trying to put my question into words here. So I very much love history, and I'm particularly fascinated by the way that memory and myths of history affect the future and affect today. I've recently just finished the latest lecture from Timothy Snyder's Yale course on the making of modern Ukraine, and that I think we're up to number 18 now, and it's been a huge resource for me to understand how Putin and Russians have, how their memory and the myths of their own history and Ukrainian history have helped bring us to today. I know you know a lot about history as well, Doman, but I just kind of the question for you or maybe any of others is what are some of the biggest peddled myths or false memories of the past? Obviously, there's the Ukrainian Rus, there's Second World War. What are the biggest ones for you that you think are the most pernicious and perhaps even the most believable in the disinformation space that the Russians have? Does that make sense, Tom?
Aimed at whom? Because there's different ones for different audiences.
Oh, that's a really good point. I hadn't thought of that. Maybe both. And what's the difference between them?
So the domestic one, I mean, that so much is built on is the war was 41 to 45, and we did it alone. And if anything, we were betrayed by others. That's probably the biggest one domestically, the one that has the biggest effect, biggest influence, the one that a lot of the other stuff is built upon. So maybe there's something else that's just as big, but that's a really big one. There's the linguistic trick that apparently I need to remind people sometimes of. maybe I'll go into that in a little bit, of how Russia uses words to mean different things than they mean elsewhere. And maybe that's actually a good one to aim to note among those that are aimed at the free world, especially, right? So part of the reason, and this, I don't know if this was even intentional. I don't think it was even intentional. Maybe they didn't even realize what they were doing when doing that. But the way that Russia uses certain words in that context, especially the word Nazi. Previously, they mostly used the word fascist before the 1980s, at least. They seem to mean with it very simply, or they do mean with it very simply, others who are against us, whomever that might be. Right? They don't actually mean something ideological beyond opposition to whatever the current incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy is. Right? They don't talk about anti-Semitic, totalitarian autocrats. No, they mean specifically anyone who is against us in any way. That's also why there are very many rather allowed neo-Nazi organizations within Russia, because they're pro-Russian. So they're not Nazis in a bad way, because the only thing that they think of as bad is people who are against them. So that's that's why it's important to understand that. Now, in the West, and that includes various tankies, that's not understood broadly anyway. I've brought this up a dozen times or so in this space. Other people have written about it. I saw about a month ago, Alexander Porovoznik wrote a nice thread about it a month and a half ago, maybe now, which is very good. And it's very important to understand that distinction. This is something that they perhaps inadvertently initially, but now certainly decidedly and intentionally use for propaganda purposes abroad, because nobody wants to be associated with Nazis, do they? So something that was initially aimed at their domestic audience in the context of the Great Patriotic War, as they call the Second World War, and dress up 6-year-olds as T-34s, as in tanks. They literally dress up kids as tanks. This isn't an isolated incident. This is very routine. That they've managed to transform that into propaganda for export as well. What is the biggest thing that they export? Probably, that they're a great civilization with high culture, and that everything else should be ignored and people should just focus on Tolstoy and Tchaikovsky. That's probably the biggest one for export. I mean, it's absurd, isn't it? It really is. Ironically, the majority of those who go, yes, but the great Russian culture, have barely read any of it. And actually, if you do read, say, the 19th century Russian literature, you do understand. If you read it correctly, you do get to understand a lot more about the society and just how little has actually changed since the 19th century. That's a particularly fascinating element that those who say, "Oh yes, but great culture," seem to constantly forget. I'm sure that it comes through in every translation if you know what you're reading. Charles, does that kind of help? I don't want to go too long on this.
Okay, no worries. Yeah, no, thanks a lot. That was great.
Yeah, I think that really kind of summarizes the big points. The one about words meaning different things is very important. It has a long history, right? Actually, I'll engage Pauli on this one. Pauli, what adjective did the Russians use in their own propaganda material to describe the Finns they were fighting in 1939? There was a color. What color did they use?
Yeah, I suppose we were white, right?
Correct. Right? So this has precedent. This is what I want to illustrate. Between 1919 and 1941, whomever the Russians were fighting, they described as white in their propaganda. When the Red Army went onto Poland, onto Warsaw, they described them as the White Poles, that they were fighting the White Poles. When they were invading Finland in 1939, they were fighting the White Finns. Those who stood up to them in the Baltic state were the white, whatever, Estonians, Latvians. This has a lot of precedent, right? Anybody who was the enemy of the Reds was described as whites, even if they were certainly not, Tsarist royalists, which is the initial term for white. Then that flipped on to fascist, and then eventually now it's primarily used. They primarily use the word Nazi. The meaning is simple. It just means the enemy of us, the enemy of the current regime, the enemy of the current incarnation of the Duchy of Muscovy, whatever the incarnation might be. So that's the way that they use the term Nazi. This is something that I think is incredibly important for people to understand when they try to read what Russian propaganda writes, be it for domestic consumption or for consumption abroad. It's something that the vast majority of people still seem to be missing, including people who really should know better. So if you are in touch with any such person, perhaps a journalist, please try to explain this one important factor to them, because it will help them greatly understand the propaganda coming out of Russia. Daniel.
Roman. I think the power of the words is overrated. That idea of semiotics, the French school, I think is overhyped. And I will tell you very easy. I hear a lot of how nice is Hermitage, and people who was there, fellow Romanians like me. I talk a lot of people who enjoy Beluga, who enjoy their vodka, who said the greatest dinners they have was there. I talk with people saying, my wife is Russian and she's wonderful. And these words mean nothing. I had my personal experience, I have my family history, and believe me, words mean nothing because facts, the horror, the experience will never be redressed with words. Tell the German now how nice was Heydrich, for example. How Himmler was just a chicken brewer. They will mean something? They will affect the perception? I don't think so. It's very easy to use words when you don't have experience, when you don't see, feel, and touch. It is exploratory of your mind. It's like reading a book. You read the book about Indonesia, you've never been there, you don't know what does it mean, that archipelago, and you have a wrong perception. The power of the words sometimes are overhyped. The missionary, their book, their words, how they conquer the world. I don't think so. And I say this like a man who knows politics means perception, not facts. The projection of a reality against reality. But we are not in the same room. We don't talk about what if, because we have live the atrocities. I know what do you want to address. I know what does it mean, how pissed we are of tankies, of Messersheimer of the world, of people who deny the reality in Hungary, for example, or in Germany, or in Austria. I know this. I know because, I worked in this field. We live in a world of consumption where advertising determine our habits. This is the theory. But reality, the hard reality is more nuanced than this. They can say, oh, they are Nazis. I will tell you some truth. If they were Nazis, even if they were Nazis, like international law said, they are sovereign and they have the right to defend themselves. It's so easy. And facts don't work like we think they work. And words are powerful in some context. But I think we are past this many months ago. That video, for example, which I will choose like a reminder, is a fact. Is not word, is not a rumor, is not something you see like maybe Ukrainian psyops. No, that is hard truth. And he can be negate. He can say, "Oh, doctorate movie," or "Oh, is not real." But the hard truth is clear and easy to see for everyone. You choose to deny the reality. You choose to hide from yourself. That is different topic. But sorry, we just push too much their power. Like we said about their hybrid warfare. Like we said about how strong their secret service are. The real truth is a bit different.
All right, cheers, Daniel. See, the real truth is one thing, right? But Charles asked me to identify one fragment that's maybe forgotten often. And I think I got the right couple. One for home, one for abroad. It does matter. It matters in circles that read lots of newspapers and not necessarily an awful lot else. There, it makes a difference. Anyway, Chris, very good morning.
Morning, Doman. Mic check.
Perfect.
Okay. Just I'm late up, so I'm malamuting, and Malamut's not happy with me. But anyway, I was just last night. I just was like watching the TV for a bit, and I was watching a Netflix program about the beginnings of the First World War. I was like thinking, so I don't know how accurate that is and everything else, but I thought, oh well, I bet this will tell me something else about Ukraine if I watch this and that. So I started watching it. I probably got about 5 minutes in, and there was a statement which I think it was something along the lines of the Germans considered themselves to be surrounded, so therefore they thought, they better attack before they get attacked. And one of the things they thought they would do is dangle to Nicky, as in Nicholas the Tsar of Russia, the fact that he could go and send the Russians to rape and pillage in France. And I thought, oh, there you go then, right? So straight away we have, basically the culture of the Russians, pre the First World War, and also we have this thing about, I'm surrounded, therefore I need to attack. I don't know if that helps at all.
Well, it's actually complete nonsense, isn't it? It's I don't know. I wouldn't go and look at parallels necessarily with the First World War. The one parallel that you can maybe envisage will come later on, and that parallel will be the attempt of an empire to assert itself over a smaller neighbor, and that leading to the destruction of a multinational empire. Maybe there will be a foreign policy article written in maybe 12 months' time explaining that parallel. I think I can guess at a few authors who might be wanting to write that particular one. But other than that, it's not.
No, it wasn't really a parallel, but it was just like, the Russians have raped and pillaged for centuries and that, and here they are doing it again. It was just really that bit, that stuck out.
I understand. All right, Tommy and Chris. Then I have a question for you, so don't run away from me. Tommy, go ahead.
I just wanted to share something really quickly in case somebody needed to pick me up this morning. You can thank Tanky Propaganda for it, but on their national TV, I think it was yesterday, they did this yesterday. I want to emphasize that. They shared their plan to potentially conquer the Baltics and gain control of the Baltic Sea in less than 72 hours, because that's the magic number, always 3 days. It's a really beautiful video where they explain how they're going to drop anti-air batteries on Gotland Island and then sever the connection between Poland and the Baltics. And then they're going to go in with troops in the Baltics where people would welcome them. And just to watch it, it's one of the funniest things I've seen recently. I got it from Mockers, who shared it, retweeted it yesterday. It's beautiful.
That is just wonderful. As I said, I don't know if you saw it, but I think Yehuda was the one who referenced it earlier. The protest in downtown Moscow, a bunch of very well-dressed people in lovely winter coats and St. George's ribbons, saying, "And now, we should strike Washington with the Sarmat missile or something," right? So it really made me think. When Russia retreated from areas around Kyiv, Russians went saying, this is just the thing. We never really wanted to go there anyway. Tomorrow, on to Warsaw and Berlin. And this one was very much like, Kherson, we never really cared about Kherson. Tomorrow, on to Washington. And this is just another one, right? They just keep pulling different bits of the world out of their theorizing hats, saying, fine, we lost the city of Kherson, but tomorrow on to Tallinn, Riga, and Warsaw. It's nothing new. They just keep recycling the same old because they don't have anything new, because they don't have original thoughts. So there you go. That's just what they cycle through. Sure, 72 hours. You know why it's always 72 hours? Because that's their attention span. That's how far ahead they can plan. So good job. 72 hours, yeah, sure. With what army again? Wait, some more newly mobilized? Because Kaliningrad's been kind of emptied. Pskov has been rather empty lately. Except for the cemetery.
You mean Pleskov and Königsberg?
Yes, but for Russian planning and the Russian television, I think they would still stick with their silly names for them.
Also, there was a report that the submarine that carried a test prototype of the famous Poseidon nuclear torpedo that was going to put a tsunami over the British Isles.
Did it fail to work?
No, the beautiful part was they were supposed to test fire a prototype of the torpedo. There was a malfunction and the submarine had to go back to port for repairs.
Yeah, see, it's a vaunted Russian technology, vaunted Russian technology. Edvard.
Yeah, it's funny this video, but I don't want to ruin the party. But I think that video is old actually, because I've seen it before.
No, but that's the thing. You can't tell because they just keep recycling the same stuff every few weeks.
Yeah.
They come out with exactly the same script.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. They have an attention span of 72 hours. So the people watching it don't remember that they've heard this particular story before. and they just keep recycling them. Sometimes they, put in different names of cities in, but fundamentally, it's always the same story.
Yeah.
On to Berlin we go. Remember what was written on the side of Russian tanks when they were going on, when they were trying to approach Kiev from the north? It said Za Berlin.
I know the one.
And then the Third Army Corps tanks, that were captured in East Kharkiv Oblast. What did they have written on them? Za Berlin. It's always the same story.
Absolutely, and it's funny because when they picture it up, when they paint on this and draw the lines and stuff like that, they always assume that the opponent wouldn't do anything, right? It's so funny. I mean, as if Sweden would let their 90 plus Gripens stay on the ground and letting the Russians land their bombing planes on Gotland. I mean, it's insane. They're so delusional. It's so much copium. I mean, it's so funny. Yeah, I just wanted to say it as if nothing, as if the opponent wouldn't do anything about it. It's so funny. I mean, yeah, it's insane. Thank you.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it is.
Projection.
Axel, do you reckon they think that the Swedes are just as incompetent as they are themselves?
They believe that everyone who's not them is weaker than them because they are so ruthless, and that they can spread shock and awe. They just don't know what that is. And unfortunately, we are politically, strategically, and in terms of context, not in a position to do that to them. It is really unfortunate. I have to say this, because if this were a consolidated Western defense, none of these Ukrainian civilians would have had to die. You could say it's the same tragedy as to why this Za Berlin exists. Western allies, knowing already full well what Stalin does and what his troops do, whilst passing through the Baltics and Poland at the end of the Second World War, continue to hold steady with Stalin and pattern races through Germany, and is forced to stop close to the line at Torgau. The sack of Berlin, the complete and utter destruction, looting, pillaging, raping of Görlitz, Stettin, all of those cities did not have to happen. None of this had to happen. But it was politically expedient to turn this around. It's completely unrealistic, of course, today, and this is Monday night quarterbacking, but none of this has to happen. Technically, we can bomb them into smithereens. The overwhelming force of what the West can bring to bear can simply shock, awe, and cudgel the Russians and pound them into the sand. We have decided to be different, and we've decided as a Western coalition to support sovereignty. But the lack of strategic insight, the fear amongst politicians, the tendency to grasp for straws of trade and appeasement makes us fail to see the forest for the trees. And that's where Daniel is right. One can only hope that belatedly the symbols vested, or the symbolism vested in the atrocities and in the videos and all those imagery now coming out, every single day, and more, finally gets those to act who sit comfortably in their offices, in elected offices.
It's maybe you can put it this way: you have one side that values its own ruthlessness and looks down upon the weakness and the indecisiveness and the peace-lovingness of others, right? And the other side that doesn't recognize what the first values, and thus doesn't counter them appropriately. Were it only for the free world to recognize and to have recognized for the past 30 years the deliberateness behind the violence of some, that violence couldn't have come to a fore in anything like the same way. Even if we go out of historical parallels and just focus on the current mass invasion, barbarism that they're undertaking, maybe this one would never have come to a fore. And now to avert it, what does Ukraine need? Ukraine needs more weapons for a start. A right menagerie would be of some help. And Chris, for quite a while, or at least maybe I've missed him, I have not heard an update on the performance of a certain social media campaign. Although I have seen a lot of activity myself, ever more, I would say. Chris, free the leopards. How's it going?
Hi, sorry, there was like malamooting and cooking breakfast and stuff like that, you know. But the look, what I'll tell you is I don't know what the exact numbers are, right? But it's just absolutely amazing because it's everywhere. It's everywhere now, and you know, and what I see, a lot of people, you know, as soon as they get an excuse, if you like, they put hashtag free leopards into their posts, and I mean absolutely everywhere. So the awareness of it is like just global. I mean, obviously, yes, I know. Sorry, the Malamute in the background. Obviously, you know, the frustration of it, you know, is that we still don't have any action, do we? You know, at the minute, and that I don't know whether you know, Axel's like heard anything else, but obviously we've had people go and present letters and things like that, and T-shirts and goodness knows what else and that. So, is there any sign of a crack? Do you think, or what? But you know, it's just incredible. You know, I'm going to guess. You know, it's like 7,500 million, something like that, reach at the minute.
Well, let's put it this way. There is continuous pressure. There is buzz, noise. There are significant sources within the coalition of the current German administration in support of what others support, meaning the Americans. It's a clear-cut thing. We have a Rammstein meeting upcoming. The Swedes, the Finns, many others can deliver CV90s. The Swedes are willing to do a lot more than even called for, and I commend them for it. I'm absolutely happy, ecstatic about it. But it requires someone to make that call. Now, the press gaggle on Air Force One gives me a lot more hope than maybe a day beforehand. The statements by Lloyd Austin that this is a continuous process and it's progressing are good. The fact that Steinmeier invited von Sandrart, the general and tank commander heading famously the multinational corps in Stettin, as his chosen general to his speech when he came back from Kiev, shows that one part of the Social Democratic Party, which is not led by Mr. Mützenich, the infamous Putinesque pacifist and leader of the faction of the Social Democrats, who still insists on diplomacy, who still insists on ceasefires, who still insists to this day that there's a need to negotiate, to this day. And he is the leader of the party caucus, if you so like, what we call the faction, in the Bundestag of the Social Democrats. And he's one of the leading lights within the Social Democratic Party. And don't forget, Mr. Scholz still insists that he is taking good advice from Miss Merkel, with whom he always, across party lines, has had good working relationships. And they've always personally liked each other and worked with each other. And that he's still taking good advice from her, while she still continues to believe that her policy of Ausgleich, meaning balancing out and negotiation matters. It takes one call. Jake Sullivan should go into the White House together with Mr. Kirby, Rear Admiral Kirby, and Lloyd Austin, sit around the Resolute desk and have the leader of the free world make that call ahead of Rammstein. One call. One call. And this war changes so fast that the Chemobiks and the Wagnerites and this whole Russian gang of armed vandals will crumble and will fail to have the capacity to systematically rape young girls at the age of my daughter, women of all ages, and destroy men and boys. It is so far beyond enough. I can't even stress how much this riles me up. But it doesn't matter, because personally, I don't matter. It's completely irrelevant. But if I can feel it 1,000 kilometers away, just imagine how Ukrainians feel.
Yeah, well, exactly, Axel. Axel, are you close to being able to, put your finger on why they're not doing it?
Of course I am. I mean, everybody knows. Mr. Scholz believes that his interpretation of history, that Germans should be the ones who negotiate rather than aid, abet, facilitate in war, that this still matters. He still believes that Germans should not be the ones who lead the fight against Russians and the German equipment. Oh God, tanks, that's bad. This should never happen. His never again is never again fight, as opposed to never again allow authoritarians to rule. And it's a misguided interpretation of history, completely misguided. It's deeply ingrained in their strategic thinking. They still believe, and Mr. Mützenich, this guy I just quoted, the party caucus leader of the Social Democrats, I highlighted it yesterday when Peter Doran was on and we spoke about it. Mr. Mützenich, in this most recent interview, highlighted yet again that there was a need for negotiations, that self-flagellation now comes. Let me read this out. I have this quote here, and I don't want to do it injustice. 1 second. All right. If you translate this into relatively decent English, With a view to the debate in the Social Democrats about the earlier Russia policy, the faction leader warned against exaggerated self-flagellation. The Social Democratic Party's policy of détente, meaning in this case the opposite of deterrence in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, the Social Democrats' policy of détente was an important door opener for the peaceful establishment of sovereignty in formerly oppressed states in Eastern Europe. That in itself is insane. The Ostpolitik, the détente, the kneeling down for their own guilt, fine. Absolutely fine. Brandt kneeling down in Warsaw, great symbol, yes. But kneeling down in front of and at the feet of the Soviet rule is the wrong second step. They still believe that this made sense. On the contrary, the Soviet Russian occupation, suppression, authoritarian rule, genocide across what they called then the Warsaw Pact nations was not in any shape or form, impaired by or destabilized by or overcome by Germany's Ostpolitik. On the bloody contrary, it was the United States of America and a few steadfast transatlantic forces, including Britain. It was the efforts of the then more conservative Catholic Church and its Pope. It was a large coalition of those who were willing to fight, sacrifice in a hybrid warfare. And it was, by the way, a continuum of US administrations across the aisle. It doesn't matter, even Carter. Zbigniew Brzezinski is one of the leading forces at that point in time. It's not the Ostpolitik which won the freedom for the oppressed nations. And Mr. Mützenich, as well as his party friends who constantly put this into passive voice without naming the evil. The Soviet Empire had an iron fist rule here in Estonia until 2 days before Estonia managed to overcome the rule by the Soviet occupiers. They tortured and killed Estonians. The last resistance fighters in Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia were caught in the mid-1970s. They were fighting in the woods when the West left them alone after the war. Ask anyone here in the Baltics, ask anyone in Romania, ask anyone in Hungary, Slovakia, the Czech Republic, or Poland, whether they feel that the Ostpolitik of the German SPD and the German government led by the SPD helped them. It is insane to assume that. It is not even realpolitik. There is nothing to it. The Social Democrats aided and abetted the Greens and the whole leftist movements supported by the Stasi and funded and by essentially Moscow to demonstrate against the stationing of the this is so insane. They didn't want US garrisons. They didn't want US missiles. The so-called NATO Doppelbeschluss, the Social Democrats broke apart about. They aided and abetted the downfall of a world-leading nuclear industry in Germany, having come up with thorium as a baseload and component for civil use of non-proliferation nuclear power in Germany. Therefore, laying out a path for Germany as a high electricity and energy consuming industrial nation to become completely independent from uranium and future. And they undermined this because they let it happen. And now we hear that they are the ones who helped the Eastern European nations. Again, I'm sorry for the rant. It is insanity.
Yeah, sorry, if I can just carry on. I mean, I'm just going to say something simple, Axel, because, you know, I can only put this simply in that, you know, I share your frustration and your concern, you know, because, like, I'm just going, well, you know what, they've just proven now that we can never rely on Germany to protect us against Russia. That's basically what they.
No, you can't say that. You can never rely on a German government led by these people. There is breaking ranks. The Free Democrats have a large part of their party who are breaking ranks with us. Even in the Greens, a new generation of politicians is there who don't want this. There's a vast majority in Germany. They are just too slow at making their decisions and getting out of it, which is why they need a kick in their butt. I'm sorry. They need some movement. That movement can come out of the United States. It's like with the federal government in the US. If you don't move it, it doesn't do anything. Here, it's the same thing. The Germans just need to be led to the. It's not a horse which is resisting to drink water. It just doesn't know that the bloody water is there. Lead it.
Yeah, okay, point made. Yeah.
Sorry, I think Charles can say something about it, given the fact that as a US American, both veteran and also a long-standing resident in Germany, he will have experienced that.
Yeah, I thank you for that, and I appreciate your Krish's question and how you answered it, because it really is so misunderstood around the world. If basic question, who won the Cold War and how? And in Germany, it is they think of Willy Brandt and Helmut Kohl through negotiation. And as Axel said, I couldn't agree more. I mean, for me, as I integrated into Germany, just this basic fact, you know, discussing with people about history, I was just flabbergasted. I couldn't believe it that was the way the thought was. But you know, and Axel so rightly. But once you know, in the '90s, as the Eastern European states were starting to get together and on their feet, who did they call? They didn't call Kohl, and they didn't call Kohl's daughter.
Charles, did we lose you?
No, I was done. Sorry, that's it.
Oh,
sorry.
Yeah, no, you know, getting away from Kohl, right?
Yeah,
sorry, that was a very poorly pitched joke. Sorry.
No worries. Yeah, but thanks a lot, Axel. And I think for any Americans, Brits on the space, it really is an entirely different thinking about negotiation, and we're just seeing it today. And we went through 16 years of Merkel. It's deep.
Axel, on this one, Sergei Sumleni, friend of the space, he posted something yesterday from I forget what outlet, but there was some German general, retired general, former military advisor to Merkel for a long time, who came out and said some things again a few days after saying that the battle for Kherson will be long and bloody. He came out and said something along the lines of, there's no way for Ukraine to militarily succeed in kicking Russia out, something like that. Can you enlighten us a little bit more about the background there and you know what he's on about and why anybody's talking to him?
I don't know why anyone is talking to him, literally. Now, of course, I do understand why they try, because they can then they can then project that they've spoken to someone who's credible because he's a former military leader in an appeasement government of Germany. No, I think farewell. Thank you very much. He has shown himself to be completely and utterly bereft of any sense. There's no strategic thinking associated with it, which is based on fact. If you contrast this with Freuding and von Sandrart, I mean, I can only recommend this. If anyone wants to go to YouTube, there is an account of the German Bundeswehr. They have a number of nice programs. One of them is Nachgefragt, meaning, further, say, inquired, if you were to say it. So, or matter of inquiry is probably what you would say. And if you look at the last visuals of and videos of Freuding and von Sandrart, you can see that these guys, if they were dispatched as part of a NATO consulting support force to be in Ukraine, you would make them not just happy, but they would feel less morally impugned and impaired and constrained by those who are currently still in charge. And I'm looking at you, Generalinspekteur, of the German army. Just because someone who never, ever has served in combat, who never, ever has served at a point in time when the United States of America was leading the Cold War, other than in staff functions, just because that person misreads, it doesn't matter. Abraham Lincoln switched and changed generals like dirty towels if and when they failed. And he chided himself for not having gotten rid of McClellan earlier. All right? If the general does not perform, he must be retired. This is a retired general who never performed. Why would I think about him?
Thank you, Axel. I think that explains many things to many people listening. Al Kilo, go ahead.
Yeah, hey, thanks. I think I was put in the doghouse for some of my previous rants, and probably deservedly so. So, first of all, I'd like to apologize to the space for because you guys are amazing. I just love the way you all talk, and it's so measured, even if people don't necessarily agree on stuff. So first, an apology to the group. So the other, I was just a couple questions, and especially to Axel. So one thing I've been hearing in this space, some people mention that that how it's true how poorly Russia. So I'm not at all a military person. So how poorly Russia has been performing, which is true, and how it never adapts. That I disagree, and I think my big concern is that Russia is going to adapt in the next 6 months. And we shouldn't be taking the poor performance for granted. I think some people mention, for example, they've never they have a history of never adapting. Well, one space I've been sort of following pretty regularly was the whole Syrian war. They were brutal and they adapted pretty well, and they used little resources and they succeeded. It was very methodical what they did there, and systematic. They had air superiority, and we'll get into that. But there was you could see that there was adaptation to the situation.
I mean, they're already adapting, right? They're adapting to the fact that they ran
adapted,
out
yeah.
of a military by
Yes,
getting 300,000 civilians and putting them in green clothes. And now they're suffering much higher casualties than they did before, while losing ground.
No, I agree. I agree that, but I'm just saying in the next 6 months, we don't know. I mean, they still have a very powerful air force that according to that according to that most recent. I'm just saying, it's probably not a good. I'm not not at all a military person, but it's not a good strategy to count on the weakness of the enemy, right? So I would just, this is just to say that this pressure is really important not to let go, and not to sort of go oh, it's all over, and it's the war is won.
No, the conclusion, the conclusion you just said that we can agree on.
We should not let up. Absolutely, there's no question. We should not let up, and you should never ever discount your enemy. Absolutely, but the reasoning behind that and what you portrayed beforehand, that I would beg to differ, because there's no such thing as little money spent in Syria by them, and there was no adaptation. That was a clear plan beforehand, and but these are different things. As to the general deduction that they might adapt, yeah, sure. Do they have a chance to adapt sufficiently? No, they don't have the resources. Their economy is degrading. They don't have an officer and NCO corps. What they can do is only throw more meat.
No, I agree.
They can just throw more meat, but that doesn't matter the more technology and weaponry Ukraine has.
Right, I agree with that, and that's the point. Is that yes, some other people mentioned that who know this stuff way better than me, that's been kind of the sort of the Soviet model, this kind of like mass brute force, just repeated, and I think and in Syria that's what they did. Also, they just it was just mass brute, like bombing.
Yeah, but that's the thing. They don't have the capacity to deliver these bombs anymore.
Right.
And their air force is absolutely shite. The anti-air defense and anti-missile defense Ukraine is building up is becoming better and better with more Western kit. And
yeah, I totally agree with that. That's
please.
the whole point. That we I think that the air defense is absolutely critical. And to build it up, because that's actually saving lives right now. I looked at UN data on civilian casualties, and they're going down, and I think it's strictly because of the offensive posture from the Ukrainian army and a built-up air defense, and I think that's really critical to continue. And I totally agree with what Axel said, and you and other, that it's really important not to let up. And so this comes also to serve my question, I guess. One is the concern that in the United States there's this flip-flopping. There's just a few weeks ago some people were saying, oh, it's time to negotiate. Kherson is, and now people are kind of like, just recently there was, I guess, an ambassador who spoke out very forcefully for the defense of Ukraine. So I'm just concerned in the United States that to continue the pressure in the United States to make sure that there's this resolve to finish this thing. So that was one question. The other concern
let me just cover this one. Yeah. Concern.
Right.
Yesterday, it was thoroughly well clarified by statements from Jake Sullivan exactly what the policy of the United States is. Further clarification isn't really necessary.
Okay.
It has been re-established once again, despite it having never been established the other way, exactly what the policy of the US is, which is support Ukraine, and Ukraine is the one that decides what happens. And Ukraine is the one that decides whether negotiations are had or not, and that is the morally correct and technically correct, and from a foreign policy perspective and the defense policy perspective, correct attitude for them to maintain and keep having. So there is nothing really to be concerned about as to that.
Well, Damian, I beg to disagree. I live in the United States, and those are politicians, and they will go where the political wind takes them. And I think we need in the United States to keep up the pressure. So no, I would not take that Sullivan saying this once for granted at all in the United States, because it's like in Europe, people change. And they can say one thing one day, and they can say another thing another day, depending on what is convenient for them personally, often. And so I would beg to disagree. So yes, so it's concern on my part, yes, to make sure that the pressure continues. So that's one thing I would like to mention. The other thing is, I'm going to even say something that's going to upset you even more, perhaps, is, so this is a concern, another concern, is that I think, NATO could finish this war, somebody said that, in a few days if they wanted to. This is a war, a bizarre war, like Fizurier mentioned, because there's no air superiority for either side at this point. So one issue that can perhaps increase the resolve of Russia. There's something psychologically that could flip because that's what something that Colonel Spencer was saying is cohesion could perhaps add cohesion to the Russians. Is if there were, I'm going to say this, and I guess people are going to flip, and Axel's going to flip. If there are, if there's a strong German presence, because psychologically in that part of the world, that has it means a lot. And I would just say that maybe there's a way to try to gauge that. I don't know, do surveys, covert surveys in Russia to see whether that psychological switch could happen. Because that, and I think that instead of putting all the resources into Germany, there's the eastern flank, and I've said that before, and there seems to be some very few polls on this space, and I'm Polish, to support the eastern flank, to support Poland, to build up the military presence, and Poland, and to give the resources to Eastern Europe that is being held back. And I know, Domen, you said that many times that Poland should not be getting their money, but they should be getting. And there's that support, that building up of Eastern Europe as a flank needs to happen. And I think that Germany should continue to support. Germany should.
It has. No, Elkilo, you just made some statements which are not based in fact. You are commingling currently funding which the Polish government is in dispute with the EU, which is
I know that. I don't
so let's fine. Then let's not discuss it, and let's not commingle it if you know it. So as the eastern flank, Poland has built up one of the larger artillery forces available within NATO over the past 1.5 decades. NATO has increased, I think it's by now 5-fold, its commitment to the northeastern and eastern flank. NATO is adding Finland to its overall capacity to deter Russia. NATO has built up assets in every other Eastern European nation, even in those which are currently slightly unruly. I'm looking at you, Hungary. NATO has a very good NATO force integration unit concept across the eastern flank. Poland specifically has now been designated to be the host nation for the 5th Corps. Whilst this is predominantly a headquarter function, it integrates perfectly well with NATO's strategy. One forward deployed base of that 5th Corps is in Romania. This is a long-standing project which has been accelerated by the past 2 administrations and now been executed by the current administration. This is a project which has been put in place, by the way, by General Ben Hodges when he was still serving. And it's fully supported by the current Sakra Cavoli. We have one of the strongest commitments NATO could have made to every single Baltic nation by means of having an alliance of NATO nations contributing, both in rotation as well as with regular commitment. We have, by the way, my British friends here, now the lead nation in Estonia. The Canadians of all people, far away across the Atlantic, cover and lead Latvia. Germany leads the mission in Lithuania. And in Lithuania, they were forced by the Lithuanian government to make more and more commitments. Germany leads the multinational corps in Stettin, or Szczecin, led by von Sandhard, one of the more bigger exponents of a strong eastern flank. And if you want, you can read his interviews in recent weeks, and that's why we're highlighting this. NATO's force design has changed, its posture has changed. There's full commitment. So that is not even in doubt. It's just wrong. So, and we're not talking Germany. We're talking about German manufacturing. We're talking about the fact that Germany
as a nation, as an industrial manufacturing leading nation in Europe and in the world, has a disproportionate capacity and impact on what can be delivered to Ukraine. That's what we're talking about it. Whether that impairs certain feelings somewhere, be it in France or in Poland, does not matter. What matters is getting the equipment, because the only feelings which matter are Ukrainian feelings. And I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Axel. Let's go on to Charles.
Hey, Okilo, I just wanted to respond to your adapting thing, and I think I get your point. And what I wanted to do is just kind of illustrate exactly what we mean when we talk in terms of the Russian military adapting. Will the guys learn on the Russian side to stay 15 meters apart? Yeah, they probably will. Will they learn to add overhead cover to their fighting positions? Yeah, they'll probably learn that too. But let's just take the example of the push and pull logistical system. And we've talked about the logistics of this war at length because it's so important. But just as a metaphor, let's just say you're in charge of 400 retail stores. I don't know, convenience stores or something like that, right? And instead of them telling you as the boss what they need to sell, what you do is you get all of your supplies in and you push out everything that you think they will need. So without feedback from them, you tell them, okay, I'm going to give you 1 pallet of toilet paper, 3 boxes of soap, sell that. That's pretty much how the Russian logistics system works, is the units on the ground, and this is a centralized command structure. The units on the ground don't request supplies, they're pushed what people above think they might need or think they will need. Now that might work when you're in charge of everything, when you're in the offense, but it certainly doesn't work when you're on the defense, when the enemy has the initiative. So you're going to have your stores, they're going to be running out of things. Now let's add to it. Let's say you've lost half of your employees. So what you do is you go out and you handcuff employees to the cash register to make them work the store. Now, one thing you'd say is, okay, well, for the resources, what would help is if they could maybe work with each other. So one store's out of toilet paper, you run across the street to the other one and they get it, and then all of your stores are full. But that doesn't work in the case of the Russian military either, because they've got DNR elements, LNR elements, they've got newly mobilized units, classic backfilled units, they've got Chechens, and they don't like each other. They don't share. So that's kind of out of the picture. Then you add on to all of that, and now you're trying to push goods out to your stores, and all of your suppliers are telling you that they're out of stock and they have no idea when they're going to get more. So will there be adaptations at the individual soil? Yeah, they're going to learn. They're going to try to save their own lives. But it's this kind of system, just take the logistical system as one, that's the kind of adaptation which takes years and is based on many more factors. Does that help explain what we mean by adaptation and why we think it's impossible?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Charles. Perfect. And they had 8 months. And what have they shown thus far, Charles? More cannon fodder, but other than that, little else, right?
Yeah, I mean, they should have been doing it for years. It's kind of amazing that they still have this same structure.
Thank you, Charles. Daniel.
Like I said, I wanted to jump so hard. And I want to explain some things. I listen academics. I enjoy to be in university. I like professors, people wise to teach us their experience, their knowledge. I heard previous speaker, and I never disagree so hard this week with someone. And I'm sorry, I don't want you to take this like a personal attack, but you are wrong at so many levels. I understand when you say don't underestimate Russians. but I can say something I hear from veterans of Ukrainian army and even active personnel. They never underestimate Russians. Never. You'll heard Axel or Yehuda talking about how bad Russian equipment is. They never say this. They always say, no, the equipment is good. We use it and it's good. The problem are the Russians. Russian soldiers, Russian conscripts, which are totally crap, don't know to use the S-300. You talk about Syria and how much Russia learned in that war. Excuse me, sir, but when Russia entered in Syria conflict, because believe me, I not just monitor, I write papers about Syrian war. And that campaign was something like, you know, take a missile. Oh, no missile. A 500 kilograms bomb and drop on a market when the is almost no Syrian resistance there. They don't have any stingers. They can probably try and bow and arrow to shoot on your Sukhoi. And if you try to explain me how much they learn, I will give you the best counter argument ever. IDF hit in Syria with their aviation in the presence of S-300 and S-400 for years and destroyed targets at will. And also they informed the Russians, and also Russians engaged with their radars, with their missiles, and never downed one plane of Israel. One. And they didn't attack with F-35, with F-16s. It's very easy to say, oh, Russians are strong. I saw this in our academics in Romania. I remember very well, 2 weeks before invasion, when all our military experts, people who go on television, like in Germany, they said, they will crush Ukraine. And I say to them, where did you get this information? Where do you think the Russian will crush Ukrainians? I expect Ukrainians, I remember very well this word because I was very passionate and I said, I expect Ukrainians to bury bombs and make ambushes and destroy the Russians because you don't understand Ukrainians. You don't understand what delivered them in this war. And again, sometimes academics like, how I can say, Stephen Hawking, a guy who I appreciate and cherish, he's totally wrong about Ukraine. Even he says all the time, I want Ukraine to win. I want them to win and I trust them. But he drew a wrong conclusion about Kharkiv offensive. He drew wrong conclusion about Kherson. And he is something which is connected with Mersheimer. Academics have a big problem to take their theories.
Daniel, please. Objection, Your Honor. Objection, please. Let me. Just briefly, if you allow. Culkin is a great academic, yes, but he's not a military strategist. He fortunately never
Totally
says
agree.
so. He draws the wrong conclusions from time to time. He, by the way, in the interview, which you will know with Peter Robinson, the first one in January, and then the follow-up after the invasion, said he was wrong about numerous things and that he had to change, and he did, by the way. However, he is not connected to the so-called realism of Mr. Mersheimer. Really, he isn't. He's extremely
I didn't want to say.
Okay.
I don't want to say that.
That was the only
I
thing
want
I
to
had.
say it's very hard for an academic, and I don't want to look ageist, but probably after a long
Beware,
career of
Daniel,
20,
I'm older than you.
I know. But after 20, 40 years, it's very hard to change your theories, your view of the world, to look behind and say, you know, I made a mistake, my theory is wrong. My entire academic lineage is not so great, and is very hard for them. We don't talk about politicians in this, but academics, to say, I was wrong there. That theory is not, in fact, well. And we can tell about all historians, all geopolitical experts, when they say the end of history and things like that. And after the reality demonstrate they were wrong, they don't say, I was wrong then, and my paper is just nothing at this moment, but they are constantly invited, discuss, like experienced guy who their knowledge is relevant. This is my problem. Sometimes the perceptions, the experience, the image of the guy who delivered the message is not sufficient, because when the facts are different from their papers, their theories, their image, their projection, the greatest army, nobody said about VKS, for example, that aviation is made it for defense, is not an aviation like United States Air Force or Navy works. United States Air Force work offensive, very, very offensive. They destroy radars, they destroy missile launchers. The VKS doesn't work like this. They work behind their air defense, in total cover on that umbrella. They are never made, and this is their heritage. That's why they are not on the sky of Ukraine. They didn't know how to work without being covered by the S-300. And these things, people forget to say, I don't know, I don't understand. I cannot go to say to Yehuda, oh, what you say is wrong. Why? Because I'm a person on Twitter with 100,000 followers. Is irrelevant. Why do we propose things which are totally wrong and don't accept? We don't know. Let the military explain.
Let's talk a little bit more about the Air Force, right? Because earlier Al said, oh, but you know, the Russian Air Force, they're still so powerful, so much capacity. What capacity? The alligators are, you know, just a bunch of handbags at this point. They still have some left, barely more than Egypt does. They've started unretiring their own MiG-29s because they suddenly need them. Because they're out of other useful fighter jets. They have a bunch of jets that fly at 40,000 feet and are there to counter Western strategic bombers. That's completely useless against anything that Ukraine has. So they've all been parked throughout. Now, what else do they have? They have 6 Sukhoi, whatever they are, 57s. Are they the fancy new ones? All 6 of them. Great, good job.
Let's talk about bears. You know, the Tupolev.
I can talk about bears. Bears. Okay. Sorry.
Not the bear, the Ursus communus. Idea is very simple for me. That Tupolev bombers, I saw them past 20 years, the strategic bombers. And I look at them, I say, welcome to 1950. They are turbo-propelled bombers. They are just piece of crap. That's why they use it in Mariupol, because it's very easy. In Mariupol, people were in bunkers.
And it was 100 kilometers behind front lines.
But let's... I'm not an aviation expert. Axel is from Luftwaffe. But imagine this.
Daniel,
I can see
let's
and I
stress-
can touch
wait,
that.
Wait, one important point. The only time Russians got to use dumb bombs from their heavy bombers in Ukraine was against Mariupol, which didn't have air defenses and was 100 kilometers behind front lines at that point, or 90 kilometers behind front lines, so Ukrainian air defenses couldn't reach them. This was the only use of their strategic bombers in the skies of Ukraine. Not to be, also it's Ursus Arctos, not Ursus Communis.
Agree.
Okay, so that's the only thing they could do. And that's why it was so ridiculous. Every time that various Russian accounts would come, or, we'd have people here saying, oh, but they have all of these bombers and they can level Kiev with their bombers. Do you know what would happen to their strategic bombers if they actually tried to dump a bunch of the Fab 500s on Kiev? They'd all get shot down. They'd be without a strategic bomber fleet.
I invite any Twitter user, civil like me, without military experience like Axel, and Axel has experience in aviation. But look at two pictures. Go watch USA Air Force bombers, and you see there B1, B2, and something Northrop Grumman will reveal in 1 month. And look at strategic bombers of Russia, and you see generation 70 years ago. And they will hear people who say, oh, but they are compared with B-52. Really? That Tupolev, they were an icon of strategic bombers, the power might of Soviet Russia in the 70s. I saw it on our television, our communist television, and I remember very, very well. People don't understand this easy image, very easy image. We compare apples with cats. It is not even close. Look at T-72, their modern tank. T-90 is a T-72, in fact. Look at T-72 and compare with Challengers, for example. And this is not some arrogance, but the time stopped in Soviet Union in the 70s. 80 was total disaster, and I perceived in Romania also, the 80s. The 90s was apocalypse for Russia in all areas of the society, of their economy. And military was just, look at the Russian soldiers in Grozny in 1996, and you understand what I want to say. It's like Praga 67. It is unreal how people project things which are easy to distinguish. They use AK-74s, which are what AK-47 with I don't know, some changes on the percussion pin. It is unreal. People not understand this. That's still helmets and Mosin Nagant, which everybody loved. They are not something unheard of. Look at uniforms. My God, man, we sometimes saw Moscow so shiny with new skyscrapers, with Abramovich buying Chelsea and things like that, and we project an image which is not real. Kursk sub, when was sink under the ocean floor, on the ocean floor, was something normal. And that sub is the high end of technology of Soviet era, which is the heritage of the Russian Federation now. You talk about alligators. Let's remember the hinds. The hinds were better than alligators. And the hinds were destroyed by mujahedeens with shoulder fire stingers. It's a shame. Why we are afraid of them? Because they detonate Tsar Bomba half a century ago? That is our attitude of maybe we must be careful. What to be careful? Sometimes I think sometimes people are scared of nightmares. What never happens. Never happens. They will nuke Ukraine, they said. They will destroy the then Ukraine. They will totally embargo the Black Sea for civil ships. They will bomb Kiev to the Stone Age. They will make Grozny of Ukraine. What happened, in fact? They tried to inspire fear in Ukrainians, in Europeans, and everybody. Look, we are new Mongols, we are terror, we are the people of the God. And where they project this, destroying civilians in Mariupol, for example, massacring on the death list in Irpin and Bucha and Izium, and where they had the occupation systems. But in fact, we see they shoot their wounded, they bury alive their wounded, they execute their soldiers, they put barrage troops behind their troops so they cannot retreat. We see them with weapons rusted, we see them scary, hungry. I saw an image 1 week ago in Kherson, probably, or in the Donbass, how they cover from rain and cold. They use some plastic cover. They made a small bonfire. They were wet. That is the Russian army. They are the children from Tuva, from Ekaterinburg, from... Man, how we can be scared? Do you ever saw an American soldier? I can say something like this. My Romanian soldiers look terrifying in comparison. Our gendarmes look terrifying in comparison. They are just a bunch of crap. Why we ever need to answer to these stupid ideas? Wow, how great they act in Syria. Really? Killing mothers and children in the market with 500 kilograms bomb, that is the might of Russia. It is like something you go with, I don't know, Chinese People Republic Army to destroy Djibouti. Really? We not understand the differences, where we are situating this. Sorry, I digress too much.
Thank you, Daniel. No, but this is exactly it. There's still mythos, right? And Charles explained earlier very detailedly what adjustment would have to mean and just why it's so unlikely. There you go. Chris. Chris.
Hi, Doman. Hi. Sorry, I'm feeding malamutes. Give me 1 second here. Right? Okay, I'll just wait there. Actually, Doman, I think most of what I wanted to say has been said. Particularly with Daniel and that, who's like, I agree with everything he said. I mean, obviously, I don't think anybody is assuming or letting their guard down with the Russians, if you like, particularly not the Ukrainians, because they know them like inside out, back to front. So, but yeah, I mean, never turn your back on them, because they'll either stab you or they'll get somebody to stab you in the back. So never bring your guard down. So, but I think like most of what I wanted to say has been said. There was a very interesting article. I don't know if you saw it, from Forbes during the week, which was basically explaining, and I think people here probably already covered it, but it's like a useful read, and that just explaining why the Russians can't fly over Ukraine, and it's basically you know, that they built up, like the Ukrainians have built up a S-400 Buck manpad, you know, screen, if you like, that doesn't allow them to fly. But it was like a fascinating read. And then I just wanted to go just very briefly back to Axel on the, you know, why Germany isn't helping. You know, and there may be nothing in this, but is there like just an economic angle with this? You know, that they like that what Germany is like thinking, hey, you know, we don't want to spend loads of money on military, because if we spend loads of money on military, you know, we can't be like the main industrial, you know, nation in Europe, you know, or something along those lines. So I'm not trying to say, and it was very interesting actually what the Germans' deep-rooted reason, you know, for not freeing the leopards is. But are there also other contributory factors to it?
No, before Axel gets to answering the fundamentals here, the real drive of your question, Chris. Let's just be clear. Germany does do things. It's just that there are easy things they could have done on top of other things they have done and are doing that they haven't done yet, such as freeing the leopards, right? If Germany hadn't done anything, then the whole campaign to free the leopards wouldn't have been particularly sensible, because it would have been, you know, there would be no reason to believe that this is then possible. But many of the things that Germany has sent are, you know, very good. They are very useful. They are necessary, and they're being put to excellent use by the Ukrainians. Be they the Gepards, be it the IRSTs, be it the Panzerhaubitze 5000, be it the now many dozens of Dingo MRABs, be it whatever else. Lots of the little things, lots of logistics vehicles as well, lots of stuff. Quite a lot of ammunition for various systems as well. The list is exceptionally long. The problem is that the list isn't headlined with hundreds of Leopard 2s, hundreds of Leopard 1s, hundreds of Mardas, etc. That's really the problem, is that it doesn't have, you know, it's it doesn't have the real the real meat of it, the thing that would allow Ukraine to push and to kick Russians out much quicker, much more effectively, much more elegantly, even perhaps, than they have to do it without it, right? Were Ukraine to have the additional equipment that we're calling for, Ukraine would have a much easier life of it, and a whole lot more than just the right bank of Kherson Oblast would have been liberated by now had the leopards been delivered when we first suggested that might be a good idea. I think Axel, what was that, second week of March, then abouts, right?
Yep.
Still thinking of Leopard 1s mostly at that point, but nevertheless, I mean, even them alone would have made rather mincemeat of the T-72s. And I saw some T-62s captured by Ukraine, completely unupgraded, original armor, nothing else, plus a cope cage, of course. Fascinating.
By the way, if I were to read out what is comprised in the already delivered,
it's so long.
Not, of course not. But if I were to read this out, we can post this yet again in the nest.
I should do it.
But thank you. There's equipment delivered, lethal and non-lethal, but predominantly even the non-lethal equipment is very supportive to the lethal effort or to the lethality of the efforts of the air view. But roughly 1.5 billion in terms of value of equipment have been delivered. There's more to come. Germany can do more. Yes, absolutely. But if you go through the list of things Germany has delivered, because there are fortunately still some people there who are keen to deliver things, this list is excessively long and it's quite comprehensive. And for every topic which we've ever discussed here on this space, you will find things. So those who were worried for example, about how the Ukrainian army will go through the winter, you will find out that Germany has delivered hundreds of thousands of winter jackets, trousers, hats, and the likes. If you were worried about, say, howitzers, reconnaissance drones, tank transporters, and the likes, you'll find them. MRAPs. Germany has delivered one of the largest amounts of anti-tank mines, 14,900, for example. It has delivered fuses and detonators, hundreds of thousands. So it does deliver. However, Germany has disproportionately more capacity in its by means of releasing what it has manufactured, because its industry can deliver more and has, over the many decades, delivered more to partner nations. This is the key aspect. This needs to be addressed. This can be addressed. This must be addressed. That's the whole point. But if you are into things, and if you want to really understand what the military support to Ukraine is, both what has been done as well as what is in planning or currently so-called in execution, you'll find a lot of very good kit, and the Ukrainians want it, and they're happy for it. Have a look at it. Doman will put it up in the nest.
Perfect timing. I just got it up there.
Hey guys, I don't want.
Yeah, Al, you're next up. Go ahead.
Yeah, hey, I don't want to take your time, and I'd really like to thank you. And no, I'm not a military academic, and I only have 18 followers on my Twitter account. So Daniel, I totally get what you're saying, and I really appreciate it. What I mentioned about Syria is more the concern is that the Russians are not afraid of, committing war crimes, basically. And that's the thing that I'm afraid, and I think I agree with everybody on this space that civilian protection is absolutely key, because this is not the right, like Charles and you've said it. A lot of their warfare is psychological in terms of fear mongering, using social media. This is sort of non-conventional war. Anyways, so I'd just like to thank everybody for answering my question, because I'm learning, and I've learned a lot on this space. So it was just a question. It wasn't I know nothing about this stuff, so I appreciate you guys, your patience. Thank you.
Yeah, and when you reference war crimes, cheers out. You really don't need to go back to Syria. You don't need to go anywhere outside of Ukraine. You don't need to go outside of the past day. You certainly don't ever need to go outside of the past week if you've not been necessarily keeping up with everything on a minute-to-minute basis. Of course, they're not afraid of committing war crimes. Their whole design is based around committing war crimes. That's it's not a bug. It's very much a feature, and that's worth remembering. But the question really is, how do you counter it? How can you counter it? What can you do to stop it? The only thing, frankly, is to arm Ukraine to the teeth, so the Ukrainians can stop it themselves, because they're the only ones in a position to do it. They want to do it. They're desperate to do it. They just need more stuff to do it with. Better, more effectively, quicker, and with fewer casualties of their own. That's all there is. It's really, sometimes it really is that simple. Actually, I have a question from one of our Scandinavians asking, are there any public lists of the military support offered to Moldova? Now, we all remember when Christine Lamprecht a few months ago traveled to Odessa, but before she went to Odessa, she visited Moldova, and there were some assistance was being offered by the German Ministry of Defense to the Moldovan military. I believe there were some drones involved. I forget what else there was. Do you happen to remember more? And is there a running tally being run somewhere that you might be familiar with?
I don't know what we have beyond what was in the press conference, and there's a joint statement by Maya Sandu and her defense minister, and I think Ms. Lambrecht after. I can dig it up.
I'll find the press conference, but there's no similar list somewhere on the MOD website. I think was the question.
No, the German Ministry of Defense had to be cajoled into having an English language version of this list.
It only took 4 months after the German one was out, and the German one took 4 months to get out because messaging isn't something that's considered very important there, is it?
Yeah, well, yeah. Don't let me get into this.
Fine, Daniel.
Because you talk about Moldova, and I was very, very worried about Moldova, and I keep worrying about them. And I will say this not like a nationalist Romanian who look at.
Daniel, why would someone like you, who's several hundreds of meters away from Moldova, care?
Because they
it's
are
a joke, because
very
it's literally
poor.
It's a joke, Daniel, because it's literally your backyard.
I know, but sometimes people not understand the importance of Moldova. I will try to remain non-conspirational, but I think the FTX destruction and cryptocurrency in free fall has something to do with it. It is not something accidental and just usually shady businessmen doing shady business in crypto, because everyone in crypto serious knows what does it mean Transnistria for crypto. And the problem is Moldova is the western flank of Ukraine, is probably the people who have the most common interests from all neighboring countries. They share a lot of worries, problems, economic connections, family connections, ethnical connections. I know, sounds weird, but in Transnistria, the most dense ethnical are Ukrainians. And in Moldova, the push offshore and Plahotniuc to destabilize and make everything Maia Sandu government to fall, the PAS party to fall. They have the presidency, the government, and the majority in the parliament, but they also have a huge inflation. They are the poorest country in Europe. They in this moment need the gas and electricity from Romania and the European Union, because Ukraine cannot help them, because Ukraine also imports electricity at this moment. And they need security. I saw a lot of trips there this week. President of European Parliament, Ursula von der Leyen, I saw Americans, I saw a lot of people going there and deliver money, said they will help them more. And it's very easy when you are at a distance to comprehend what is the problem there. They import, for example, gas and electricity, very low price from the spot market, and not so much because they have contracts with Greece, they have contracts with Romanian companies, they have some contracts, if I understand it well, with Slovakia, and even from Ukraine to get the gas around, that system, outer flow, if I remember well. But the prices, even if they are low, for average citizen of Republic of Moldova, are so big they cannot afford to pay. I don't know, $150, $200 is the median wage for month in Moldova.
And Daniel,
and
this
that
is why.
Who are paid.
This
that
is why.
Who are paid, because majority are pensioners, the young people are no longer in Moldova. And this country must hold, is necessary for Ukraine.
Exactly. This is I completely agree, Daniel. Completely agree. It is necessary. It is necessary for Ukraine. It's necessary for European stability. It's necessary for the stability of western, well, southwestern Ukrainian border. Completely. Russia knew what they were doing when they, occupied Transnistria back in the early 90s. Maybe they weren't thinking about this particular effect, but they knew that by doing that, and also by keeping Moldova fundamentally dependent on Russian gas, and limiting Moldovan electricity production, which is very highly concentrated in Russian-occupied left bank of the Dniester. They knew what they were doing. They knew that they could forever have a way to destabilize the Republic of Moldova. That was the whole point, all along.
You know what is the irony, Doman? The electricity from Romania go to a big transformer in Transnistria. And if they want to cut electricity imported from Romania, they can do it easy in Transnistria. For me, that is casus belli. That means even Maia Sandu, she doesn't want anything close to something kinetic there. If they cut electricity, we are in the cold weather already. In 4 days will be -2 at night. The people will never say, oh, these are the Russians. They will say, it's Maia Sandu's fault. And she needs to go to Putin to ask forgiveness. Because people are dirt poor there. Let's be real. They are very, 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 very poor. And still at this moment, Plahotniuc and Shor are not arrested. Israel and USA let them live freely.
Thank you, Daniel. I thought one of them was in London for some reason. Maybe it's a different guy. Anyway, but no, Russia is trying to flex its muscle in the one place they still have left. In Europe, really, and that is Moldova. They're trying to push Moldova into an ever worse situation, to try to leverage it against Ukraine, to try to leverage it against the European Union, to try to leverage it against. I genuinely couldn't agree more. It does very much fundamentally matter. It's not a side issue. It's very much core to what we're trying to solve, as a free world. Undoubtedly so. And goodness, they might just, as you said, overplay their hand. They might just coax and force the hand of Maia Sandu into, asking for specific help and changing the situation in Transnistria for once for the better. I would wonder what the mechanisms there would be. I think that'd be quite interesting, possibly. But anyway, Joanna.
Yes, thank you, Doman. So if you want some details about the military help that Moldova received, I can help you with that. The European Council adopted a measure to offer 40 million euros to Moldova in military help. This is very significant because the military budget of Moldova is 46.5 million euros, so it's almost the same as the military budget of Moldova. And you have to keep in mind that this budget, it's not only for equipment. In fact, the majority is for wages, administrative expenses, logistics, food, and others. So in fact, Moldova had very few to invest in equipment, and the 40 million euros offered by European Union are very good. They will go to logistics, mobility, command and control, cyber defense, aerial reconnaissance, drones, and tactical communications. And another measure of this kind was done in 2021 for 7 million euros. Also in 2021, the United States have helped Moldova with about 5 million euros in equipment. About Germany, as you said, Christine Lambrecht was in Moldova and they offered some help, basically modern equipment, drones and things like this. According to the officials of Moldova, so it's the army is well under equipped, is very small, 6,500 soldiers and 2,000 and some administrative personnel, so very, very small army, under equipped, and they want to take as model the Baltic states and invest very wisely in equipment that is not very expensive but has a lot of capabilities. So that's their goal. And also Romania is helping Moldova since 2012. There is an agreement between Bucharest and Chisinau to offer equipment to hold exercises together, to offer weapon systems, munitions. This is done regularly and so on. So basically, that's what I have for now.
Thank you, Anna. You might also recall a few months ago, Russian propagandists coming out with, "Oh, look, Americans are invading Moldova, going for Transnistria," and they were actually putting up a video of, I think, a 2017 military exercise that was, perfectly well sanctioned, etc. This is a minor point of just how important it is for them. It's also very much a testing ground for them for various protest actions.
Transnistria is part of Moldova. Russians can yell how much they want. It's the part of Moldova. And Moldova has the right to go there and kill every Russian.
I am not saying no to that, Daniel. I'm certainly not saying no. I'm just trying to
imagine in my country,
Russian
we
propaganda
have 1,500 Bulgarian officers and soldiers. We have the right to destroy the invader. I don't say this happens here, but I try any example. If you are not invited there, if you are asked for 20 years, go in your country, leave my country alone, you have the right to kill them. And they don't even try to say, we want to go home. So Ukrainians, when they said to Chisinau, we can send 2 brigades to solve the problem in Kobasna, and Chisinau said nothing, because they don't want something like this. Because any war, any shot, any people dying in military action is a tragedy, is not something we need to cherish. But also we need to understand, there are Russian soldiers in Moldova, past 30 years, uninvited, never wanted an intention to go out there, who patronize a criminal mafia regime there, which are destroying Moldova economy and society, make them not only the poorest country, but the country who all the young people, all the people who can make Moldova a normal country emigrate, because they have the switch for gas, they have the switch for electricity, and a country who can be sabotage electrical and gas deliveries is almost impossible to manage. You can add any pro-European party, any honest political leader. In this situation, your country will fail. And how I can explain Maya Sandu, she didn't need to win this office. It is a miracle she is a leader of Moldova. And also is the fault of European Union, also the fault of Romania and Ukraine for this situation. And we need to repay our debts. And this, Zelensky has no fault, but he must remember, Moldova situation in many parts after the Russians is the Ukrainian fault. Contraband doesn't work without Ukraine.
All right, Daniel, I need to shift this. You know why? And I have an excellent transition lined up. So my transition will be part of the reason why a stable Moldova is crucial for Ukraine is because Moldova is in the same rail gauge as Ukraine, still both on the Soviet rail gauge of 15-20 millimeters. A whole lot of Ukrainians' exports, but crucially imports, are coming into Ukraine through the Danubian riverine ports. Reni and Ismail. Those goods end up on trains that pass through Moldova from south to north, and then enter Western Ukraine. If Moldova is not stable and that route is no longer available, accessible to Ukrainians, that is bad for Ukraine. That is bad for the Ukrainian war effort. That makes it more difficult for Ukraine to say, have stable diesel supplies. And that's why a stable Moldova is not just a question of Moldova, it is also very much a question of a victorious Ukraine, a Ukraine that has it easier on them rather than harder to be able to win and to expel the Russian invader. Since we're talking about railways, do you know what's soon being reopened? The rail link to Kherson. I think that's very interesting. So already yesterday, or was it early this morning? I think yesterday already we saw Alexander Kamyshin, the CEO of Ukrainian Railways, of Ukrzaliznytsia, and I'm being asked to explain how Ukrzaliznytsia is pronounced. Again, it's very easy. You just say it the way it's written. Break it down into individual syllables, and it's pretty straightforward, right? Ukrzaliznytsia. Easy as that. And they're reporting that as of a few days from now, the rail link to Kherson will be reestablished, which I think is absolutely fantastic. So there's images of them clearing the rail tracks between what I can only presume is sort of the Mykolaiv direction and the city of Kherson, and that there soon will again be a rail service to Kherson. What this also says to me is that even though Kherson is only a few kilometers from the Russian front lines, that Ukraine feels relatively confident that Russia doesn't have the artillery capacity to be able to hit and disrupt the railway there meaningfully, which I think is particularly excellent news. Björn?
Yeah, just a pronunciation of Ukrzaliznytsia. I put up a video. It's very nice. There's a bunch of young local Ukrainians, and they are all shouting Ukrzaliznytsia, and it's like if you remember in school and you had a foreign language and you all had to repeat out loud the word the teacher just pronounced. It's like this. You can take this and train with them together how to pronounce Ukrzaliznytsia. I put it up in the nest.
Oh, excellent. Oh, that is perfect. Terrific. Excellent. Yeah, I didn't. That's kind of exactly what I was wanting to look for. Is this just now? Is this from today? That is fantastic. Okay, great. Lana.
Yes. So indeed, what they are doing, Ukrzaliznytsia, with the train service is amazing. I've seen the post. It's amazing, and also today they posted another thing that is called Tickets to Victory. And in fact, they are launching the ticket sales for the first trains to get retaken city. cities. So they are launching these advanced ticket sales for Kherson, Mariupol, Donetsk, Lugansk, and Simferopol. So this tells a lot about their confidence and their determination to do things the right way, and it's amazing.
Excellent. Are they doing this specifically with a way as a way to fund future exploits, or is it just kind of on or does it kind of stand on its own?
Well, I have to inquire to see, but I can send you the post. It's from Alexander Kamishin.
Right. No, I think I already found it. Thank you. Yeah, that's an interesting idea. I mean, I am still absolutely astounded. I see the proceeds go to shuttles from retaken territories, which makes sense. I'm absolutely astounded by the expediency, and it's not as though we're seeing this for the first time. Far from it, right? We saw the train roll into Balaklia within a few days of Balaklia having been liberated. Many other places as well, but I am actually still astounded by the expediency, the dedication, the determination that they're going to reestablish connections wherever the Ukrainian state has liberated areas, wherever the Ukrainian army has liberated areas, wherever the Ukrainian state has reestablished control, there will immediately be a return of normal service, of the postal service, of the railway service. And those are both absolutely critical, crucial bits of the logistics infrastructure. Absolutely crucial for the normalization, but not in the Czechoslovak sense of normalization, as well as in terms of actually having those areas function again, right? It's not just how it feels, but reestablishing basic logistics is absolutely crucial. Interestingly, and this might be of interest to some people, the G20 summit is now effectively in Indonesia. The Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs under Mr. Kalantarian notes that Russia does not want to discuss world issues during the G20 summit, which makes me question what they think the G20 summit is for. Because that's kind of the point of the G20, right? To be the sort of place where some where some bigger issues are discussed among the major economies of the world. Anyway, it's not the first time that the Russian Foreign Ministry under Kalantarian, he goes by Lavrov. For anybody who doesn't know, he really is Mr. Kalantarian. Has said something just rather confusing, really.
As I have told you earlier, I would have preferred Putin went to the G20 summit, and while he was on the plane, Indonesia passed a law calling him a war criminal, and he was arrested as he put foot in Indonesia.
Yeah, see, do you know, I fear that someone in the Kremlin heard you, and that's when they decided that instead they're just sending Kalantarian instead. It just sounded too likely a scenario for them to not.
I keep my thoughts secret from now on.
Bionade.
Yeah, Domin, there are rumors going around that Russia is preparing to modernize all T-55s. And there was a nice comment from a YouTuber and historian, and he said, if this war lasts another year, it won't be T-34s Russia will be fielding, it will be South tanks and MS-1S. It's yeah. I think we all remember how old and shitty the T-34 is. Yeah. I'm just waiting to see this in Battlefield. I mean, I would possibly guess they will still think, oh, we can win this with we have old equipment, but it's the old tanks we used in World War II, and we beat the Nazis with it, so we can beat them again. Maybe they think that it's a secret weapon.
Yeah,
basically.
maybe some of them still have written on the side of them Za Berlin, and they don't even have to make that investment. I do wonder what they mean when they say that they're preparing or maybe even modernizing T-55s. Just curious how they're intending to do that. Now, there are ways to update T-55s. The Israelis Elbit know all about that. They're very well familiar with how to get a T-55 into something of a little bit of a better shape. But goodness, if that doesn't sound like an unlikely thing for the Russians to be able to do.
Indeed, Owen, indeed. All right, we have it 2:00. It's Kiev time. It's Sunday, and I wanted to remind everybody we are here on the MriyaReport. You listen to Domen, discussing the newest topics all around Kherson and how the winter is coming and how Ukraine is prepared, and what possibly will happen. If you have any questions, please request the mic, come up, and we can discuss it with you. Also, I wanted to remind you we have a beautiful website made by our team. It's MriyaReport.org. Also, if you have the possibility and you want to support Ukraine in their fight against the Russian invasion, go to MriyaAid.org. This is an organization helping people on the ground in Ukraine with non-lethal aid. And we would really kindly ask you to support and donate to them. What I forgot to mention are the nice podcasts and the last interviews we had. It's all recorded, and you can go to Spotify or you can go to our website. There's also a link to Spotify, and you can listen to this. We have experts, we have military experts, we have economic experts, we have Ukrainian voices, which is the most important thing here on this space, and I really like many of these interviews. I don't know which interview I don't like. They are all amazing.
Thank you, Bernardo. We did have a large number of very interesting discussions over the months here on the space, and I'm very glad that we have some excellent audio engineers who cleaned up a number of the better ones and put them on Spotify, for posterity, so that things don't just evaporate into the ether, but instead can be remembered and thought of for years to come. Smurfy Small.
Hey, going. How's it going? Good morning. It's a good morning here.
Good
It's
morning.
6 a.m. I was just going to ask, I listen about 12, 16 hours a day, and do you ever sleep? I have to wonder at this point.
Once or twice a month.
Once or
I
twice
think
a month?
yeah.
Yeah, I hear you. I sleep about 6 hours a night too. But yeah, I just wanted to add on to. I can't remember who was just speaking last. Had a German accent. I can't recall who was just speaking. Oh, okay. Yeah, like he was saying, there are certainly a lot of military experts and economic experts, be it finance, Chuck, Axel, who I assume is sleeping but just listening. And this place has just grown to be like a second home to me, to be honest. And I just really appreciate everything that you guys do. And it's comforting to come to a space and listen. And that's about all I have to say about it. But thank you.
Thank you, Smurfies. Well, it's great to hear that, Smurfies. It really is. Well, go ahead.
Yeah, I would like to echo Smurfy there. Also, 16 to 18 hours a day listening and learning a lot. Such emotional days watching the videos out of Kherson. Yeah, really, really emotional. Just some breaking news on Twitter. Putin has moved his office from the 6th floor of the Kremlin down to the 1st floor. And I think that's a real celebration. Yeah, jokes aside, loving the discussion and the chats, and thank you all to the amazing speakers, and good afternoon from South Africa. That's all I have.
Thank you, Will. So I have something. See, I've been looking at the various things that are being updated on Oryx's website. Everybody knows Oryx, everybody's famous visually confirmed equipment loss counter. It's not just one, right? It's a collective behind it. And I think I have an idea. They should just send one of their good people off to Chernobyl. Because all the time, things keep popping up. There's this Buk radar system that's lying destroyed at Chernobyl. There's this helicopters. There's these destroyed, very difficult to identify from picture what kind of a BMP it is or what kind of a tank exactly it is. I think it'd be an excellent idea to just send someone from Oryx to Chernobyl to just hand count things, because doing it partially like this, and Bionade, what do you think? But doing it partially like this, just on the basis of imagery, I just don't think that's good enough, really. And they're bound to end up missing things just because everything is so, thoroughly destroyed at Chernobyl. And then maybe this is my other part of the suggestion, part of the reasoning. If the Ukrainians saw that there's someone from Oryx already there, maybe they'll speed things up and move on to the left bank more quickly, just so he doesn't have to travel twice. And then you could go to Chaplinka as well and count stuff there up, because apparently Chaplinka has now been struck 3 times in the past. What is it? 20 hours since I asked when the next smoking accident at Chaplinka will be. So apparently 3 smoking accidents in the past under 24 hours. A very impressive efficiency, these smoking accidents, and great to see it. But I really worry for the good people at Oryx having to, trawl through images when they could just do it on site, be far more effective. Russians are very kind, concentrating their equipment so well. It would really facilitate such an effort, wouldn't it, Bionade?
Absolutely. And Domen, if you when you mentioned Chaplinka, I think, was it Charles who was saying Chaplinka was really a pain in the ass for the Ukrainians, because they started the helicopters and their unguided fire missions from there, and it was really annoying. But now it's possibly time for payback. And
I was wondering why do they get hitting Treblinka so often? Because one time, okay, they need to get their equipment out. 2 times, okay, maybe they say just leave and let the equipment there. But 3rd time, I just need to really quick put up the map because I'm thinking when you
What are you thinking about?
What are you thinking about? Absolutely. Great commercial. Great commercial. I am thinking about Treblinka. It's too that's too much to the west. If it would have been a little bit more to the west, I would have thought maybe they try to cut the line and take the whole part and go straight to Treblinka after they cross the river, because bombing all around and taking everything out of the space and hitting it again and hitting it again. I mean, the Russians at some point after the 3rd hit, I think they get the memo that they have to get out there, and that's not a good place for a base, and everything in the area in the radius around with like 70 kilometers around Kherson is or 70 kilometers away from the river is possibly not a good idea to have any equipment and any kind of soldiers.
And Treblinka is only about 52 kilometers maybe from Novakakovka.
Yeah, from Novakakovka, and it's I'm not sure if Novakakovka is the closest point. Yeah, it's the closest point.
But more or
It's the
less.
closest point. Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
A nice straight road, well, almost leading there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, I mean, if you go this road down to Treblinka, it's the biggest main roads, and there are no, as far as I can see, no smaller roads down there. Yeah, you basically have it's the entrance to Crimea from the eastern side. There's the other connection road on the western side by Novo-Oleksivka. But yeah, if you're there, let me guess how far it is. Oh, if you are in Treblinka, you can also hit the connection road in Novo-Oleksivka. So if they get somehow, if they really have the plan to get to Treblinka, they absolutely cut off Crimea at this point, and this would be really great to see.
Like, there's a reason behind
maybe
why the Russians moved their why the Russians moved their base to Henichensk, right? Because it's pretty much the only bit of Kherson Oblast left that is not within public Gimler's range.
Yeah, absolutely. What was where was it?
Henichensk. If you take the road from Kakhovka to Novo-Oleksievka and just continue all the way to the coast of the Sea of Azov,
all right.
There's a town called Henichensk on the Sea of Azov.
All right.
Right where that last barrier islands of Crimea hit.
I see. It's because it's going to this Hof Peninsula. All right.
Exactly.
Yeah. So at this point, they would be really completely cut off, and yeah, Treblinka, it's not this far. It's not this far, and it's all in Heimos range, and it's not many roads, and they are at Novakakovka and can really cut off Nova Treblinka support routes completely with Gymnas. It's
utterly
great situation.
Utterly and completely.
So I might revise my bet or my idea from yesterday and think they may be going for Treblinka.
All right, thank you, Bernardo. Smurfies.
Gentlemen, I have a question about geolocating particular photos. I'm often perplexed about the ability of some people to see a corner of a building or half of a road sign, and they're able to get the literally the latitude and longitude of particular areas. Is that more of a technical thing, that a photo has been that has geotags in it, or are there people that have been to that particular area before, or is there something? Are people going on Google Street View and just searching endlessly until they find where things are from?
So in some cases, yes, there have indeed been cases of geotags still being on pictures that get published. I think Telegram doesn't strip geotags. It doesn't strip metadata off of pictures as they get published. So that makes it particularly likely. What else? Right. Other than that, the thing is, when somebody knows roughly where some place is, right, and have access to satellite imagery of an area, such as, for example, Google Earth tends to be pretty good at that. Which is a free tool, not even as a pay-to-play tool. That helps a lot. And then it's kind of like GeoGuessr. Do you remember that game GeoGuessr? It was kind of big, maybe 10 years ago, where you get plopped down somewhere on the face of the earth on Google Street View and have to figure out where you are.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, it's kind of like that, really, isn't it? I have a hunch that whomever designed GeoGuessr had this in mind going forward. Maybe they didn't, but it really seems like the proliferation of various OSINT techniques since then has something to do with GeoGuessr a decade ago, or whatever it was, something like a decade ago. So yeah, that's really how. Again, remember, a lot of the time people have other information that alleges the location of something. And so if you know that it's supposed to be somewhere around some particularly small village, it's relatively easy to figure out where you're supposed to be, right? I think that's really how it's done, more of the time than not. It's not done, here's a picture in the middle of nowhere, you see half a road sign that says, speed limit 50, and nothing else, and everything is just a flat plane, and you figure out exactly where it is. No, probably not. If it's known, for example, when it's supposed to have been taken, and you see some stuff in the sky, maybe that helps. Sometimes flora helps if you're completely uninformed as to if you don't have other knowledge of where it's supposed to be. But yeah, it's more complicated than that. I don't know, Bionade, what am I missing out? I'm sure I'm missing things out.
Yeah, you missed one thing, but I will link it in a moment into the nest. It's an article from Bellingcat about it, how you use the sun and shadows for geolocation. It's a mathematical approach, because if you have the for example, in Germany we have everything standardized. For example, between two street lamps, you have always 25 or 50 meters they are apart, and some things like this you can use. Often these milestones or road road signs have a special high, and if you see things like this, or if you know if you have a person on it and you see the shadow, you can find out how big the person is, how big the shadow is, and if you have a time frame, it's will be getting more easily. And but it's a mathematical approach. Some equations for this.
Yeah, makes me wish I was better at math at that point. If you could figure out how big somebody is from a shadow, are there programs for that, or is it just
triangles? Similar triangles.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Pythagoras, basically. And what was the other thing?
No, literally, Google similar triangles, Smurfy small. That is literally the approach to do this. That's been done for many centuries now. Now, obviously, they weren't in images, right? The shadows, they were in real life, but that's how distances have been figured out for a long time. Edvard.
Yeah, hi, Doman. I was out last night on the Twitter and doing my regular troll hunting, and there was a lot of talk about the Russians moving their administrative capital to Henishki.
Henichens.
Henichens. And I thought it would be wise to, so I asked on Twitter where they were going to move the administrative capital the next time. But for some reason, it didn't fly. I don't know. They don't have some humor, the Russians, I guess. But talking about goodwill gestures, I have read somewhere that obviously the main, so to say, attacking plans are south of Kherson now for the Ukrainians, and but I read somewhere also they're planning to go southeast of the Zaporizhia towards Mykolaiv, but I haven't heard so much about.
Wait,
so my question,
Mykolaiv is southwest of Zaporizhia.
yeah,
Do you
yeah,
mean Mariupol or Melitopol?
yeah, or somewhere, somewhere south of Zaporizhia, anyway. But how is the Russian positions there? Are they fortified? Are there a lot of troops there and so on? What's the status, so to say, of the defensive line? Do we have any updates on that?
Updates, I don't know. There have been there on the line of basically Vasilivka, Paloche to Vuhledar and then onward to Donetsk. Ever since, it's almost the perfect east-west front, almost completely straight. I mean, almost completely straight. You know what I mean? No, it's almost perfectly aligned from between around Vasilivka and Marinka, just outside the city of Donetsk. And there are plenty of Russians there. They have been there on that relatively stationary line, not completely stationary, obviously, but relatively stationary line for the past 7.5 months, roughly. So I don't think it will be trivial to dislodge them. However, it is also a pretty long line, and the one that is on the offensive gets to choose where to go on the offensive, as opposed to the one that's defending. And this might be to the benefit of Ukrainians here, because they can just go wherever they think is best, and they can go wherever they think is the most useful, as opposed to going wherever there's the most Russians concentrated. Now, I think it's probably time for Ukraine to start a nice little Gimler's smoking accident campaign, a Gimler's propagated smoking accident campaign in places like Melitopol and Tokmak, a few others around. I think Kinsky Rozdore probably have a good number of Russians stationed there, and dispense with them as much as possible, right? And shape the battlefield, prepare the area for an attack south towards Melitopol or towards Berdyansk. Either way, it's the same general cardinal direction. And I reckon sooner or later they are going to do it. We'll just have to wait and see when they will find it the most appropriate to go and do it. But yeah, certainly sooner or later, yes.
Sorry, I said Mykolaiv before, right? I meant Melitopol, of course. I'm not. Sometimes I confuse cities, but I get. Yeah, we're looking forward to that, though, man. Really. Hopefully, we can spread out the make it a little tougher for the Russians by spreading out the attacks.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. And I see Jay and Yehuda were noting as well. That might be a good point for Ukraine to do a few assaults across the river or across the Kakhovka Reservoir, just to make sure that the Russians are appropriately overstretched wherever they might be. So that should be that would be of some use as well. All right. So let me just see. So there's about, what's that? That's 34. Yeah, it's still somewhat over 100,000 square kilometers still to liberate, right? That's really the task ahead of Ukraine. It doesn't necessarily matter which bits they go for first. They will go for whatever is the most prudent for them. They will go for whatever is the most easily achievable with the least loss of life of their own. But at the end of the day, whether they go across in Zaporizhia first or first go for Svatov and then Starobilsk or maybe Krymina and Severodonetsk, it's really up to them. It's up to their command. It's up to those who have all the information, which certainly isn't me. But one and the other, they will certainly have to do in some order. Right. Thank you, Edvard. Lana.
Yes, thank you, Roman. I just wanted to add to what you said that so these are potential lines of attack. We don't know exactly what the Ukrainian army will choose to do, but one possible breakthrough from north to south is from Zaporozhye to Melitopol. So Russians are in control of the region Zaporozhye up to the river Dnipro, how they said. So this includes Energodar, where the power plant is, but not the city of Zaporozhye, which is north to that. So one possible breakthrough will be from Zaporozhye to Melitopol. We have to note that Melitopol is a very important logistic hub, but also that there is a lot of partisan activity in Melitopol. And as of today, I've read a tweet that the citizens inside the city took down the Russian flag in Melitopol. So there is really a lot of partisan activity in Melitopol. If you remember a few weeks ago, maybe a month or so, they blow up a train, Russian train that arrived there with tanks and equipment. So this is a potential breakthrough from north to south. The second one, more recently, is from the region to the southwest of Donetsk, Vuhledar and Pavlivka. There were fights there with kind of significant Ukrainian success. In Pavlivka, there were a lot of casualties to the Russian part, but it's still contested. And if you look south from there is Mariupol. And we have seen some reports about a week ago that the Russians are trying to fortify the region. Basically, it's about the city of Nikolske. They are doing some trenches and some dragon teeth. They are working with some concrete factories in the region, trying to fortify this, which can tell us that they expect to be attacked from the north. So, and also between Pavlivka and Mariupol, there is another logistic hub, road and rail hub. That's what I had to add.
Oh, absolutely. Notably, let's say that rail line that is under Russian control, east to west, isn't really under Russian control in the sense that it can fairly easily get interdicted by Ukraine. It's well within range of Ukraine, right? So that makes it a little bit easier there. So it's not as important a rail line because of that. However, yeah, it's it's definitely a good thing for Ukraine to interdict, especially if they get to interdict the coastal road as well, down in the Sea of Azov. Wherever they go across, if they get to the Sea of Azov, that separates Russians into two separate areas in the east and the south. And then the south genuinely can only get resupplied from Crimea, right, or through Crimea. And that would, without the Kerch Bridge being operational, that would just endlessly complicate their efforts there. Whoops.
What whoops?
I might have pressed a wrong button and removed someone from the space instead of bringing them up to speakers. That's what whoopsed. I whoopsed.
You wouldn't believe, but 9 months in, it still happens.
Because sometimes the buttons
swiping
move.
thing is really hard. I know.
Sometimes they move, and then there's a whoops. Goodness. There we go. I have now rectified it. There we go. But yes, actually, I'm sure you have things to add here.
To the whoops?
No, to the important bits before that, before the whoops.
I literally only joined up very quickly because I saw that Bionade was dropping down, so I wanted to give you supporting and flanking fire. I failed to be able to listen to you in the minutes before. I apologize.
Well, the big question is, what do you think Ukraine has in store in terms of a push south from the southern front?
I think Ukraine has substantial capacity. We haven't seen many of their tanks other than in limited fashion in the northeast of the Kherson Oblast, of course. But there is still sufficient tank capacity for 1 or 2 pushes. Let's put it this way. They need more IFVs, as we all know. They have now received a couple of things which might come in very handy recently, including some dingoes. As I understand, they are resolving the situation in regard to the necessary ammunition for the Gepards, which is also good. They have more and more mine clearing systems, which allow them to advance in a different fashion. And they have more reconnaissance systems, which help them as well. So with a bit of luck and loads and loads of trailer trucks, including tank trailer trucks, they should be able to move around significantly more flexibly than before. And as a consequence, I would say that the bloody Russians are toast in the southeast.
Excellent. Thank you, Axel. I'm looking forward to
Was
where
that
it's going to be.
sufficiently ambiguous?
I think that was excellently ambiguous. So there's 3 basically options, right? Either towards Melitopol, towards Mariupol, or towards Berdyansk in the middle.
No, there's only 3 options. There's only 3 options how to make a toast. Left side, right side, or in a toast on both sides.
Very
Ask
well.
Chris, he's English.
Yeah, so what happens if you put never mind. I was going to talk about cats and toast, but that's I'll leave that. Abdallah, go ahead, and then we go on to our friend Alon. Abdallah. Or not. Alon, apologies for having whoopsed you earlier, but we rectified it fairly quickly, so it's all right, I think.
It's okay. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'd like to continue on this discussion. Yes, I think there are, in the bigger picture, there are certain elements, certain specific areas that Ukraine has to regain to ensure the long-term security, the long-term economic viability. What we've seen in Kherson is quite important. The defensibility long term of Mykolaiv, of Odessa, of the entire Black Sea coast actually. It rests in no spot and no small part on the liberation of Kherson, Western Kherson. Now there are also parts of Kherson on the east bank of the Dnipro River that are of strategical critical importance. Because if you look at the map, the oblast it follows the line of the river to the mouth, and then it juts out into the Black Sea. And the tip of the Kinborn Spit, which is the northern westmost point of that part of Kherson, that's about 3 miles away from a sea, yeah, which is on the west bank. So a Russian military position there in that area, in these areas, could allow them to bring artillery, to bring drones, to build missile fire against much of the coast, many short-range systems, without having to use expensive long-range capabilities.
Did you hear what the Natalia Humeniuk of Operational Command South said yesterday?
Yeah, but maybe what are you referring to exactly?
Yesterday she said combat operations are underway on the Kinburn Spit. So we were talking with Yehuda about this earlier today, and he basically says, I think that is probably what it was. No, the Ukrainians aren't there to take up positions there because it's completely indefensible, but they're dispensing with whatever Russians put there on the end of that peninsula, on the Akrotiri of the Kinburn Peninsula.
Yeah, so that's one thing, but in the long, the big picture is when you trace defensible lines. We usually refer to roughly 25 kilometers, which is the effective range of 142 millimeter artilleries. All modern armies have, of course, systems with much longer ranges, but the 152 guns, pretty easy, pretty inexpensive to produce, as are the rounds. And so, in large scales, they're pretty impossible to defend against. Systems do exist that shoot down individual artillery rounds, also missiles and drones, but there's no system that can shoot thousands of these at a time. We've seen how effectively they've used these weapons to seizure Severodonetsk, Lysychansk, and it allowed the relatively weak Russian ground forces to advance. So military planners need to assume that any positions within 25 kilometers of the Russian line could be subjected to these massive artillery barrages. And any sound military doctrine teaches us that you don't defend a position just by standing on it. A reliable defense needs to establish well forward of the points or the line that has to be held. So, in other words, the Dnipro, it shouldn't be the first line of defense. It has to be the last line of defense, ultimately. Because crossing a river, contested river crossing is a very difficult task to begin with. But it's a lot easier if the attacker is able to make all the preparation right at the river, establish artillery position, bring in bridge equipment, MS supplies, and so on. So yes, the river is a very reliable defense. But if the Russian need to first advance to it and then prepare to cross, while the Ukrainian defenders can disrupt their efforts, a much more reliable defense. So the Ukrainians, at some point, have to be able to establish and hold positions on the eastern bank, and it can't be just a narrow strip along the river. It has to be far enough away from the river that any concerted Russian attack can't easily, throw them back against the river itself, which is a disastrous position to hold. It has to be far enough east to keep the Russians out of artillery range of the West Bank and to prevent them from bombing the Ukrainian defense on that bank.
Yehuda, what do you reckon?
Yeah, no, Alon, that's right. No, everything you're saying is 100% right. But I mean, the Alon, the you do realize that it's Ukrainians have the advantage here. It's the Ukrainians that will push the Russians out of their artillery range, which they won't even be able to get to. The Russians' safest spot, as you heard me say earlier, 25, more like 50 kilometers, and even that's not out of range. But I suspect right now, as we're talking, Alon, as you know, Ukrainians are shelling the East Bank quite strongly. It's a huge amount of artillery coming down on them from 2 days ago, and it's still going on. So I suspect the reason why the Russian forces haven't moved so quickly to their real positions, which should not be anywhere near the river, is because they're engaged. The Ukrainians are fixing them with artillery. But I do suspect that they will leave, right? And Elon's right. At the next step, when the Ukrainians do bridge that river, there won't be Russians within 25, 50 kilometers even of that river. That's when the Ukrainians will start, as Alon so rightfully said, establishing bridgeheads, creating defensive positions, perimeters. And I suspect that'll happen more to the north near Kakhovka Dam because the terrain is more conducive to holding, and you will see that the key here is Ukrainian artillery all the way. Russian artillery is important for the Russians, but however, their range isn't as good and their ammunition supply isn't as robust. They don't have that sustainment plan. So once the Ukrainians push those Russians back just with artillery, you're going to see Ukrainians take that, go across that river. And he's right. They'll push out 30 kilometers. They're not going to be stuck on a little sliver of land and have the river at their back, even with bridges. They don't want to have to run across bridges to get out of the way of a Russian advance. But there won't be a Russian advance, I suspect. Alon, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, the northernmost part, the distance from the northwesternmost part of those lines to the river at closest approach is about 70 kilometers. And that would be far enough to allow the Ukrainians to establish a frontline defense at the line of contact, and then a main defensive area out of the tube artillery range, from which they could retreat some distance if they need to, and still keep the Russians out of artillery range of the river and avoid finding themselves pressed up right against the river.
Exactly. I think you mean the northeast. I'm not sure of the river, but northwest. I'm not sure where you're referring to. If you look at the map there, can you put that map again on the front, Domin? Just dump the first, the last. Just delete the last two tweets. If you want to look up at the map there that we've posted, you're going to be able to see the position. So Alon, I have actually mapped out which Russian units are where. If you want to take a look at it, you can see the ground around Kakhovka Dam is much more a better use of terrain is allowed up there. The forces where you don't want to have Russia, Ukrainian forces, and the Russians shouldn't have theirs, is south of Kherson It's a floodplain. The ground is very, very soft. It's not good for a lot of heavy tracked equipment, and or wheeled, and you have all those Russian those brigade size strengths. You have them all along the road going down towards Crimea. So definitely not a good place for both sides to be in. However, up to the north, the Russians are trying to defend a position. I don't know that they've just made this up in their head. There are no defensive positions other than shell scrapes and trenches dug by hand. But those positions will be easily bashed by Ukrainians. And then I suspect there and south of there, you're going to see Ukrainians establish bridgeheads and then move east, setting up, as Alon said, a defensive line, a front line, and then they'll filter in all the rest of their troops and their equipment and their engineering assets will follow them as well. So I don't know if you see that map. Can you see it, Alon?
I see it. I thinking further ahead, when you consider key terrain in eastern Kherson and western Zaporizhia, it also needs to integrate concerns because of the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant. Um,
Yeah, but
we,
Alon,
we,
I don't know if you heard earlier, there might very well be a Russian withdrawal around there. There are huge Ukrainian forces around Zaporizhia, and that's been an area of operation. If you consider 4 area of operations, that'd be one of them, and that's a theater that the Ukrainians haven't engaged in. I suspect there's a reason for it, and I suspect they're waiting for Kherson. So that's why I think that this isn't over, and I don't think they're resting until the spring. I don't think they've taken Kherson for the purpose of just holding the river. I think that the Russians are so degraded and they're vulnerable that the Ukrainians are going to take advantage of the situation. So I do suspect that whether the Russians withdraw from Zaporizhia or not, you're going to see Ukrainians push down from Zaporizhia. So I don't know if you heard about that.
yeah, but ultimately the Russians have to be kept out of artillery range of Enerhoda. If you calculate, the required position similar to the one we talked about to bring the line that's required for them to reliably defend the power plant, that would be about 50 or so kilometers south of Enerhoda.
Are you tracking? They can bypass Enerhoda, to be honest with you. Have you tracking where the Russians have set up defensive positions? It's quite a ways away, and it's well south of Melitopol. So I suspect the Russians
That
know
would
their
be
next. Yeah.
Melitopol would be the next major geographical feature you have to consider.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is that the Russian defensive positions that they have already constructed is even further southeast of that. I suspect they're intending to not fight for Melitopol. That's what it looks like right now. I think that their next game is going to be Mariupol and Crimea, is what I'm saying, because there'd be no reason to dig in so far away from Melitopol. They're not. There are no Russian major defense positions that were made northwest of Melitopol, which would make sense because that would be the Ukrainians coming down from Zaporizhia, but they're not there. So very strange. I suspect it would actually be a smart plan on behalf of the Russians to pick a defensive position that's tighter and closer to Crimea and closer to the land bridge. But we'll have to see. I think the next tech.
Yeah, actually, Melitopol is a very critical junction of roads that runs from the Dnipro around the dam all the way to through the Sea of Azov and ultimately to Mariupol. And at one end, and at the other end, from Crimea north to Zaporizhia city on the other. So if they retain control of Melitopol and all these roads that run south and east of it, it could turn into a large militarized base, like a second Belgorod, if you may.
I think we're talking past each other. I'm saying I suspect the Russians are not going to fight for Melitopol. I think they know they've lost because their defensive positions that they've dug do not defend Melitopol. It's outside of their defense. That's what I'm trying to tell you right now.
Well,
So,
if that's the case,
weird.
that they would be confined to Crimea and the vulnerable roads and the rail connection.
Yeah, but you remember, they're alone. They're not you or me. They're not. They're thinking that they're Russia and they can't fail. And they'll come back later. I think that, perhaps they're thinking that they're going to fight it out for Crimea. I don't think they have. Especially if those Russian forces east of Kherson in that plain there, if they're attrited or more so, and they already are, if they're reduced even more, the best thing that those Russians could do is either go back to Mariupol or Crimea. I don't think they have a fight in Melitopol because they know. I think they suspect that there's probably a couple divisions worth of Ukrainians in the Zaporizhzhia salient, and they're just going to push right down, and it'll destroy everything.
Yeah,
Anyway.
well, defending that would be a lot easier than defending an attack that uses Melitopol as a prepared forward base, a well-stocked, well-prepared forward base.
Base. It's a city, it's a garrison city for sure, right? But yeah, no, I think we've passed that. I think the same thing, the way they won other advances, they'd win Melitopol as well. But they'd use their artillery to outgun or outrange Russian artillery, and sorry. So we're going to see Russians do the same thing. So Ukrainians can move up with artillery, trick the enemy, soften them up, and then conduct their, combined arms attacks. But it's the artillery that's king here. Anyway, I don't know if anyone else wants to jump alone in.
Yeah, Abdallah is raising his hand.
Go ahead, Abdallah.
It's okay. I'll let Doman go. Go ahead, Doman.
Oh no, just as a minor point, Alon and Yehuda was saying that Russians are preparing defensive positions, right? That's where they're digging trenches on the approaches to Crimea and putting dragon's teeth around Mariupol. Maybe for once they're starting to realize what the facts on the ground are. Even they can start learning at some point. Abdallah, sorry.
Oh, no problem, no problem. Thank you so much. Good afternoon from Dubai, where it's 30 degrees. Here we have a lot of Russian tourists. They have to keep in check. They're enjoying the good life while their fascist government denies the very existence of the Ukrainian people. Doman, earlier you mentioned that Sergei Lavrov, what was his last name?
Kalantarian.
Kalantarian, thank you.
Or Lavrochenko. Those are the two acceptable ones.
Kalantarian or Lavrochenko. I like Kalantarian. Yeah, then we will know where his roots are from. You said that he stated that the global issues will not be discussed at the G20. Is that what he said?
Yeah, he said that Russia is not interested in discussing global issues at the G20 summit, which makes perfect sense because the G20 summit is there to discuss, fine food and wine and nothing else really.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, Doman, is that he might be onto something. My sources at the G20 are telling me that the Russian delegation, their only engagement there in this whole G20 summit is nightly gathering at the best nightclubs in Bali. Unconfirmed. I'll have to double check. But I also wanted to mention about an event that's going to be happening in Dallas, which is really good. It's George Bush, the former president, is going to have a public conversation in Dallas, and the Ukrainian president is going to join in, I think, virtually. I think it's a gathering just to discuss America's unequivocal support for Ukraine for as long as it lasts and it's needed. And this is really good because we need both parties in America to support Ukraine. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much, Doman and Yehuda and everybody else, friends of Ukraine. Take care from Dubai.
Thank you, Abdallah. I am not surprised if the thing about Bali is true. And it's nice to see that the good people of North Texas are going to have a nice event on their hands. Wonderful.
Dorfman, sorry. Can I ask you about the plane that Putin and
Only
Sergei
if you're saying
Kalaterian?
boss the plane. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you: are those Western-made planes, or are those made in Russia?
The government plane is an Ilyushin 96, I think, the one that they use for long distances. So yeah, that's Russian made. Yehuda? And also notably,
Yeah, sorry,
it's a.
I don't know. The answer is what planes it was, what planes there were.
So the Ilyushin 96 is a late 1980s design. So
Yeah.
it actually doesn't incorporate a whole lot of Western parts either. It's one of the few things that's kind of reliable for them to use.
Yeah, 100%. All right, sorry.
No worries. Speaking of Canadians, Alex Costelli, go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. I was watching the footage today. It's being discussed actively, at least in Ukraine. So there was a former convict who had like 22 years.
Yeah, if we're going to talk about Yevgeny.
Oh, you talked about it already.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, but let's not talk about it. I'm not interested in that conversation. Sorry. It's gross. A Wagner person, Alex. A little too graphic, and I don't want people to go look it up and then message us.
Okay.
Do you want to just briefly touch on?
Yeah, I'm saying that this is not a country anymore. This is ISIS. Like.
Yeah. Just so you know, for the audience, a former Wagner person who was captured by the Ukrainians. I don't know how he got back to the Wagner control. Wagner says, okay, that's what I thought, but some Wagner people are saying he was kidnapped in some special super duper operation. Not true. And they murdered him in a disgusting, inhumane fashion. So we're not going to talk about it because it's gross and sick. But yes, the Russians are. If there was any illusion, if anyone had an illusion as to what Russia is or was, there isn't any. And Prigozhin bragged about it as well. So hold on a second. So Prigozhin, the Wagner psychopath, actually, commented on this brutal event jokingly, and again, this is what they did to Ukrainian civilians as well. So, very sad. It's very messed up, but I don't want to. I don't think we need to discuss the details of it, Alex.
Yeah, I mean, just terrorist state. This is not state anymore, even territory, like ISIS type thing.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. But this isn't new. It wasn't. It's not now. It's not a state. I mean, it's a state. Let's not be unrealistic. But it is definitely a state that employs the most grotesque forms of terrorism and brutality and savagery. It's very much like ISIS, and I don't think it makes any difference. We shouldn't split hairs. The Russian regime is obviously has gone off any semblance of rational state actor type level stuff. They will butcher and murder people just like ISIS did, and I don't recommend you look at videos like that. They're very distressful and disturbing. But for those who know, you could share, like Alex is, that a person was brutally murdered by Wagner and Russian forces. Anyway, thanks for that, Alex. Alon, I'm just curious, where are you right now?
I am in Mississauga.
No, not you. Alon Mandel. Sorry, I know where you are, Alex. It's okay.
I'm in a do-it-yourself shop in the middle of Tel Aviv.
Okay, you're in Israel. So I wanted to ask, obviously, there's crazy announcements. You guys weren't here, but a crazy announcement a few weeks back where, have you ever heard of any type of a time where a country announces that the Mossad is working with them openly? It's a very strange example. How are Israelis feeling now that the world sees Israel doing more, even though Israel was doing stuff quietly? How do you think? What's the impression in Israel about what Russia's doing? and how Israel is stepping up in different ways, of course. But I'm just curious about the Mossad comments. I thought that was strange. I just want to know what you think of that.
I think it's a very positive development. But as far as the general population of the state of Israel, they're just recovering right now from the fifth election cycle. There's still a lot of uncertainty, a lot of political instability, and people are still preoccupied with that. Um,
No, but what about the comment itself? So we both, you and I both watch Israel stuff. How strange is it? Is that that the prime minister's office says, hey, someone says somewhere along the lines, yeah, it's a good idea. Let them know that the Mossad is working with them. That's it's almost an unheard of thing. I'm just curious how you guys take it, how you're taking it. I know it's a good thing, but is it not a very interesting symbolic? It's not just effective, but the symbolism behind sharing and openly saying that they're sharing is pretty incredible, no?
Absolutely. Usually, the Mossad operates in back channels. It very rarely takes claims responsibility for any kind of actions it takes. So this
It
is
was weird. It was unusual, wasn't it?
extremely unusual. But um, we've all known about cooperation in back channels in the past. The fact that they've made it public, I think, is a natural development. Um,
Also,
um,
don't you think it's meant to send a signal to Russia and the world? Because we all know, for example, that the CIA works with the Mossad. Obviously, they share stuff. No one needs to say it, but for the government to allow someone, to allow anyone to say, yes, by the way, starting now, the Mossad is working with the SBU in Ukraine, and then stop, and then just nothing else. It's a very unusual. It's a very unusual way to announce cooperation. It's strange, very, very strange.
yeah, I'm not sure entirely how to parse it. I think some of it has to do with um, the increased open hostilities between the Russian Federation and Israel. Um, um, but I think it's Israel has been involved in the situation from the very get go, and slowly but surely we're peeling off more and more layers of this kind of participation. And I'm sure that in the future we'll hear even um, about increased level of participation and cooperation between Israeli intelligence units and the Ukrainian military. Um, it's a gradual, natural process, I think.
Yeah, it's almost like breaking them in, right? Because as we know, as we're saying, we've been talking about it here, how there are quite a big number of Russian and Ukrainian speaking Israelis with a lot of technical experience in signal communications and intelligence and all sorts of different warfare. And we've seen them pop up occasionally in videos here and there throughout Ukraine. So a lot of people ask, and as you probably hear alone, I often tell people that they'll say, why isn't Israel doing anything? Or why are they not talking about it? Whether it be good or bad, the Israeli government doesn't really care if they have friends on Twitter or on the internet. They know people aren't going to like them anyway, so they just don't share it. I think they've been trying to slowly, gradually make Russia used to the fact that Israel will be doing stuff and they shouldn't be there. So it's very
I think
interesting.
it also has to do something with the uh, convergence of interests between Iran and Syria recently, the increasing reliability of the Russians on um, Iranian drones and Iranian foreign artilleries and all these shady deals we've been hearing about. They've made them a lot more open, so that requires some sort of response, a public response, the Israeli side.
Yeah, agreed. Definitely Iran being put in the mix. The Israelis hit a bunch of Iranian targets in Syria, a little more pronounced than usual. So that was also a little tip of the hat saying, hello, is it me you're looking for? All right, let's grab some hands. I don't know who's
Jerome.
next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
U.S. and good morning. And it's always great hearing you guys, and thank you for keeping this going. The Twitter talk scares me if that ever happens. So anyway, just a small note. I noticed Grenada, a small Caribbean country, reopened to Russian, I guess, application for visas, which allows them. It's crazy that little country allows. Another whataboutism topic. U.S. did invade it, but it's another example. If we invade, we usually improve, hopefully. But it's a thriving little place with that visa allows you entry into a lot of other places. So I wish I still had the article, but I don't. But it does allow, that visa does allow entry into other places. So just a little note that I noticed. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I haven't heard about it either, but I'm not sure if they can get to Grenada that they can get anywhere else. So visa to Grenada doesn't mean you get a visa to the United States, right?
Yeah, actually, it mentions Schengen area of Europe, but I'm not quite sure what that is actually. But
If you're a citizen, yes. If you have a visa for Grenada, no. Don't think so.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, okay. So I'll go back and read that a little more, but it just sounded like it did
Send
allow
me.
for.
Send me that. I'd be
Yeah,
interested.
the problem is I'm in my car and I.
Whenever.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much.
No worries. Yeah, I'm not sure Grenada is going to tip any scale. Not to be mean to all those good Grenadans out there. Or those grenades, maybe.
I'm sorry to interject, but my thought was fact that they were just selling these things in that little country just to pick up some cash, because they did close it off earlier, but they then reopened it recently. So.
Yeah, but if someone has a Grenadian visa, then they're not going to be able to get there, or they're not going to. Sorry, hold on a second. The domain.
Yeah, so what Yehuda's trying to get at is Grenada isn't the best connected place in the world. So to get there in the first place, they need to be somewhere else before that, outside of Russia. Beyond that, yes, if you get a golden passport, if you buy citizenship, as you can in some countries, if you spend enough money, then yes, a Grenadian passport does give you visa-free travel to the Schengen area, which is most of Europe, most of the EU, and then some countries that aren't in the EU. But having a visa, that's not enough. So sometimes having a visa for a third country allows you to not have to apply, for example, for a transit visa in a fourth country. That's true, but I can't think of any cases where just having a visa for somewhere then gives you an entry permit where otherwise you would require a visa in the first place. It's a little more tenuous. I'm sure there's some very specific cases, but not between Caribbean and Europe. That's a little bit less likely.
Appreciate it. That's why I come here. Thank you for that answer, and I'll look up to it. If I can find it, I'll send it. Thank you.
Yes, please do, Jerome. I want to see what it says, but
We're all
it could
gonna
be that
Google
they
it
can.
now anyway. So we can all, I'm going to Google it now too anyway, but go ahead. Sorry.
I already tried and I couldn't find anything that references that specifically. So
yeah, I'm just mad it's never brought up anymore in the whataboutism as an invasion, but it was an invasion. So thank you.
All right, it's from Business Insider on the 23rd of October. Rich Russians offer Caribbean shortcut to U.S. visas.
Yeah, but that's with a Grenadian passport, not a Grenadian visa. So that's what we.
No, I know, but it just says U.S. visas in there. Maybe that's where the confusion was. I'm not sure.
Oh yeah, that's probably it. All right, that makes sense then.
They're saying, but get a Grenadian passport and you can get a visa to the States. That's what they're trying to say.
Yeah, that's sensible. That's believable. That's what the situation that we described indeed.
Yeah, and the article references for as little as 150,000 U.S. Russians can become citizens of Grenada, and then it's little Switzerland, yada yada, and then they can use this is mostly geared towards the Russian oligarchs, but yeah, I'm not sure that'll work.
Exactly.
Bubbles.
Bubbles.
I've got nothing to add to the last topic. Thank you, Damon, or Yehuda. Just purely a statement. It's, I guess, good morning to everybody because it's just after midnight here in Sydney. I just wanted to send out a reminder that I guess one thing that Russia didn't count on in their invasion of Ukraine was that there are a lot of displaced individuals from the Second World War. I know my grandparents got forced out of Ukraine, and I suppose when they had the options of where to go, the US, which was like almost like over a 2-year wait, or Canada, which was I think like a 9-month wait, or Australia, they took the easy option because I think I just needed to indicate that there are, I guess the Ukrainians are quite disparate and across the world. And so we've grown up, and our support is with Ukraine, and we are all around the world, and it's not something that we'll take lightly. So we're in full support of this and this initiative. But that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Go for it, Domin. Sorry.
No, thank you, Babus. Thank you for your general expression of support. Well appreciated. Lat Moav, go ahead.
Hey, thanks, Doman. Just wanted to mention the video. I just posted a video that had been posted by Ukrainian military aviation minutes ago. And it shows one of their aircraft, what looks like on the coast, possibly the Black Sea. Possibly, I have reason to believe, my general sense of it is that it is probably legitimately a video from this morning in Ukraine. They had been mostly active close to the ground in Kherson and Donbass, and so seeing them over what looks like the Black Sea could indicate some activity there, potentially that Kinburn Peninsula that there's been some chatter about. So I'll just throw that out there for consideration.
So what does that mean? Does that mean that with the paint scheme, that this is one of the planes that weren't in active service and has since been rehabilitated? Or could it have been one of the ones that were delivered as box of parts to Ukraine, more recently? Or
no, Su-24 would not have been. To your second part of your question, the 24s would not have come from any other country. Only none of the former Warsaw Pact countries fly that aircraft. So these are they were many airframes that were inherited after the end of the Soviet Union by Ukraine. They never quite put as many into service as they had. And it was David Axe from Forbes wrote an excellent article earlier this year looking at what that unit, I believe it's the 7th Tactical Aviation Brigade, their maintenance people have been absolutely heroic because that unit was probably almost knocked out of action early on and would have been in the aircraft that had the newer scheme, that digital scheme that's very, very typical. So when you see them in this white and gray, that's the original Soviet colors. Those are almost all aircraft that were pulled out and brought back into service at some point this year. I think they may have begun that process before 24th of February, but and I'll just mention quickly that this has been an incredible thing to watch them do this and stay in the fight like that. But there is a shelf life on that process, and so this is why hopefully, I never tire of saying this, that hopefully the discussions are ongoing about Western types. It's not a theoretical anymore. It's something that has to be looked at seriously over the next 6 months to a year.
what are the limiting factors for them beyond just the number of airframes that they have accessible that way? What are the limiting factors for them? Is it more to do with just the sheer amount of time that's necessary? Is it to do with spare parts? Is it to do with airframes that can only live for so long with so many pressurization cycles and whatnot? Or, so many Gs?
There's a couple of things to consider. First of all, most of these ex-Soviet types, over the years, the Ukrainians have developed pretty solid maintenance and upgrade facilities for them. In fact, so good that they were doing, up until the war started, they were regularly doing maintenance, deep maintenance, for aircraft flown by other countries. They would contract the Ukrainians to do it and not send them to Russia. So they know these airframes very well, not just the Su-24s, everything across the board that's ex-Soviet. The problem is that spare parts can be an issue. When you take over a maintenance completely independently of a design that came from another country, you have to be able to build pretty much all the parts, or have enough airframes sitting around that you can recycle some. And I know, for example, just before the war, one of the problems they had with their helicopters was a shortage of blades for the rotors. That's open source information. So it's anybody's guess, and it's probably a well-guarded secret how much they have in terms of what they produce or just have on hand. The other thing to consider is airframe fatigue. The Ukrainian Air Force is flying mostly at very low level, and low-level flight is more of a stressor on an airframe than flying higher up. And combat, evasive maneuvers where you're pulling a lot more Gs to evade anti-aircraft fire, missiles, all of that puts way more stress on airframes that in some cases were in open storage or were in different. So it's a real battle for these people. Every time we see one of these aircraft in one of these phone videos on Twitter, we have to remember that there is a tremendous amount of physical effort to keep them in the air and keep them operational, which is why, again, we are moving slowly but surely to the point where their replacement has to be seriously discussed.
On the other hand, that also means that there's a, albeit on different types, there's a significantly sized core of aircraft mechanics who would be able to support whatever new types would be coming in, right? Obviously, every type requires specific training and specific skills to be able to work on it, but nevertheless, this would certainly help the cause of those and help the argument of those asking for Western types.
Yeah, it's often forgotten that the training the pilot is important, but training the people that will maintain it on the ground is it's 50-50. It's just as important. So yeah, the part of it that was interesting from that image this morning was the fact that it was very rare to see. It had been a while since we'd seen a video of a Ukrainian aircraft over open water like that. I suspect that is the Black Sea. Some Ukrainians might even recognize where that is, but I thought it tied in interestingly into the possibility of action that we're hearing along that peninsula in that area where, I think this goes to Yehuda's point that he's been making for a few days, that they're not just going to sit back. They're definitely probing at this point and moving forward. And actually, some of the what I've been just reading quickly this morning on Twitter indicates that there may actually be some action happening in that area, in that Kinburn Peninsula. So let's wait and see. But the fact that aircraft is by the coastline, that's a new area of operations for them. Up until now, for weeks and weeks, we've seen these aircraft, the Su-24s, all their close support aircraft, down low in the mud, practically in the mud, in Kherson, in Donbass, further north as well. So this is a new thing. This is something interesting to watch.
Yeah, this is something we discussed previously, 4 hours ago, maybe, with Yehuda. Why why this was commented on by Operation Command South yesterday. And one of the possibilities is that this is just a very temporary operation on the Kinburn Peninsula, and then the spit off it there in the far west, simply because if you might recall, a couple of weeks ago, there were a couple of Ukrainian casualties, tugboat operators at Ochakiv. Ochakiv is in Mykolaiv Oblast, just to the north of that spit. And it was right after that Ukrainian drone raid on Sevastopol harbor. So I reckon that maybe Ukrainians knew there were some Russian positions there, be it with anti-naval missiles or artillery or whatever else, and they thought, hey, this is a good chance. This is a good chance to go and dispense with them, and at least not have them threaten us for a while from that spit.
Yeah, by the way, 2 quick points. I know there are some people on the space that are interested in sometimes hearing about the aviation side of things, and I've been communicating with Axel, and we're working on. Sometimes, well, occasionally.
All the time.
But I was in touch yesterday with Carlos, he's an American military pilot, current military pilot. So we're working on that. Hopefully we can get Colonel Jeff in on it as well. I think there's been a lot going on, and it's probably early October last time we had a good conversation about it. So let's see how that goes. The only other thing I was going to mention was these images coming out of forgive my ignorance. I'm just going to call it Kherson Airfield by, in English. Yeah, I guess that's the community right next to it, right? So that's okay. So it's interesting. Some of the dribs and drabs of images that are coming out. To be clear, the 2 helicopters that we've seen so far that have been recovered, impossible to say from just a quick image whether they're operational or not. What we do know is that, like I said, with these ex-Soviet types, the Ukrainians know them inside out, and you can be sure that they have already, or will soon be given a complete inspection by technical people, by more than likely the Army Aviation Unit that used to be based there, that will probably take up residence again, and they will assess whether they're worth putting back into the air, and if not, they will be stripped of every usable part, which will be very valuable in keeping the rest of the fleet going, which anybody who's been following the videos that are coming out, that is a fleet. Their helicopters, their Army Aviation helicopters, have been very, very active. No doubt in Kherson, they were very active in supporting the ground troops. There was a video that came out a few weeks ago that I thought was amazing. That whoever shot it had the perfect angle where they showed the helicopters at treetop level. Fire. I'm actually looking. When CJ turns up later today, I want to ask him about this, because we've all seen that tactic that they use. The Russians use it as well, of pitching the aircraft up rapidly and firing unguided rockets in the general direction of the enemy. In the video that I'm referring to, it's pretty obvious what they're doing. It's not a precision strike. They're not trying to hit a specific target. They're scattering a bunch of unguided rockets in the general direction of the Russian lines to keep them down. It's suppressive fire, and virtually on their tails, like they could almost touch the tail boom of the helicopters, is the Ukrainian infantry moving forward. So what I have not seen is the Russians working in that kind of close, extremely close coordination with rotary aircraft, with helicopters. But it was a really interesting video to see how they're doing that, and it gives us a very good peek at how they've been reclaiming some of these small villages and real estate in Kherson.
I'd almost have thought it wasn't allowed to use different bits of your military all working together, judging by how Russians have been using them some of the time. I've got a question, really. How much did you see beyond these helicopters and close air support during the reclamation of the right bank of Kherson? Now, this was over 2 months now, right? For more than 2 months, this has slowly been progressing and finally concluded a couple of days ago. But how much did you see aviation used from what came out on the Ukrainian side? Because most of what I think, when I think aviation on the right bank of Kherson, most of what I thought was, Russians sure lost a lot of Ka-52s, but beyond that, I couldn't really put my finger into anything.
No, the operational security had been very good on the part of the Ukrainians. I mean, I watch this stuff very closely. There's a few Ukrainian Twitter profiles that they post this stuff right away as soon as there's anything. And there was really quite a bit of radio silence for quite a while. And when things, well, when I say for quite a while, definitely October up to the present, I definitely got the sense that it was intentional, that that they didn't want a lot of these images to come out for understandable reasons. When they did come out, when you did see that quick shot of an Su-24 flying by at treetop level over a trench, over a Ukrainian trench, there was no indication of exactly where it was, but in a way it doesn't really matter, because you know that they're active across all the major fronts. Like we know that they've been active from north all the way from Kharkiv down to Kherson. And again, the video from today takes that one tiny step further of them operating over the Black Sea. And you know, it really speaks to, there's so many things at play here. The determination of the maintenance people. You know, these people would be working incredibly long hours through the night to keep these aircraft going. It's an incredible effort, and the aggressiveness of the Ukrainian pilots is obvious. So, and remember that in the backdrop of all this, behind the shadows, I suspect, is an ongoing training effort to work up new ground crews, and especially pilots, because they've lost pilots. And that's something that's probably happening well to the west of the country, out of range of Russian fire. But even in the heat of battle, you've got to be training new pilots. So that's ongoing. A lot is going to come out in the months and years to come. Books will be written, and it's going to be an incredible story. It'll be epic. It'll be equivalent to the Royal Air Force in the Battle of Britain, in my opinion. No question about it.
Latin, what kind of training aircraft would those be? Would they be training on old Sukhais?
No, they train on. They train on. I'm actually not sure what they do primary on. A primary is where you get out of the classroom and begin flying, typically in a very simple quasi-civilian propeller-driven aircraft. And I'm not sure what they use there, but they definitely, into the basic and advanced part of the course, they would go. Intermediate and advanced part of the course, they fly a former Czechoslovakian aircraft, now Czech aircraft, called the L-39. It's a very simple, rugged, very popular single engine jet trainer, 2-seat trainer.
Does it have ejection seats?
Oh yes, it does. It prepares pilots for fast jet, for sure. The only thing is that it's well, they have done some updating to them. The big question with a trainer like that is that you want to make sure that if you're transitioning to more modern types, that the cockpit is compatible. So for example, if the cockpit is a modern cockpit with lots of flat screen displays, you want to prepare the pilot for that kind of instrumentation that they're going to expect. But that's not what they really have on their Soviet fighters. So for now, that small trainer is very adequate, and they've been visible since the war started. I was wondering whether that was because they were planning to use them in kind of irregular warfare, because they can be armed. I don't think that's the case. I think it's just that they're keeping them closely guarded to continue to prepare pilots, get pilots to the frontline units that are being trained up.
You know why I asked you about that?
Jayhawks and Talons.
That would be the future. I know Colonel Jeff was talking about the T-7. That's the jointly developed aircraft between the Swedes and the U.S. So that's a really cutting-edge, modern training aircraft. And they were looking at a Brazilian turboprop before the war. The Ukrainians were doing that. So there were some pieces, in motion before this all started, and now they're just hunkering down with what they have and make the most of what they have. And it's been quite something to watch.
Okay, we'll get that little aviation panel to nerd out soon.
Yeah, Carlos was very interested in it. I texted him yesterday, and he was really into it. So we haven't heard from Colonel Jeff in a little while, but hopefully he's still interested.
I'll be in touch. I've been in touch. I'll have a word with him, and maybe we can get Wombat to join as well. That'll be fun.
Yep, and I'll throw in also Gunny, because especially his radar knowledge. And
He just wants to shoot us all down.
he's always got interesting input, though. I think he's always got a lot to add.
All right, we'll get him to join.
So, Latin, regarding the ones in Chernobyevka, my thinking was, if they were operational, surely Russians would have flown away in the operational helicopters. That kind of makes me think that they're probably not airworthy quite now. Or am I giving them too much credit?
No, I mean, it's a very real possibility that they would have flown out everything that was operational. But given some of what we've seen in the past with ground equipment, with armored fighting vehicles and trucks and whatnot, and given just the way that that final push was so sudden and some of the panic that we know was occurring, I think it's totally possible that I mean, I don't think if I had to bet on it, I don't think those two that we've seen so far, an Mi-24 and an Mi-8, I don't think they're operational from what and I don't think they're ready to just have somebody step into it and fly off. So yeah, hard to say, and there's a lot of it's still very recent. It's only hours old, but they're going to be put to good use, and it's a very big facility. So today there were some drone images that came out. And also in yesterday's images, where there's one of the Ukrainian soldier who's kind of hanging off one of the rotor blades. In the distance, you can definitely see some airframes that are lined up, but it's too far away. I can't tell what they are. But Ukrainian sources are saying that there was an Su-24 unit based there before March, before they were taken over. So that's a ground support unit, and the helicopter unit was based there, the Army Aviation Unit. So what is left lying around? I'm sure there's plenty of ammunition and rocket pods, things that would be very useful for them, and we're probably less likely to see some of that. But yeah, time will tell. But now that Yehuda's there, I know you said, Doman, that you had talked about it earlier. I just want to tie that video from this morning again into the possibility that it was somehow involved in operations in or around the Kinburn Peninsula. So apologies. I know if it's already been discussed to death, I'll leave it. But that's a question for Yehuda particularly: is what do we know about that that particular location and what could be going on there?
Yeah, I know we did talk about it quite a bit this morning. Basically, I suspect it's a special force operation to clear Russian forces that are shelling some tugboats on the other side on the mainland. I don't see it as a big force. Some people thought battalion sizes have moved on to there through dozens of boats. I don't think that's the case. You're not going to see big movement anywhere in that area because of the terrain. It's all really crappy and wet, and lots of little finger lakes or whatever you want to call them, ditches, reservoirs. And unless the Ukrainians were on the east side of the Dnipro, it would be very, very dangerous. That would be a very dangerous position to be in. That's all we could ascertain or suss out from that.
But Yehuda, entirely possible that even a small unit, a small special operations type unit, could have been calling in for fixed wing air support. I mean, I'm not saying for sure definitively what that Su-24 was doing over the water, but it seems possible.
100%. Any size unit can have, fast air. Technically, I guess you could, but yeah, I think there was something. If that's true, then that would be the explanation, I would say. All right.
Yeah, that probably makes by far the most sense. I mean, that area is completely flat, right, with barely any foliage, no real topography, isolated on an end there. Why is that a bad place to try to be a sandy spit like that if you're landing and wanting to actually theoretically progress from there?
Yeah, no, it's you've answered all the questions in your own question. You've given your own answer, so no one's going to be landing in force on a sandbar to advance into enemy occupied territory without support from other forces. So I would say it's a hit and run I'm not sure they're going to stay there. Doesn't make sense as long as they limit what the Russians are doing. Deny it to the enemy.
The other thing that I found quite interesting is, only yesterday, after this time yesterday, regardless of where you are, 24 hours ago, I was thinking, when is there going to be another smoking accident at Chaplinka? When is there going to be another Ukrainian HIMARS strike on Chaplinka? And apparently there's been 3 of them since. So the one place in Kherson Oblast where Russians have set up their second Chernobyevka, well, it really is becoming very much a second Chernobyevka, catching up very quickly in terms of Ukrainian airstrikes, or rather artillery strikes on the new forward Russian airbase.
Oh, I'm unsure. I think all of these air bases will meet the same fate eventually.
It's just great to see the efficiency and the dedication to it. Latin?
Yeah, it seems a little bizarre. Go ahead, Latin. Yeah, we'll get him to answer that. He likes air stuff.
This was something that there was some Ukrainian chatter I was following yesterday, and they were saying, well, it would be great if we had ATACMS, which I guess is still not really confirmed, or is it?
It'd be great if there were lots of ATACMS.
Okay, but you got to look at something like I'm keeping a really close eye on Belbek Air Base, which is on the west coast of Crimea. It was an important Ukrainian Air Force base up until 2014. I believe it was at that base where we saw that MiG-31 go off the runway and into a cliff some time back. But that's a very significant air base, and that's where they have MiG-31s, the Russians, and that is an important asset right now for them. It is that long-range interceptor that has great radar and missile reach, and I think that a strike against that of some kind against that airfield to try and disable that force would be a very high priority for the Ukrainians now, especially as they are moving closer and closer to Crimea. So that'll be something to watch.
See, but this is why having lots of ATACMS in Ukrainians' hands would be so very useful, because then they'd be happy and willing and wanting to use them and hitting such things way behind Russian lines in, say, occupied Crimea, and be able to then operate a lot more freely, a lot more easily, with even much less Russian aviation, with much worse Russian logistics lines, with everything else that plays into it. Latin, I don't know how much you've seen this, but there seems to be an awful lot of these older air defense systems, American ones called Hawk, headed for Ukraine. What are they really good against, if you're at all familiar with it?
I have a cursory knowledge of it. Obviously, John Ridge would be the guy to talk to about this. But we've heard a lot about MANPADS, the short-range weapons that are fired from a soldier's shoulder, essentially, shoulder-mounted heat-seeking missile. Those are short-range, and the Hawk is more intermediate range. So that's it's a different type of target that it would go after. I don't know. I think because Russian fixed wing is not spending a lot of time up there. They also have gone very low down, like the Ukrainians, for the most part. But I think primarily you'd be looking at trying to hit drones. That's what I've been reading is the primary objective of that weapon system. But we will see in time. Either way, the sense I get from experts that I've been reading is that it is, because despite the fact that the original system is from the 1960s, it's connected to a radar net that can be upgraded, that can be much more modern, that is much more modern, and the electronics in the weapon itself, the seeker in the weapon itself, can be updated, has been updated several times. So again, John would be the one who could give much more details on that, but Any Russian propaganda about all these old weapons from the 1960s, I've read some of that, is nonsense. They have been upgraded over the years.
If nothing else, these drones that Russia is using, right? The loitering munitions. If nothing else, they're definitely good enough to take those out, and it's a very good start, isn't it? Just having lots of these munitions that the U.S. and Spain, whatever other country, wouldn't really be thinking of using anymore, and in anger, in war against most anything, because they have better things. If nothing else, they can definitely be used against these loitering munitions. They're plenty good enough to take those out, right?
From what I understand, yes. And Doman, I'm going to point out the fact and highlight the fact that you just used a critical term, loitering munition. I heard an interview earlier in the week with Justin Bronk. He's one of the authors of that MriyaReport on the air war. And he was adamant that the use of the term kamikaze drone, I'll say it, well, he's a very polite Englishman. It's a stupid term to use because, as he put it, we don't call cruise missiles kamikaze missiles. A weapon that is designed to hit an enemy target is going to be destroyed. That is its purpose. So the idea of kamikaze is, I think what he was getting at, not what I don't think, what he was getting at in the interview was that it's borderline Russian disinformation, or at least
it is. It's not just borderline. Yes. Can I interject? This
yes, please.
We try to track it. We try to track and trace it. This first appeared in segments of American media where they could place it, and it's a term. I still have to talk to Rosalie about it in more detail, but it's a term which came out right away when those were planted and those lawnmowers appeared, and the term appeared and reversed back into European media, mainstream media. And was built upon this old image of the kamikazes, the threatening, self-sacrificing pilots in the Pacific War, in order to generate more terror. That's all there is to it. It's a Russian narrative. It's abused, and Western media yet again has fallen for it. That's why it has to be constantly dissected and dispatched into the abyss where it belongs. These are loitering munitions.
Yes, absolutely. It's a cheap attempt, wherever it came from the Russian Ministry of Defense or some Russian, what do you call those people on social media? They're always pushing the Russian
mill
lines.
bloggers.
Yeah, the mill blog, or mill bloggers. It came from somewhere, and it was a cheap, probably effective though, I have to say, attempt at making these things sound a lot more badass than they really are. Which is not to say that they don't take lives and destroy property. They are dangerous. But the Russians from the beginning of this have been always trying to plug some super weapon. They're very good at using social media and video to make their systems and their force generally look a lot better than, as we clearly see now, than it actually is. And most recently, they've been doing it with this. And this is something I want to, when we get the aviation discussion going, I really want to throw it at hear some input from Colonel Jeff and Carlos. Is this the way that the Ministry of Defense in Russia has been pushing the MiG-31, Su-35, and R-37 missile combination? So this is emphasizing the long reach that they have. It is an issue. The Ukrainian pilots have been talking about it from the beginning. That from the beginning of the war, they may say our radars and our missiles do not have as much reach as some of what the Russians have. This is not to say that it's a super weapon that the Russians. It's just more of the same. They push that narrative, and the reason they do it is to try to discourage people in the West. They're trying to make us think that, oh, it's just going to cost too much. It's not worth it. Let's just end this. Can you negotiate? It's very well thought out, and they break it down into different aspects of the battle, different weapon systems, and they just throw it out there. And they know that a lot of people that don't know as much about what a beyond visual range missile is for and what it can really do in the bigger picture. They know that if they throw it out there, it may discourage Westerners from pushing the Ukrainians to keep fighting.
100%.
Not to mention, I've had 3 very sad Japanese listeners kindly asking if we could refrain from using that particular term for cultural reasons as well.
It's okay. Hey guys, I gotta go. Hopefully I'll rejoin you later, and hopefully we can get that aviation discussion going.
Absolutely, looking forward to it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd want to hop up, talk to us, ask questions, make comments, observations, or point everyone's attention to something important for Ukraine happening in Ukraine or elsewhere, please do click that request button in the bottom left corner of your screen, and we're very happy to bring you right up. This is, of course, the MriyaReport. Here, 24/7 on Twitter Spaces, and will remain here for as long as Russians intend to hold on to any parts of Ukraine which they have no right to. If you would like to support us, don't support us, but instead go ahead and visit MriyaAid.org, a wonderful nonprofit organization based in Canada, providing Ukrainian forces up in the front lines with all manner of non-lethal aid, anything from medical equipment all the way up to some very swanky reconnaissance drones that are produced in collaboration between MriyaAid and UAV Tech, a UK-based defense manufacturer. So go off to MriyaAid.org if you think you might be wanting to help Ukrainians fighting down on the front lines. It's only been 2 days since we were watching with bated breath how village after village, town after town, and the city of Kherson itself were being liberated by Ukrainian armed forces. And you know what's interesting? Already today, Ukrzaliznytsia, Ukrainian railways, are saying, you know, yeah, it will just be a few more days. We've almost cleared the track already. It will just be a few more days before we restore service into the city of Kherson. I'm absolutely amazed and astounded by the drive, the dedication, frankly, the ability of them, and the determination that, well, as soon as they possibly can, they will be right back to the city where they should be, which I think is absolutely fantastic. It says a lot, right? It says a lot about them, the Ukrzaliznytsia, as well as Ukrainian people at large. I suggest it also says something about Russian artillery positions, because were they really just on the other side of the Dnipro? If they were really a threat, no, I probably wouldn't be wanting to give them such a big target right in the middle of the city. But they seem to not be enough of a worry for those of Ukrzaliznytsia to postpone their return to the city of Kherson. Juana.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I've seen Ukreposhta saying that they will resume services beginning with next week, and they will begin to deliver pensions to the citizen in that area that was occupied more than 8 months. So this is also a very good thing. And I've just seen on Twitter something, you know, that the Russians declared that they practically passed to the left side of the river with no losses, and all soldiers and equipment were transferred. Apparently,
Well,
according...
You know, it's a little bit more subtle than that, right? Because I think this is important. In what they said was not a single piece of Russian equipment remains on the right bank of the Dnipro. And I think they're correct in that, because clearly whatever is left there isn't Russian anymore anyway, is it?
Yes, of course. And apparently, this equipment that isn't Russian is, consists until now in 5 warehouses with ammunition, more than 50 trucks, 1 helicopter, 5 air defense units, and more than a dozen artillery systems. And some other small arms, mines, and things.
And a friend of the program, Joanna, you're absolutely correct. A friend of the program found a fully loaded Grad launcher, which evidently banked right.
And I was talking about the raccoon yesterday because the Russians looted the zoo in Kherson, and they took the animals to Crimea, llamas, wolves, raccoons, squirrels, anything they could take. I don't know why. Maybe they want to eat them, maybe they want to sell them. And in fact, one of these looters posted the video with him looting the raccoon on media. And I don't know if it's really the case, but Special Kherson Cat posted an announcement that they would exchange 10 Russian soldiers. Well, he used another word for a Russian soldier for the raccoon. So the Ukrainians are really fond of their animals.
Yeah, it wasn't just Special Kherson Cat. It was plenty others as well. I think some within Ukrainian military saying, we got so many Russians that we'd much rather have our raccoon back than all these Russians. I mean, sounds pretty reasonable to me, anyway.
Yeah, of course. And as Ukrainians are the guardians of democracy, the raccoon is significant as a guardian of galaxy. So I don't know if my joke went where it.
No, it went very well. I will note, however, that Special Kherson Cat also, good friend of the space. We really need to get him back for a victory lap over this. But you also noted, and I think quite rightly, why the raccoons specifically? Because apparently, raccoons can be employed for the washing of clothes. And everybody knows what the Russian fondness for washing machines is.
Oh, this was a bio washing machine, as I understand well.
It's very ecological.
Indeed. And I've seen some more like military news. The Ukrainians bombed Oleshki, which is over the river from Kherson, and I imagine there is a concentration of Russian troops there. But also Skadovsk, which is also over the river from Kherson, but much farther away. It's on the seashore, and probably, they decided that it's worth it. So I guess there is another concentration of Russian troops there. This is what I found this morning on, people that are monitoring.
So Skadovsk is a resort town on the Black Sea coast in occupied Kherson Oblast, on the left bank, obviously. And it has been hit before, I think in July, in one of the very early HIMARS strikes, or what I presume to be a HIMARS strike anyway. At the time, Russians had something of a headquarters there in Skadovsk. And what seems to have happened, or what seems to have been done, is that a lot of the Russian, let's say, officers and planning teams, or whatever they are, have relocated from the right bank in Kherson initially to Skadovsk. It was only a few days ago, as the last bit of the evacuation of the Russians from the right bank to the left bank was going on, that they realized, whoa, we are way too close to the city of Kherson. We're way too close to where HIMARS are going to be very soon. and they had relocated at least some of them to Henichensk. And Henichensk is in the southeasternmost corner of occupied Kherson Oblast. It's also the only little corner of Kherson Oblast that isn't actually in published Gimler's range. So one can only wonder why they picked Henichensk. Well, if you do wonder why they picked Henichensk, it's because, as it was just evidenced, Skadovsk, Justice Chaplinka can relatively easily and very reliably be hit by the Ukrainians as well. Right, we have a couple of new people up, but they didn't put up their hands. I'm not entirely sure if they wanted to come up by accident or didn't actually want to, but merely requested by accident or intentionally. Now, if you want to go ahead and say anything, see, just like Ethic Alliance did just now, there's a heart with a plus at the bottom of the screen there that allows you to put up your hand, and that makes my life a whole lot easier. Ethic Alliance, go ahead.
Thank you. So first time being on this channel, very excited to speak with everyone. Very exciting times that we are living in with the liberation of Kherson underway. Just wanted to make a point. So I work for a social enterprise, Ethic Alliance, and we're focused on going after Western suppliers of Russia that are violating US sanctions. And a little known fact is that the United States government has fairly considerable rewards available for any information that could lead to the fining of such Western companies. And they don't even necessarily need to be US-based companies. They can be companies based anywhere in the world that are listed on US stock exchanges as kind of the most common example. But this is an area of the law known as Ketam litigation that we are trying to get the word out about. We think we can open up a new front effectively, and just wanted to get any thoughts that anyone might have on this topic. But essentially, if anyone has information, we'd love to chat with you. Worth noting that we work with a network of law firms, and it can everything is under attorney-client privilege. But we're just trying to get out the word that these laws exist, and that we need to really make an effort to, because at the end of the day, if you can stop the supply, if you could stop anything that could potentially be going to the Russian military, be it actual military equipment or lubricants or anything at all, digital equipment, software even, that is going to be very important to Ukraine winning this war.
All right, thank you, Ethic Alliance. Peter, I think you probably came up to speak to this a little more. Go ahead.
Can you hear me? Am I covering up my microphone with this one here, Doman?
This is very good audio.
Fantastic. Hey, hi, this is Peter Duran here. I'm a senior adjunct fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. We're actually tracking just this question right now. If you want, follow me on Twitter, and we'll perhaps drop down bilaterally. I'd love to hear more about your research and work, and share a bit more of ours. I think there's a good overlap here. Let's bilat, okay?
Absolutely, sounds great.
And keep up the great work. It's an incredibly important topic, and I don't think people realize just how effective financial and economic tools, especially existing regulations that we have here in the United States and statutes, how effective they can be to really drop the hammer on sanctions evasion, which is a critical front in the wider war to help our friends in Ukraine.
Couldn't agree more. It might be interesting to host an entire discussion on this topic at some point, just as a suggestion.
Sounds good to me. Over to you, Doman.
And notably, we've done so already here, and this is what the space is for. We constantly do host special segments on all these matters. And the previous time we did sanctions-related stuff, we had our friends from Yale here at that point in time. Actually, we had them twice on location to report on their review as to how sanctions evasion occurs and what can be done about it. So I would suggest that if you want to have a segment on this matter, we'll be happy to host it here.
Precisely. Thank you, Axel. I was going to bring that up. And indeed, it is very important. We've heard of a number of cases where certain imports, be it of dual-use consumables, equipment, whatever, or indeed things that were simply being evaded that were already under sanctions, specifically helped the Russian military conduct their invasion. And that is completely, of course, unacceptable. So thank you very much, Ethic Alliance, and thank you very much, Peter. Let's go on, I think, to Chris Bishops. We have two Chris's. Well, I want to go the one without the Malamuts first. Chris, there we go.
Hey, how you doing, Axel? It's good to speak to you. I've not been listening for quite a while, much to my shame and annoyance. I've been touring the South Caucasus and I've spent some interesting time in Tbilisi and other nations around there. Some interesting points which I've been picking up and listening to actually. But my point really was for Axel actually. Axel, with the success that's happened now in the retaking of Kherson, certainly in a way that I probably didn't imagine. I thought there'd be have to be a very, very hard urban fight for it. I know the fight's been hard in some areas. What do you think's next at the strat level for the Ukrainians? So I don't know if you've talked about this on the channel. What do you think will be the next move from your thinking, musings, readings, and listening from people?
Well, I can answer that, Chris, if I may.
I'm just trying to see if we can get Axel first. Also, Jonathan, your audio is appalling. It sounds like you're in a tin can buried in a submarine.
Yeah, well, sorry, I just wanted to answer to Chris's question, if I may.
Yeah, do you know what, Jonathan? Go ahead then. Give it a go.
Well, actually, your question is the same than Ethic Alliance. Well, the speaker from Ethic Alliance about the next military step that we can take, and I can already tell you from what's been announced by the Mykolaiv mayorship in Mykolaiv. It's called the Kinburn Peninsula. So it's called Vasilivka and Pokrovsky in Mykolaiv Oblast, and now there's no crossfire from the recent occupied Russian controlled territories in Alexandrivka, and you can freely cross the Gulf that leads to the Kinburn Peninsula. And the thing is, this peninsula is really difficult to move across, so you cannot reinforce any Russian forces if there are any in the sector. So I think this might be the next step, and eventually this may lead to a new collapse of the Kherson front that will allow Ukrainian forces to cross the Dnieper River.
So we spoke to this actually twice during the course of the day already, and the conclusion that we had come to, or rather the conclusion that Yehuda had come to, our founder, who was actually a military planner in real life, was that all this activity across onto the Kinburn Spit is probably more transient in nature, because it just isn't worth putting a larger force there. It's difficult for such a force to be sustained and defend, and it's also difficult for such a force to advance from the acrotiri of the peninsula further inward because of the terrain there. Flat, sandy, nowhere to hide really. So he reckons it's probably more of a temporary raid, kind of an arrangement to get rid of whomever the Russians had there on the peninsula that was threatening across at Ochakiv. Right, you might remember a couple of weeks ago, a few tugboat operators were hit and killed by the Russians as they were operating just off the coast of Ochakiv, moving around a grain barge. So it's more likely that it's that, as opposed to that being the next offensive through the Kinburn Spit and onwards. That would be a little bit difficult, I'd presume. But Chris, General Hodges had some thoughts to this, saying, look, now that HIMARS can fire from Kherson and from Nova Kakhovka, all the approaches, all the connections between Crimea and occupied Kherson Oblast are within range. Now, that can dispense with a lot of Russian defenses, as well as Russian logistics chains. And then he thinks that by January, the counteroffensive pushing south from the Zaporizhia front towards Melitopol or Mariupol or both will begin. So that's what he thinks is on the cards within the next couple of months or so. A big push south from the Zaporizhia front.
Yes, Domin, I like that. I agree. I think that's it. A bit of slow strangulation and attrition of support and supplies, and then the Ukrainian army and the Ukrainian nation doesn't do small stuff. They make bold moves at the op strategic level to have massive gains, and I think you're right. And that splits the Russian force in half. Absolutely amazing move. You're right, and it's eminently practicable as well in the current position. So I think you're right. I think you're spot on there. Who am I to tell General Hodges is spot on? But yeah, I agree.
I am generally minded to agree with whatever General Hodges says, because, as you say, who am I to disagree with him? Splitting them between the southern Crimea plus whatever they might still hold in southern Kherson Oblast, and the eastern side of Ukraine in Donetsk and Luhansk Oblast, whatever again they might still hold at that point. I think that's particularly meaningful with when taken together with the condition of the Kerch Bridge, right? With Kerch Bridge with less than its full capacity, with less than the full capacity of freight going across it, of cargo going across it, that makes it a whole lot more difficult for them than it was before, because with the sheer volume and mass of things that the Russian military in the south would need to, just conduct defensive operations, because they do need just vast quantities of artillery shells that are right now very difficult to get across the Kerch Bridge, and seemingly what would have to be delivered by ship across, by ferry across onto Crimea. That I reckon makes it very difficult indeed for Russians to then sustain the south. Makes it much easier for Ukraine to eventually go into Crimea as well. Chris, of course, artillery shells are famous for being exceptionally light, aren't they? For they fly through the air, therefore they cannot be very heavy. Is that right, Chris?
I think, yeah, I get your point. Yeah, what do I know? But my thoughts on that sort of scheme of maneuver you laid out there and the consequences for the Russians. I think it would be absolutely catastrophic for them to have this split. The cognitive collapse that you would see. Oh my God, when they don't have a homogeneous linked force and you have trapped soldiers and the supply lines which are being hugely impacted. I think it could be a huge deal, a really big deal for the long-term future of this campaign. I don't know what your thoughts and the audience thoughts are on that.
I think that's the really interesting one there, right? A combination of very long range, very precise fires, interdicting logistics, making that much more difficult. That's really the important thing, isn't it? Everything is kind of downstream from that. And especially onto and through Crimea, it's very difficult now for Russians to be able to sustain this. So let's see how long it takes, but it really seems to be more of a question of when, not if. Now, of course, the Ukrainian position could be markedly improved with two things, right? A whole lot more in the way of armor, let's say Leopards, Marder, CV90s, Pumas, whatever else, as well as ATACMS, right? Because what can ATACMS do in good quantity? Interdict logistics lines much further out, destroy Russian air defenses much further out, destroy Russian capacity for close air support from a much greater distance away. They do everything that HIMARS does, except everything that Gimlers do, except at an even greater range with an even bigger bang at the end. And that would come in very, very handy. Both of those sets of things would come just exceptionally handy if Ukraine is to win this sooner rather than later. And this is really the point of this appeal, I think, is saying, look, we all in the free world should want Ukraine to win. We probably all do want Ukraine to win, except for a handful of dyed-in-the-wool tankies, so to speak, right? So why not enable them to win sooner rather than later? Make sure that they have the best possible conditions to bring the war to a close as soon as possible. To make sure that they have as few casualties as possible, both among the military as well as civilians. Because just by dragging the war out unnecessarily, what it does is it leads to more dead Ukrainians. And what's the point of that? Chris?
Yeah, you're totally right, and it's an argument I have daily with people here. Sadly, in my country of birth in the UK, less so, probably not within the profession I work, but you hear it, you see it in the tabloid press occasionally, and they quantify it inaccurately against rising bills in this country, which is ridiculous. But I think that the overwhelming support of the people of the world, of Europe, of the good people, is on this fight. And certainly from my travels around Europe in the last couple of months to Poland, South Caucasus, and other places, the level of support, Domin, is astonishing, and it's all ages, all types of people, all professions. They are determined that Ukraine wins, and that is the overriding sense I always get, and that's the right thing, and that's why we should always, from our whatever position we're in life, or whatever we do for a job, we might not all be able to pick up a set of webbing and body armor and go. But if you can send money, which is what you do so brilliantly, you got to do it, and you got to keep doing it, because this is a long fight at the minute. So I think you're totally right, Domin.
Thank you, Chris. And let's go to Malamud, Chris.
Oh, thank you, Domin. Mic check. Not too loud, I hope.
Yeah, all good, Chris.
Okay, so just really a shout out to Ethic Alliance, Domin, because there's obviously a relationship between what he's talking about and you control and RU assets that I'm speaking to various people about here at the minute. So if Ethic Alliance could give me a shout, and just to let you know, and if Axel's listening, to let him know that you control and RU assets are actually have actually been introduced to Yale University through somebody, I won't say who, like in this platform. So we're really grateful for that, because that could be a very productive relationship as well. So just to say that, really, thank you.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Let's chat. I think it's just remarkable to me that last year the United States government gave out $1 billion with a capital B in rewards to whistleblowers all over the world for, amongst other things, reporting sanctions violations. And all that we need to do is to broadcast the fact that these reward mechanisms under Ketam litigation exists, and hopefully we can get more whistleblowers to come forward, and we can shut down the business of so many of these companies that are just raking in millions and millions and millions of dollars for violating U.S. sanctions and supplying not just Russia, but so many rogue regimes around the world. So we'd love to discuss that with you further.
Okay, great, thanks. I will follow you. I can't send you a DM because your DMs are closed, I think, but you may be able to send me one.
Sure, will do.
All right, excellent. See, this is something that happens here rather a lot, which is connections being made between people who can then together figure out something for the good of others, and specifically, in this case, ideally, for the good of Ukraine as well. All right, if you're up as a speaker and don't put your hand up real quick, haven't said anything, I will then eventually have to cycle you down and cycle other people up, because, well, it just has to work that way because there are only so many spots. So up to you, really. James.
Good morning, everybody. Hope everybody's well. Just a couple of things. One was I'd asked the other day about a boat that I saw, and I just glanced at it before I kept scrolling, but it was a riverboat, and I thought it was a double prow. It was just one. There was two next to each other, so when I got on the big screen, I could see it better. But I couldn't find it on the internet to say whose boat it is. Is it Polish? I have no idea. But anyways, so if somebody, I'd be still interested in finding out whose boat that is. And then let's see. You know what? I think I'll let it go at that and just say I added some more money to the pool. First time to put money into Maria Aid directly. Tapestry was one, and then Amazon hearing protection was the other purchases that I've made. And so it does. Somebody said, well, it's really hard to beat the effectiveness of money, and then money spent inside Ukraine, and how much like I've got really good stuff that somebody would probably love to get, but by the time it gets there, it costs so much and it doesn't do anything for Ukrainians. And so although sometimes I think a big shipment of the really good stuff that Americans have got in those storage bins might really come in handy. So, but yeah, anyways, it's just so effective. It's such a good way to help the forces of freedom. And I'm so sorry that I missed so many of the speakers that I've heard. I'm going to have to get into Spotify and hear some more of these. But I just, wow, it's been great. I'm going to be here for a while listening in and learning. But anyways, just plug in the money part because of how effective money is, and especially when you think that inflation, to the extent it is going on still, one of the best things you can do is put it into something solid that really is good, like night vision equipment. Boy, it has applications after the war, like photogravity. I'm saying it wrong, pardon me. and the thermal inspection of a house or building to find and seal all the leaks in it. These are things that really make a difference now. And so it's a great hedge against inflation. All right, thanks.
An investment
and
in freedom.
Border guards and border patrols of Ukraine will need night vision equipment for the next few generations. In addition to that, the Ukrainian army will almost likely going to have a say, peace strength of at least 450,000 men to be able to be ready at any point in time to serve the country, as well as integrate into NATO. So none of this is lost.
Actually, do you know what's interesting? It's interesting to me to see that partisan activity in Crimea is rather picking up in the couple of days since the city of Kherson has been liberated. When does partisan activity usually pick up in an area?
That's very simple. The male Tatar population doesn't want to die for the Russians, and they dislike being pressed into service. And they've been killing Russians with knives, hooks, grenades, anything and everything, as much as they can. And they will continue, and they will intensify, and they will increase. Beware of the Tatars, my friends.
And of course, it only makes sense, right? Because it's not beyond that. Beyond that, as liberation comes ever closer, that's when partisan activity generally intensifies. And it was just in the last couple of days, apparently, over 30 Russian occupiers in Crimea having been sent to hospital and the morgue by partisan activity in an area that Russia's been occupying for 8.5 years already. An area where they thought they were safe. Reinhard.
Yeah, hi. I just, while we were talking about donating money to the cause, I just remembered that I think yesterday I saw that Ukraine Aid Ops is now an approved Amazon Smile charity, in the US at least. So I don't know if you've talked about it, but that would be a very convenient and totally hassle-free and cost-free way for everybody to just add them as their like default Amazon Smile charity, and then order anything whatsoever through Amazon through their smile.amazon.com URL. I don't know if you've talked about it and if you have an opinion on this, but that could be useful.
No, I can't say I've picked up on that one before. But Ukraine Aid Ops, Axel, is that the good people with the vehicles that occasionally have a Hilux that breaks down even?
Ukraine Aid Ops, they are connected. This is Harry and the likes and the chaps. They, a few months ago, they were on our space as well, and they've been traveling around the country. They are one of the many, many smaller charities who are operating in Ukraine.
I just thought, is that one of the convoys that Tim was involved in, or was that a similar but separate one?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. The NAPO convoy is organized by a friend of ours, Ragnar Sass, one of the former co-founders of Pipedrive, who then at a later stage, his wife is Ukrainian. He's based in Tallinn, and he organizes regular convoys. Then there's another one organized by our Swedish friend who emigrated to Switzerland/Germany, Leonard. And Tim, because we are equal opportunity offenders, as you know, Tim joined both of these convoys and led cars into Ukraine, including Dnipro, to Sergei Haidar, the governor of Luhansk, who has to operate from Dnipro at the moment.
Just can I add something very quickly? I'm not entirely sure if it was Ukraine Aid Ops or this like big organization run or chaired by Zelensky himself. I'll check and find out, and then I'll post the tweet to you, Domen, and you can put it up in the nest, because that means that like 0.5% of everything you order through smile.amazon.com gets donated to that charity, and it comes at no extra cost to you
Yeah,
yourself.
that's United 24, if I'm not
Ah,
mistaken. And they definitely were pursuing that status. If and when they've reached it, great. We commend them for it, and that's certainly something which people can and should support if they have the capacity to do so.
yeah, could very well be that was them. I'll look it up and send it over to you, Domin, so you can kind of verify it or put it in the nest if you like.
But just to say, it was Ukraine ADOPS that did get the Amazon Smile program. Might just be the US one, or maybe I'm not sure if it works in Europe.
I'll check and find out and send it
All
over.
right. Thank you very much.
All right, thanks.
Thank you, Reinhard. Lime Juicer.
Yeah, maybe a short change of topic, but the other day I had a small conversation with a friend of mine who is in Switzerland and is totally pro-Putin and everything, and critical about the NATO and the whole issue. Funny thing came up though, because I told him, me being very pro-Ukraine, that in the end, Ukraine will crush Russia, and it may also lead to the, how do you say, crash of the Russian Empire in itself, and Russia after Putin. And he told me, well, have fun with that, because all the refugees from the civil wars emerging in Russia then will come to Germany then. And that is a point I haven't really thought about yet, and which gave me strange feelings, funnily, and maybe trying to understand Olaf Scholz and the German government, that option is maybe a catastrophic options which they have on their mind, while not so supporting.
That may only be, I'm just this may only be in the minds of Mr. Mützenich and the far left of the German Social Democrats, and nobody cares for them because the borders for Russians are shut. And whether there's a civil war or not, they can fight it amongst themselves. By the point in time Russia implodes, trust me, by that point in time, this government will have changed tack. And if it hasn't changed tack, the government will have changed in Germany. It's very simple and straightforward. The degradation of Russian genocidal regimes continues, and their industry continues. There's no such thing to fear as Russian refugees, because there's no land corridor they can come through. And whether Mr. Erdogan wants to aid and abet another migration crisis, as he and his criminal organizations, including his military intelligence, who co-founded and supported, aided, abetted, facilitated, arranged, and propelled Daesh or ISIS, because that was meaty. All right, whether they do it or not, nobody cares. By that time, we will have full control of Erdogan's purse strings. Less worry and less condolences to Olaf Scholz.
But it is his worry, maybe.
I don't care. Nobody cares. Do you think that the White House has still, after the last 2 weeks, any regard for Olaf Scholz?
No, but if the White House
the German
talks to-
population will the German population will have to learn that power and deterrence, liberty, freedom, commitment matters. And if they don't want to act, they will lose their brand. I've been saying this here since March. Germany is on a path to allow this government to tarnish forever the brand made in Germany.
Also, I think it's difficult to even suggest that they might be operating with that much foresight anyway, or that if they are so minded that they would ever believe that any change could befall the Russian Federation in the first place. So I think there's additional holes in that logic.
You have to have a very twisted mind. But then again, of course, you're right, Lime Juicer. It's possible that there are former aides of Miss Merkel and current aides of Mr. Scholz who believe in the own trash basket they have for their, shall we say, strategic arguments. But it's complete and utter tosh. The whole land border is closed, all right? And it won't be open again. Finland,
To
Estonia,
refugees
Latvia,
all the time. If
it's
we have
completely
Russian
closed.
refugees,
No, you're completely wrong. You're completely wrong. You haven't
civil
read it
war
up yet, mate.
refugees,
No, there's no
everybody's
refugees.
welcome.
No,
You know Germany.
no, you're wrong. You just believe that Germany matters in that regard, lime juice, so you just don't get it. I'm sorry to say so, my friend. But Finland, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania, and Slovakia and the Czech Republic have closed their borders, land and air, for anyone who's a Russian citizen. Anyone. And therefore everyone,
You know
nobody
how we
cares
talk
for who
about Serbia, Croatia, how they treat
Croatia has closed
refugees.
its borders
No,
as well.
but
Croatia has closed its borders for that as well.
yeah, but you know how
2
we
weeks
talk
ago.
about Croatia protecting the eastern border against refugees from Syria. You know, the German
There
society.
is no comparison. Landry, that is no comparison. There is no
Comparison to
Russians
Poland,
coming over a
then.
land bridge. Do you understand this? No Russians will come over a land bridge.
Then
They
by
can
sea.
only.
Not by
What
plane.
sea? How? By how? Tell me how.
How
Are they going to swim through the Azov Sea? Well, they can't. They can't. I'm sorry. This is ludicrous. There is no such way. Look at the pathways.
Okay, no, okay. If the Russian empires break and civil war breaks out
What
between all the
empire?
people,
What empire? Nobody
the
cares
Russian
what breaks
Empire.
out.
Russia
Yeah,
is the
there's no
last
such thing.
empire.
No, it's not. It's a federation. It's not an empire. An empire would have power.
It's in Anführungsstrichen gesagt. It's the last empire.
That's a different thing. If you
It's
put
an
it into
irony. I call Russia as in irony terms an empire. It's a prison to people.
That's fine.
Yeah.
It should be. They should actually resolve it amongst themselves. This is what we're telling everybody, and I think this needs to sink in Germany. It really needs to sink in. They need to solve that by themselves. And if the pressure is taken off, they will never solve it by themselves. They cannot generate the culture of self-determination if they don't go through that. Or as the Americans would say, the tree of freedom needs to be done. Needs what from time to time?
Watering with the
cut. Needs to be cut.
I think watering with the blood of tyrants.
Exactly.
And patriots, unfortunately.
It needs to be cut down from time to time so it can grow.
Well, fortunately, Ukraine is doing this. I appreciate your irony, but what I'm saying is that we would call it grasping for straws or fetching or far-fetched, way out, whatever you want to say. If somebody as the rather minuscule in consideration and esteem, definitely in intellect, advisors of Mr. Scholz are blathering about.
Yeah.
I've been criticizing these people since the early 90s. Fortunately, I'm not Cassandra. I can do other things. But I'm not alone. And there are fortunately generals in Germany, as well as industry leaders who see it completely different than these people. There is a sea change coming, and it comes from the consumer side. It comes from the purchaser side, from the buyer side. The buyer side will not be China anymore. Currently, German industry is facing the biggest single shift in strategic orientation. They thought that they could still rely on China. They're finding out now, finally, that they can't. They're not quite there yet, but they're finding it out. And the Americans are telling them that, because otherwise the Americans will eat their lunch. There won't be any German industry anymore if they continue on that path and banking on China and the same dependency line as they banked on Russia for energy.
Yeah.
They need to grow up.
I agree. I just wanted to open the door a little to understand what motivates Olaf Scholz and his gang.
That's fair. Then I misunderstood you, but that is definitely fair. The motivation behind that rather arcane thinking may well encompass all these kind of self-imposed, say, constraints, and say made-up excuses. But then again, hey, it is what it is. Perception is not reality.
One suggestion that we would have Germany could really use a version of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act that, if you were to pass a version of it in Germany, would forbid any German individual or company from bribing a foreign official, no matter where they were in the world. And I think that that would go a long way towards realigning German industry.
I have another question. Looking back on history of warfare, such crumbling as the Kherson Front last weekend or a couple days ago, in other contexts or other, how do you say, military conflicts, would have probably led to a sort of offensive, a push at another place, some sort of using the opportunity and going in a way of initiative to cut off the Russian forces in a moment of panic. Ukraine now didn't do this, probably to save their own lives and to slow down the warfare or whatever, or to keep control of the situation. But maybe Ukraine is defining modern means of warfare now new, because or what do you think about that?
So I keep wondering, there's an assumption built in there, and this is a question that's coming from one particular train of thought, but there's an assumption built in there that the immediate left bank of the Dnipro is somehow not full of destroyed bits of equipment and what remains of Russian soldiers, and because it keeps it keeps being presented as oh, but Ukraine didn't do anything to stymie their evacuation. Ukraine didn't do anything to hit them while they were trying to transit across. But we know that's not true. At the very least, we saw the barge bridge having been hit by artillery, and the barge bridge that was built in parallel to the Antonivsky bridge, the road bridge, having been hit and destroyed by artillery while Russian trucks were still on it. So it keeps being, the assumption keeps being made but not stated that Ukraine indeed didn't hit Russians as they were moving across. The only basis for it, I guess, which isn't a very good basis, is that Russians themselves said that every single that they haven't left behind any pieces of equipment on the right bank, and that they haven't left behind any soldiers either, and that they incurred no losses, right? But we know that at least part of that statement is completely untrue, because there's weapons cache after weapons cache, ammo depots, equipment strewn all over the right bank that Ukraine is now capturing. So why is it a reasonable assumption to think that the other one, the other thing that Russia has announced there is also true? Or rather is true when the other one isn't. Sorry, not also. So I really wonder that, and ever since Ukraine liberated all of the right bank, what do we hear about? It's strikes on Oleshki, strikes on Dnipriany, right? Strikes on Chaplinka. That's where all the Russian stuff went. The stuff that actually they got across the river, that's where it was. Well, it's not there anymore. So the Russian retreat, you could say, is still ongoing, simply because moving as many forces as they did across the river, they have to move them on to somewhere as well. And they're definitely very much getting hit now. And they were getting hit as they were just freshly crossing the river as well.
And in the situation of retreat, wouldn't the classical school of war tell you have to hit them on the flank then, or use means of, I say a German word now, Sichelschnitt, to finish them off? That's what, like if you look in previous wars, war general staffs would have done. But Ukraine does it in another way. They have a good tendency to fulfill their goal, get Kherson, and not go beyond this because maybe it's too risky. But and that's, I think, it differs from warfare we know from history.
So it depends, right? If by that you mean hit them with artillery, well, they've done that. They've done that plenty. If you mean push down from Zaporizhia at the same time,
Yes.
you know that's very far away. It's a whole different front. It's not the same. It's not the same space. It's barely within the range of both sets of HIMARS missiles, right? Or from both sides. There's barely an overlap. If you look at, say, you know, from the Novakhovka Dam or from Vasilivka, there's barely any overlap in the range of Gimler's missiles from one to the other. I don't think that can be considered as the same front per se, and therefore hitting them from the flank.
Psychological opportunity, you know, to hit Russian troops. Russia is hearing, okay, Kherson is breaking. We're leaving Kherson. Oh no, they're attacking on the flank. They're pushing towards Melitopol or whatever. And I think that's the usual way to wage war, to use these kind of opportunities. When your enemy is weak, when your enemy is in disarray, needs a couple days to regroup or whatever, you hit them hard on another place to advance there.
I mean, in that sense, Ukraine has been, you know, at the same time hitting them very hard in the north of Luhansk Oblast, right around Svatove. So if that counts as another place,
I
well
think
enough.
you're violently in agreement. I'm sorry, I just returned to this, and I can only listen
No,
because
it's
I was
good.
running an errand. But Manjusa, you are violently in agreement with us and Doman because they have been doing exactly that. They've been hitting where they're not. They've been hitting them hard whenever they were in disarray. They even created disarray and confusion, and then exploited it. I think they're doing fine. Do more.
I'll underline one thing. It would be even much easier for Ukrainians to have done more had they had more better equipment. You know, and then
Thanks.
Exactly, it's right. I mean, Axel, imagine Ukraine had, you know, 400 Leopard 2s and 1,000 Western IFVs. How much more they could have done in that same period of time?
Yeah, of course, a lot, no question. They would be in Berdyansk already. Mariupol would be free. We'd be doing forensic analysis on the mass graves and saving the civilians who are still in the city and being killed and starved by the Russians. Melitopol, they'd be eating cherries there. The flag would fly where it belongs. And Ukrainian troops would be passing through Armyansk a week ago. This is what goes onto the account of Olaf Scholz and his government. This is on his account, and only on his account. The release of the export licenses for German heavy weapon systems, main battle tanks, IFVs, and any and all equipment German industry would be able and willing to sell to Ukraine. And partner nations would be willing to sell, lend, lease, donate to Ukraine. This is on his account, his government, his advisors. This is on the account of the Social Democratic Party of Germany. It is on their account because they do it willingly, gross negligently, and with disdain and cultural disparagement of the Ukrainians. Germany has more capacity than others to help. Germany should disproportionately help, and specifically a party which once voted in the Weimar Republic in unison against the takeover by fascists should definitely defend freedom. It is a shame.
Tommy, check your messages. I can't get you up. And let's go to Freight Monkey. And it is a shame. That's exactly what it is. It's a shame.
Yeah, my question is, as a complete layman in these matters, would it be correct to say that the Kharkiv offensive was something that took the Russians really by surprise and therefore created a sort of panicked retreat, which looked it looked much more aggressive from the Ukrainian side, whereas what has happened now in Kherson has been just a lot more strategic, very, what do you call it, surgical positioning of the Ukrainians and a bit of skirmishing left and right, which then prompted the Russians for a withdrawal, and therefore it just doesn't look the same sort of spectacular fighting wise. I mean, not result wise, but from don't get me wrong, but it doesn't. Then people ask questions about, well, how many Russian units have actually been destroyed in this? So would that be correct or incorrect?
Many Russian units have been destroyed. That's the funny part. They are projecting this narrative that this is a concerted action and a great withdrawal. Yes, it is a withdrawal, but they lost a lot of men and a lot of equipment. As they said, hey, there was not a single piece of equipment lost. Well, we found, thanks to a friend of the space, we found one Grad launcher which actually banked right.
And a second question I've got is, why are so many Germans pro-Putin? I have a lot of friends I went to university in Zurich, and I've got a lot of friends who are German, and I can't really speak to them anymore because they're all pro-Putin. They're all, 30 to 40 years old now, right? And all across Twitter, I follow this complete idiot, Geroman or whatever he's called, and there's just a bunch of real. I just wonder really what motivates them. Maybe you can help out, Axel.
Wait one, I need to get the dogs. 1 second. Sorry, I have 3 French-German poodles storming at me. I apologize. So, yeah, okay. This is a long-standing cultural thing. Everything is downstream from culture as a part of German society, which cherishes a certain sense of appeasement. On the one hand, it's a cocktail. So mix your cocktail a little bit with appeasement, then a little bit of utopianism, Fichte, Hegel, and the likes. Put in a bit of engineering prowess and disregard for empathy, joined in with a dash of, shall we say, love for authority and authoritarianism. Put a zest of anti-Americanism into this. Then a big lump of complacency, and there you have it. That's your cocktail. But fortunately, it's only a small minority all across Germany, but it's a vocal minority across all levels of society.
Yeah, they're just very loud, aren't they? Anyway, thank you very much.
Utterly. Yep, there you go. And by the way, I'm still much more in favor, and I'm not a friend normally of fruit, as Doman knows, or fruity wines or anything like it, or fruit cakes and Fruit Loops. And I consider most of these people quite loopy and fruity. But wouldn't it be good to soon, before Christmas, have a frozen cherry daiquiri in Melitopol?
Amen.
Oh, it would. How it would. Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
Hi, Donan. I just wanted to speak to the reason why there's no huge following attack to exploit the psychological advantage and so on. But first, to quickly address Geroman specifically, Geroman is a guy from Serbia. He's a hardcore nationalist, and Serbia is anti-NATO in every meaningful way. So if Satan was fighting NATO, German would be calling for the support to Satan. So don't worry about that. So when it comes to the rest of Ukraine, you have to take into account the weather as well, because Ukraine currently relies on maneuver warfare. And when they got donated the M117s last week, I think, Mark Hertling also remarked that they have a very fast mobile force that seems to basically be compensating for the fact that they don't have as much armor as they would like. And at that point, I looked at the weather forecast for Kherson, and it showed about 10 days of dry weather, which meant enough time for the mud to dry out. And sure enough, as soon as that happened, the Kherson advance began anew. Now in southern, on the southern front, where Zaporizhia is, where Melitopol is, currently the weather is very muddy. It's very hard to move for both sides. But around Svatovie and Starobilsk, if you check on the weather forecast, the ground will temperatures will be dropping permanently to below zero for the winter, starting from the 20th and from the 21st for Svatovie and from the 19th for Starobilsk. So we might expect Ukraine to have an opportunity to advance in northern Luhansk is a week from now. And as far as whether they should advance there, it's a very good place to cut off the railway links, as we know. And even if they don't advance, they have a wonderful opportunity to keep grinding down whatever Mobic forces they have sent against them. So, but I think that's where we can see some movement in the coming weeks, because otherwise the opportunities for Ukraine are either advance through the mud in the south or have a contested river crossing. So that's that.
Thank you, Laughing Tommy. And as every Scandinavian, especially every Finn beyond the Scandinavians keeps telling us, some people think that in the winter Ukraine's going to slow down and stop, rather than go the opposite way. Oh, I thought we were going to have someone parachute in to help us out, but alas, maybe. Let's see. Let's see
On the
if the
contrary,
parachute
as he
open.
said, on the contrary, Ukraine will use the winter.
Exactly, right? Because as Laughing Tommy was just saying, they will be able to be again much more mobile, and will use that to their advantage. Okay, I think we've had someone parachute in.
Snow leopards. Somebody parachuted in, but CJ, what do you think of snow leopards and the fact that Germany has sent many truck trailers and has mobilized a lot of tank truck trailers all across Germany? Why would that be the case?
Well, 'tis the season. Perhaps Germany is getting in the Christmas spirit and really going to make these holidays a happy one for Ukraine.
Well, exactly. Right. Actually, I need to drop and come back right away. There are technical issues that I'm starting to encounter, but I'll be back in a minute and a half.
Well, if you drop, then we have Violate and we still have CJ. That's fantastic. So CJ, how do we see what happens with the mopping up and cleaning up operations, and what our friends of the ZSU are doing, both at the estuary as well as at the Novakhovka Dam?
Yeah, to be honest, there's a lot more ammunition and goodies left on that side of the river than I initially had thought. Not because I trusted the Russians to do the withdrawal in an orderly fashion, but simply they had just more time to execute this withdrawal than other withdrawals. So to see these multiple ammo depots and multiple vehicles intact, more helicopters, I mean, it's going to take some time for Ukraine to repair all these vehicles and everything. But the one thing they can do right away is put that ammunition to good use and send it back to the Russian side of the line. I just don't understand where the Russian artillery fire is trying to counter this. So far, it's mainly been Ukraine shooting missions over the Dnipro at the Russian side of the line, but no return fire, and that's very odd to me.
So how far have they withdrawn? We've seen those wonderful, hastily arranged, very fast-moving truck columns going down from Novakhovka now for 1.5, 2 days. But they've been passing by Chaplinka. They're not actually stationing up there. It seems that they know that as Chaplinka can be hit, there's nowhere near a chance for them to hold it. Are they really going down to a southern defensive line around Aryansk?
Well, I have really no idea what to make of that and the flags coming down from Melitopol. It seems like everyone inside of HIMARS range is ready just to give up at this point, I think.
Well, it looks like cherry season to me.
I certainly would love some, although I would not recommend putting that on a pizza.
Don't get me started. I just bought the last 3 watermelons for the family in honor of that event. And, well, I'll send you a photo in a few minutes. But having said this, if anyone now comes up with the idea of putting cherries on pizza, seriously, that's the end of it.
How about a nice cherry pie instead? I think we could go with that.
I'm with you, mate. I'm with you immediately. Alrighty, and whilst we're cycling up, Domen and Bionade is probably somewhere in a cherry Bionade cocktail. Let's go to Ola, and then James, and then Laugh and Tommy.
Yeah, thank you, Axel. Good day, guys. I hope all is well. You guys were having a conversation earlier, and I was really thinking about it yesterday, and it's crazy, like where do we draw the line between national security and freedom of speech? You have all these people sympathetic towards that they have all this nostalgia towards the stupid things that Putin is doing and what he aims to do, and we all know it's not going to happen. So like, where do we really draw the line and say we can't say this in our societies? You can't have Soviet flags in our societies and all of that. Like, where is the line really drawn? Because it's crazy to see everything happening, and you see in societies like having Western communities having all these I've forgotten the orange band that the Russian soldiers wear, and these Soviet flags, and like where do we draw the line and say this is a national security threat? And we are so we happen to be so tolerating, and we tolerate anything. I mean, that is really what freedom is about. That's what we all want. But where do we draw the line, really? Where do we draw the line and say this is a national security threat, and we like there's a plan, and it's curbed down? There's something in place to curb all these kind of even politicians who spew the Russian propaganda on TV, even from the Russians, their foreign envoys, and even from Western politicians who are so sympathetic towards Russia. Where's the line really drawn? And secondly, I saw Kadyrov, the UFC, right? Kadyrov's son happened to I don't know what connection they have with the UFC, but I know there are sanctions, right? So why are they attending UFC fights? I don't know where that UFC fight was, but I hope it wasn't in America.
So yeah, so the country is probably very relevant there, because country is what prescribes a visa restriction, right? More so than anything else. So unless you can figure that one out, it's difficult to comment. As to the first one, where to draw the line, it very much depends on where you are and who the person saying something is. If it's someone in an official position in a free country, then there are rules about who can access what things, specifically who can access what information, what papers, in an official capacity, and then there's also a more appropriate oversight, or there is appropriate oversight, which is much more extensive than over ordinary civilians, right? One will not be countering an ordinary person's speech with any sort of repressive measures, because that's kind of the Russians winning, right? If free societies become less free because of them. So you don't want to do that. You don't want to give them that win, that's for sure. But if it happens to be that in some country, someone is working, effectively as an agent of another, then that's a whole different story, and there are processes and protocols to deal with that. Now they have to be, followed, of course, as opposed to ignored, which I'm sure there were cases of. But nevertheless, one knows how to deal with that.
Yes, I'll be fast, Doman. Regarding the UFC, sorry, someone just sent me a message saying that the fight was in Abu Dhabi. That's why they were able to go there. But I mean, it's terrible. I think the UFC should not allow them. I don't know what they have, any contracts, but like, what is Dana White even doing? There should be something done, and it's just crazy.
I concur. I am not one for that sort of entertainment. But absolutely, I'm presuming it's a US based company. I'm just guessing, and maybe they should reconsider certain behaviors. I think that's perfectly reasonable to expect from. Well, thank you very much, Ola. Right, let's go to Laughing Tommy, and then CJ and I can continue on day 2 of our thus far 2-day running series. What's Russians doing around Svatove? But anyway, Laughing Tommy, go ahead.
James was before me, but just a very quick question for Axel, so I know if I have to start drinking today. Did you say that German tank-carrying trucks have been mobilized?
Yeah, I think 5 Oshkosh 1070s have been sent in the most recent package, among other.
Okie doke.
And more of them have been mobilized in the country. That's the interesting part.
Yeah, so they're moving tanks around. Excellent. Thank you. Have a great day.
This is more of a, have reason to go drink as opposed to have to. I would suggest. Right, James, apologies. I didn't see your hand up anymore. Go
not
right
at
ahead.
all. I was ready to yield to news and good questions like that. Ala, I thought your question about, what's the line there? And it's like, boy, there's a lot that happens behind the curtain that's really questionable, probably on all sides. And if they can become learning organizations and actually get better and reduce the, I don't want to call it collateral damage, but the negative maybe methods and stuff like that, the less we use. But it's a war too, so violence, to stop violence, is good. But what I was thinking about was the weather and the margin of errors around forecasts and climate change, and that if it's frozen over, get out your skates. But if you're if it's raining, then I don't know, you get out your surfboard. I don't know what you do, but just those kind of maneuvers, the changes, and especially the climate change and how that's managed. And I followed some of the military reports about the climate change over the years. And so I just wondered if anybody had thoughts about it. And I don't want to get into the operational stuff, but just generally. Thanks.
Do you know what? I'll make a more general comment. I was talking to a friend about winters in eastern Ukraine earlier, and basically it is very variable. It could be right around freezing. It could be minus 25, as in Celsius, right? So you can't really rely on it one way or another. And with temperature fluctuations like that, you can go from mud to ground frozen solid back to mud within the span of a couple of weeks. So you really need to respond to the actual situation on the ground, off the ground even, rather than making maybe particularly long-term plans, right? But what you can do, and maybe this is something CJ can speak to, you can kind of plan for contingencies, and you can say, okay, when we see that we will have such and such conditions forecasted for the next few days, then we can do such and such thing, right? Maybe that's a good balance to strike there. CJ, what do you reckon? If you were going into the winter in eastern Ukraine, would you be saying, right, when we're going to have more muddy weather, we can do such actions, when we have more solid a frozen solid ground, we can do such ones? Is this something that you might be preparing?
Well, when you try and plan these things, you want to try and do it in as far in advance as possible. But as everyone knows here, weather changes. So typically you'll have weather windows or times during the week where you think your best weather is going to come, and then you'll continually update it every 24, 48 hours. And sometimes if the opportunity is too good, you'll have to push through bad weather. But I think it's interesting that you could have maybe predicted when the final Kherson push was going to come because of weather, because in Kherson we saw Ukraine using a lot of wheeled vehicles, more so than in other areas, because the terrain is so flat and there's so many roads. Whereas in other areas where it's a little bit hillier or less developed, then they have to use these tracked vehicles, which are good in mud. So as Thomas Steiner's pointed out, Ukraine is fighting the battles with the equipment they have. If they had more tracked vehicles, if they had Bradleys, if they had Abrams, they'd be able to fight all year much quicker in any weather, but they can't, and they're still doing it extremely well. But that's just one of the things to consider moving forward, is that they just need more different types of vehicles in order to fight through this crappy weather.
Thank you.
Thank you, CJ. CJ, so what Russians doing around Svatove? Let's remind everyone what we discussed yesterday already. What is it? Was it a company of 90-something Russian freshly mobilized?
Yeah, so I would even go back a bit further, Doman. Basically, when Izum fell and Liman fell, what was left of the Russians from Kharkiv and these areas was really just a hodgepodge of pretty crappy regular Russian units, including a lot of reservists, so slightly better than conscripts, but not by much. And this defensive line they formed, running north to south from Crimea up, was really just pretty thinly defended. They didn't have many people left. So many people were killed or captured in Kharkiv that they were pretty desperate. And lo and behold, all the conscripts show up and they plug in spots of the line. But, obviously with a massive Ukrainian force approaching, the line needed to be, pushed out a little bit. Otherwise, the Ukrainians would be right on top of them. And so for now, I think almost a month, basically Russia has sent these human wave attacks of conscripts up hills, down hills, through ravines, and with no success at all. With actually very limited Ukrainian casualties as well, because they're not even supporting these guys with artillery fire, airstrikes, or anything. And in the story that came out from the Russians today was that they were sent forward with, no vehicles. Yesterday, the one had 2 vehicles for 100 people. This one had none. And they don't even have machine guns or anti-tank weapons, and 100 of them are facing off against Ukrainian tanks, and the result is predictable. What's not really that predictable, or more important in my mind, is when they came back, the remnants of the force that attacked, they ran into a mixture of checkpoint guards, political officers, and I'm not really sure what to call them, but basically it's saying that they were going to kill them on the spot for having retreated and whatnot. And while this may seem crazy or may seem improbable, I mean, we all heard about the Wagner video today, right? Anyone that's captured by the Ukrainians and brought back, you have a fairly good chance of being killed by your own side. So it really doesn't give a good option for many conscripts other than surrendering and then just hoping you don't end up back in Russia before the end of the war, I think. What do you think, Delman?
I don't think it's that high a probability generally, but more likely within Wagner, I guess. It is, however, always a possibility, right? And I think that really illustrates a very stark civilizational divide between those who take appropriate care of prisoners of war, and others who execute their own in a brutal fashion for surrendering while in an untenable situation. I think we can really leave it at that. There's no need to go into greater detail, because I think anybody who's wanted to has already read up on it, and I don't really have the stomach to restate it, nor do I think many have to listen to any more details of it. CJ?
No, I agree, but I do think the mobilization and the efforts in Svatove are worth talking about. Would you say, Doman? I've put it up in the nest so people can read and sort of see what the battles are like there shaping up, since we spent so much time, of course, appropriately on Kherson recently.
Absolutely. So what did we hear today out of Svatove? So yesterday, a company of almost 100, right? What was it? 4 survived under Ukrainian artillery, both rocket and tube artillery shelling. What did we hear today about a different grouping altogether from a different part of Russia altogether? What happened to them? They must have had a much better fate, surely, right?
Well, of course they did not, and there perhaps is footage from this morning to accompany it. Footage that at first people said must have been Ukrainians executing Russians, but if you look at the geolocation of where the video is, it's squarely in Russian lines. So one of two things either happened, right? Either the Russians are executing their own people, which, has happened, not as much as people might think, but does definitely happen, or these people were so badly beaten by Russian or Ukrainian artillery that they're just stacks and stacks of bodies. I mean, it's really hard to say, because as this report pointed out, there's no vehicles for these Russian conscripts anymore. In yesterday's segment, they had to push armored vehicles to fight, and today they just didn't get them at all. So really, the only thing worse than pushing a tank, I guess, would be to not have one. So the conditions continue to worsen for those Russians in Luhansk, and as winter approaches, it's going to get abysmal for them.
I'm just very curious what let's call it the static friction is of something tracked and large like a tank or a BMP, because pushing your car can sometimes be difficult from a standstill. But goodness, pushing a tank to start it, that sounds exceptionally hard. I guess you can do it with another tank. That's maybe a little bit easier. Wow. Anyway, CJ, how do you look at the prospects of the Russians there at Svatov? And then I'll pass it off to Latin.
Obviously not good. Rob Lee's point was interesting. Since he's been studying the Russian army much longer than I have, the idea that perhaps these people who just showed up with no training, if that's the best Russia can do, then they should have just probably stayed in their positions, right? Tried to make it so that these people, are in Luhansk, Ukraine, make it seem like it's their home. And the idea is they might be more likely to defend it if that was the case and they weren't being asked to go out and take on the Ukrainians. I mean, granted, the outcome of the war would still be the same. It would just be the Russians would have a slightly higher chance of winning, right, if they were just on the defensive. But the idea that they can't just sit there because they're going to get artilleried, or they can't just sit there because they're going to get surrounded. They have to get up. They have to keep back on the offensive. That's why they went to the war. That's why the special military operation exists, is to go on the attack. And it's this mindset of the culture of the offense or something. I don't even know, because it doesn't make any military sense. That's for sure. And that was an interesting thought, was perhaps if they were able to, go more defensive minded, they could last longer. But because they're not going to run out of people anytime soon, and despite what we want, they're not going to run out of vehicles. They are going to run out of ammunition first, and then the vehicles will get so old that it won't be supportable. But it's just going to take a long time, as long as Russia keeps sending people in.
All right, thank you very much, CJ. Latin, I think you flagged you have a question for CJ for later earlier, didn't you?
Yes, thanks, Doman, and nice to see you, CJ. There is a question I'd been meaning to bounce off you for a few days, because there are still questions that keep coming up, I find regularly among people on Twitter, where they question the effectiveness of this aerial artillery technique that we see from both sides, but which I think the Ukrainians, I'll get into a minute why I think the Ukrainians are more effective at it, but of armed helicopters at low level, quick pitch up, fire, unguided rockets in the general direction of the Russian lines. And people, I find people are regularly questioning, is this effective? Probably because they coming from a Western perspective, where they're thinking more in terms of helicopters using more precision weapons. But my sense is that the Ukrainians are getting it right. It is effective for them. Now they're doing it because it's what they have. They don't have as much of the precision guided. But there was a video that I wonder if you may have seen a few weeks ago. I might repost it, where the guy with the holding the phone really caught the action in its entirety. It was very complete. And you could see the Mi-8s flying extremely low. I'm going to call it like helmet level. They perform that maneuver. They fire, and the infantry, the Ukrainian infantry, are right on their tails, literally right on their tails. And from what I can see, it doesn't look like they're precision strike is the objective there. What they're doing is sending a volley of rockets. The main intention is to keep the Russians' heads down, to help the Ukrainian infantry move forward. So I'm wondering if you've seen that. Does that sound like part of what they're doing here? And do you think that would be, do you see that it's effective? Do you think they're getting results from it? Because I suspect they are.
Yeah, this is the perfect combination of aircraft and artillery, because, well, in the Americanized during Vietnam, this would be called rocket artillery, and it was part of the field artillery branch. So I put a video in the nest so people can kind of see what this is. If you somehow missed it, I've posted probably 20 or 30 of these videos in the past, because they are so fascinating. So first and foremost, Latin, as well as I do, the Ukrainians know what they're doing. And they don't need us to advise them. And so whenever I see people saying, why are they doing this? This is a bad technique, I just laugh, because clearly these people have not, either deployed before or understand how militaries work, or they're trying to superimpose sort of the American caste system, as you sort of mentioned, on Ukraine, and it's just not the same thing. They don't do close air support like we do. They do a mixture of close air support, aerial interdiction, and also, too, as you pointed out, I think exactly right, it's all about suppressive fire. They're not trying to neutralize or destroy or do any sort of tactical tasks higher than suppression here. So that means that they can fire these things, and they're probably pretty good at it, and they land maybe close by, and it has the effect of basically stopping the people that just got shot by rockets from shooting back with it or move or really doing anything. And even if those people are going to be okay at the end of the day, they've maybe been outmaneuvered, in which case the mission will be achieved. The other thing, too, with this is I think since the Russians are more static, right? They're in these defensive positions. When they're not running away and retreating, they're in poorly defended defensive positions. Even as John Ridge pointed out last night, these concrete prefabricated bunkers actually aren't even made of concrete, and some of them you can just punch right through. So this means if you're close with a rocket, you're going to have some pretty serious effects. So I think that's why these things are used more by Ukraine, because there's more Russian targets out there. Russians are more static. They're not as well defended. Whereas on the Ukrainian side, they're in these deep impressive trenches. They have really nice armored vehicles. I think all that's to say Russia probably would do this more if it was more effective. But hopefully that sort of answers your question, Slash, is about what you're thinking too, Len.
Yeah, so sorry, apologies. I'm having a busy morning with a little person here, but thanks for the answer. The only follow-up would be, I don't get the sense that the Russians are as effective at this, and there's a lot of areas where we can say the same thing about the Russians. Would you put that down to, assuming that's true, that's my impression, would you put it down to like that kind of coordinated assault where the rotary wing close support is working so closely with the ground forces? Is it a case of like, if you see it on a cell phone, it's a lot harder to actually do it effectively than it looks? Is it like that?
So if you've heard about the first couple weeks in Bakhmut in August, it was similar to what you're talking about. It was a lot of firepower being brought to bear by the Russians, but there was not much coordination. It would be the people would attack first, and then mortars would come in afterwards when they weren't being suppressed by direct fire machine guns. So they would start getting hit by counter battery, and then after all of the about 500 Russians had died and they were retreating, aircraft would come in, right? So completely ass backwards from how NATO or Western Army would do it. It's as if they wanted those 500 people to die. You should be doing it in reverse. You should start with your furthest range systems, i.e. aircraft, then follow on with mortar suppression, and then follow up with direct fire suppression. It's pretty simple. Granted, it's my job, but still, at the end of the day, this is something that Russia seems to really struggle with, regardless of the fact that they still have a superiority in numbers.
Okay, that's great, CJ. Thanks. I've been meaning to ask you about that for a few days.
And sadly, we lost CJ among all of this. But I think we should quickly go to Goldman because I think he wants to comment on the whole helicopter thing.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I think there's two things going on here. One, if they had weapons, they would probably need to hover because they'd probably be beam riders. So I think what Ukraine's also doing is trying to make sure they don't expose their helicopters as they're, conducting the support missions to support the ground troops. I think it's a combination of two things. I just don't think they probably need to be hovering or in some type of constant attitude for a beam rider to make a precision strike. So I think what they're doing is kind of compromising and not putting their aircraft at risk by doing this kind of lob maneuver with the ordnance that they're firing.
Hey, Zed Goldman, if I can just add to that quickly, because many people don't know what a beam rider is, but you're referring to the Russians have this problem as well. Apparently, it's part of the reason why they've been losing a lot of Ka-52s. It's laser guidance, right? It's where the pilot needs, or the weapon system operator has to have line of sight to the target, correct?
Correct. Yeah, and he's got to stay on the target in order to keep until the missile hits the target. So that whole time you're exposed. You either have to have a constant, airspeed and altitude to keep that missile on target. And that can be up to like 10 seconds where you're kind of like just floating there or you can be targeted. If you're in a hover, you're just sitting there for 10 seconds. If you're in a constant airspeed and altitude, you're still vulnerable. So I think as they try and preserve assets, they don't want to expose their helicopters to that. So they're kind of compromising, I think, on precision and getting the threat suppression that they need to help the troops on the ground. Like you said, keep your head down.
And it's, just like for everybody who's listening, who's not like so dialed into this kind of stuff, it does have a direct bearing on what we're seeing. And like when you see those images of a village somewhere being liberated, there's a good chance that this type of operation, although sometimes there may be supporting fire from the ground, but it's very possible that this kind of operation of the helicopter close support supporting the ground forces has been ongoing. That this is something that maybe CJ can answer this, but from my perspective, from what I know, it's also something that with practice you get better at it.
Correct. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen our SOA or SOAR pilots do some incredible stuff with unguided weaponry. So I mean, and I would say even these Ukrainians would give those special operations duties a run for their money. So I can't wait to get the lessons learned after the war from these guys.
All right, excellent.
By the way, the other thing I was thinking, and I haven't been able to like really study it a lot, was if the Ukrainians are using a suboptimal weapon, but it's what they have in order to fire, they could be worried about blade clearance or something of that sort. So you wouldn't want to have something go through your blades. I don't know. I don't know enough about the helicopter and the ordnance and how it's qualified to, those are the things you worry about with the helicopter, is your ordnance somehow getting into your blade path, right? So, this maneuver could also help limit the probability of that happening. But like I said, it's something I haven't studied because I don't know nothing about it. But those are the things you worry about when you're obviously launching. If you're maneuvering at the same time and your blades are flapping, you got to make sure you're not putting the missile in the path of your blades. The blade flapping is sometimes pretty substantial in a high maneuver environment.
That sounds like a very bad idea.
Doman, can I just quickly, because I got to go again, but just wanted to mention, I was actually in communication this morning with Carlos. He's flying a jet as we speak. And he does want to do this aviation discussion at some point, and just putting it out there because I think CJ and Zed Goldman would be great to see both of you guys there. I think we're going to definitely talk about rotary wing for sure.
That sounds great to me. Even though I'm just the ground guy, I would really appreciate that input.
Hey, I'm in. This is fascinating. This war is fascinating for a helicopter guy that spent his whole career figuring out how to beat Russian air defense systems. I found it ironic that I know more about Russian air defense systems than I do Eastern air defense systems. So I'm in.
Excellent. And CJ, it's not true that you're just a ground guy, right? First, you're in the air for a few minutes. As to air defenses, Goldman, yeah, it makes perfect sense to me why you'd understand one set a whole lot better than the other. All right, excellent. Thank you, gentlemen. Alex.
Thank you. I have a question to CJ now. A few days later,
Just give it a second. Give him a second because he needs to connect back up because he can't hear you well in the transition phase, and he can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have a question to CJ. Hi, CJ. Now that a few days have passed, in their withdrawal, I know practice make it perfect, but are they making any progress? Well, what would you think?
I think we lost him again. Goodness, what's going on with his? Do you know what? I bet that by now they have better reception in Kherson than CJ does. Because I just saw the news that Kyivstar reinstated LTE connection in Kherson, newly liberated Kherson.
That's awesome.
All right. CJ, did you hear Castelli's question just now? Or did you drop
I
it
did
for
not, but it must be top secret because Twitter clearly doesn't want me to hear it.
Okay, I'll repeat it. So a few days later, can we assess are Russians getting any better in withdrawals? I know practice make it perfect, but I still think they have room to grow and to kind of improve.
I think
what's your take?
This is a great question, Alex, and it's one we're going to keep asking ourselves because there's still quite a lot of land that they have to retreat from, so plenty of time to get better. On the whole, I would say we won't be able to say for certain until Ukraine tries to go into the rest of Kherson or cross the Dnipro, right? Because the idea was, let's say the Russians had a successful plan to withdraw to the Dnipro River. Well, that plan, whether it works or not, really hinges on the fact as if that line holds. So, regardless of how much equipment and how much ammunition, which we know they've left hundreds of thousands of rounds, we know that they've left, tanks, fully operational S-300s, the works. I would say, regardless of how it looks on social media or the amazing videos we're seeing, if the line holds pretty well here, then I would say it was maybe more successful than the previous ones. But as we've seen, the last 3 days, Ukraine has just shelled Novokhovka. They've hit hotels full of Chechen soldiers. I mean, they have just absolutely been smoking the Russians on this side of the river. And outside of 2 or 3 fire missions, it's been deathly quiet from the Russian side. They have nothing they can do to return fire. So already Ukraine is degrading that side of the river greatly. They might do an amphibious operation to Kinburn. They might do a riverine operation across the Dnipro Reservoir. They might hook around to Zaporizhia. I mean, it really, time will tell. But whether or not to say that this withdrawal was successful, really, I think hinges on most what comes next.
Thank you. Actually, Skabeva today was saying, well, we were unprepared for this war. Like, who would have thought? They spent 20 years as a nation. I don't think they have any bigger mission than this war, and they started it unprepared. It's so sad.
Alex, I don't know if you've seen it, but a couple of days ago, yesterday maybe, there were some very, winter coat dressed Russians in Moscow with St. George's ribbons saying, this time to bomb Washington. And I was thinking,
yes. They will also blame Washington that in the end, they will find out it was Washington that made them invade Ukraine. Mark my words, they will blame everything on Washington.
Absolutely, and it's funny, right? Because history is repeating itself. When they were withdrawing from areas around Kiev, Chernihiv, Sumy, they were saying, this was but a feint tomorrow into Warsaw and Berlin. Now they say, Kherson, we never really wanted it anyway. Tomorrow onto Washington. I think it's very amusing.
Yeah, and the one last thing they, need to do to close this loop of thinking is really Putin's CIA agent? That's the question they should start asking themselves. I bet they will pretty soon. They love conspiracy theories.
Indeed, few have done more to harm Russia's long-term prospects. Quite right. Thank you, Alex. Yun, go ahead.
Hi, mic check.
Loud and clear.
Brilliant. Yeah, I had a question, a tank question. I don't know if anyone's able to answer, but what do we know about the T-84 Oblot? I see from open sources that there are 6. The Ukrainians have 6 of them. Do you think that they've produced more? Could there be more? And is it just a pimped up T-80, or is it a different tank altogether?
Well, that's not a me kind of question. CJ, any thoughts?
Unfortunately, I think you're not going to get a better answer here than you would on Wikipedia right now. All I would say is, as we look at things like the U.S. and the Netherlands buying a lot of parts for T-72s, and of course paying Czechia to upgrade other T-72s, there's a lot of value in having a common system, whether it be a T-72, a T-80, or in this case with the T-84, I've probably browsed that Wikipedia page too, and it looks a little bit better, but also you have a different chassis and you have a couple different components. So for the time being, there is this effort around the world to get Ukraine much better T-72s, but as Axel or anyone would tell you here, this effort probably should be redirected or also done in conjunction with at least Leopards, if not, God forbid, Abrams one day, because that would really shorten the war if they started working on that. So it is sort of crazy to me that all of these Western countries are giving Russian tanks away, but I guess better than nothing, that's for sure.
Brilliant. Yeah, because if the T-84 was massively better than the ex-Soviet tanks, then it would make sense maybe to get those back from Thailand that they produced for them. But if it's just marginally better, then it wouldn't make sense, given the logistics and everything you're mentioning.
All right. CJ, you had your hand up?
Reinhard is next up. Reinhard, go ahead.
Hi, thanks. Am I coming through okay?
Yes, you are.
Wonderful. I have a question for CJ, and it might sound a little weird, but the last couple of nights, since I'm into astrophotography, I looked up at the night sky and noticed this really, really bright full moon. And reading like military history, I remember like even up to the Second World War, there were military operations planned also according to whether there was a full moon or a new moon. Like parachute jumps, I think, were like mostly done during full moons. And I wanted to ask CJ if that is still a thing. Is that been taken into consideration for like military planning, what the phase of the moon is, and accordingly whether it's like really, really dark at night or pretty brightly lit? And yeah, that's my question to CJ.
Wow. In 6 months of speaking on the space, no one has asked that. Absolutely, it's taken into consideration. Well, as far as even last year in Afghanistan, typically it's going to come into consideration more in a country where there is very little light pollution. So an area without much electricity, i.e. Afghanistan. But, in terms of parts of Ukraine, that might fit the bill as well for having not a lot of electricity currently due to the war. And so that means that things like moonlight or lack of moonlight or illumination are going to play a huge role in who can see what. Because you have to think, there's sometimes, or a lot of times in this war, where Ukraine has a marked advantage at night due to the amount of night vision goggles they have. And so you take that into consideration. Perhaps they'll wait for times where there isn't any moonlight to attack because they know Russians won't be able to see them, and vice versa. So definitely, actually, an important planning consideration is illumination. So yeah, it's not as crazy as you might think.
Okay, then I'm glad. Thanks. I had difficulty finding the mic button. Thanks.
Thank you, Reinhard, and thank you for asking CJ something new that he hasn't been asked yet. Because otherwise, he'd get bored and he'd stop coming back. So it's good. Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, Doman, I was just going to comment on the tanks, the T-84s, and that. And I don't know much more than what's on Wikipedia. And there's a lot on Wikipedia, but I'd just like to take the opportunity, to remind people how much the Ukrainians know about building and developing tanks. Actually, it does look like they completed a fairly significant order for those tanks to the Royal Thai Army. Some stuff about that, but apparently they did send quite a lot there as well. 49, I think. Anyway, just adding that. It's all on Wikipedia.
All right, thank you, Chris. Yeah, I did wonder why that, but I guess it makes sense, right? With many other things, exports mean money to actually having developed it in the first place. That's why they're necessary. Christa, go ahead.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, awesome. Couple of things actually. I have a question and a comment. I cheated on MriyaReport. I admit. I listened to a podcast, to a different podcast of the Daily Telegraph actually. and I was really impressed how those how to put it, traditional journalists, they keep, it seems like they're like a month behind in everything. They talk, they speak. With them it was all the same. Yeah, Ukraine won Kherson, but it's a bit unrealistic that they're gonna get all their land back. And even from a newspaper that's supposed to be on our side, that was very, very disappointing, really. So yeah, it's it's gonna be a very long way until the traditional journalism catches up with what's going on. So that's one more reason to thank MriyaReport for everything you guys are doing. And my
Thank
question
you.
is,
Thank you very much. But by the way, we do it with you, so
yeah,
we all do it here together. That's the good thing. That's, by the way, that's the main thing which doesn't work with these podcasts.
I just tried to cover the shameful behavior of Bulgarian government in a less shameful way, but anyway. And to explain people that Bulgari, you Nazi. And yeah, now you have to explain it doesn't mean you Nazi, you.
Exactly. But please explain what it means. And please,
Heroes.
highlight Jordan Lechkov. Highlight Jordan Lechkov.
Oh, okay. By the way, all those guys. Anyway, I'm not going into football. I want to ask an artillery question, dude. And we've seen some maps on Twitter about coverage of HIMARS and other systems that Ukraine have. Do you think that they will be able to safeguard the zone so they can repair one of the big bridges and actually use them instead of doing amphibious stuff or boats or pontoon bridges?
I mean, like the Antonivsky Bridge to actually get.
Yeah, for example, because it's completely blown, but it's one section missing.
It's two sections. It's two on separate bits of the bridge. That's an interesting question. Now, I will say I have no clue. Actually, if you want to be more specific, I'm very happy to yield the mic to you. But I would suggest that in order to fix the bridge like that, I think they'd want to have the control of both sides first. And seeing there's already videos coming out that Oleshki has been free of Russians for the last few hours, right? That's the town on the left bank by the Antonivsky Bridge. Maybe that is more easily achievable than thought. So, well, I guess we'll see. David, rebuilding Antonivsky Bridge.
Yeah, hi.
Comments.
So I'm doing some chores, and I heard that. Right. So look, this is just opinion, right? But the to get the Antonovsky Bridge running, this is what they'll need to do. First off, they need to inspect all the supports, the pier legs, right? Not only that, isn't just a visible inspection at the top. What they're going to have to do is go down underwater and check to see if there's any visible damage there. Because if let's just look at it this way, right? Because when they rebuild this bridge, they're not rebuilding it for a month or 2 months. They're rebuilding it for the future. So if they don't check those supports, and there have been a considerable number of missiles who've landed in that area, so I would expect to see some damage. If they don't, and then in 2 years' time, one of those supports falls in the water, they're going to have a real problem. I don't see the Antonivsky Bridge being repaired anytime soon. Now, it may be that they've already thought this through and they've pre-built, because this is prefab stuff. So maybe they prefabricated new supports, but that's as far as they might need to go. I would suspect that the easiest bridge to fix might be the rail bridge. I haven't looked at it in detail, but it had far less incoming onto it. So I would not.
David, When you say you haven't looked at it in detail, has anything actually come out? Any images of the rail bridge? Because I haven't seen any.
So I saw one with a section missing, I think. I'll try and dig it out.
From quite far away.
Oh yes, it was the picture was not it wasn't a close up. No, it wasn't like a Max Tour or anything like that. A satellite image of someone who'd taken a picture of an iPhone from a distance.
Do you know what that makes me think?
That there is no damage to it, and it's just a lie.
No. That makes me think that you might be onto something, and that might be the one that they're fixing up. That's why they're not taking any pictures of it.
I mean, that's entirely possible. I wasn't talking about now. What I meant is the pictures I've seen previously of the damage to it. So, in terms of with regards to the amount of damage and the amount of artillery or Gimler fire that's gone onto it, much less. And the way it, the design is that you would go, maybe it would be a safer place to be thinking about. Of course, they don't. When they fix it, they don't necessarily have to put train traffic over it. They could just pre-prepare some pieces that go over the top of the rail tracks, and you would drive over if you needed to. That would be a relatively simple thing to do. I mean, it's a big task because it's a long bridge, but with regards to the construction and the rest, but I can't see the Antonovsky Bridge being fixed quickly. I may be very wrong.
If you're trying to fix a bridge,
my question was more in the lines of whether they will be able to secure both beaches. Sorry, I forgot the word in English. The both banks. The both banks of the river with the artillery systems they have, so they can do any repair work. Because we've seen Ukraine hammering down the Antonovsky Bridge while Kherson was under Russian control.
Oh, okay, right.
Do you think the Russian has similar capabilities?
Well, no, I think, I mean, this is a question for our CJ, but I'm going to put words in his mouth, but I will. But the Ukrainian artillery outranges the Russian artillery, right? So as soon as the Ukrainian artillery, in whatever form that is, gets into line, then we're going to say goodbye to the Russian artillery. They'll cease to exist, won't they? So I can't see that it's going to be a big deal. I mean, CJ may say no, that's stupid. It'll work a different way. But I'm just thinking logically that if the Ukrainians are able to outrange the Russians, then it's not going to be an issue whatsoever. I mean, I think that the question is, and there's the other component, right? So I'm just guessing, Doman, tell me if I'm wrong, Russian artillery about 30 kilometers, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
Okay, right. So here we are. So we've now have, let's just take a guess.
Much less than 85.
Yes, exactly, right. And then on top of that, we now have circa, I don't know, 5,000 or 10,000 Ukrainian troops in the area, right? They could easily, and I've already marked out a couple of spaces that are north of, northeast of Nova Kakhovka, where they could just get troops in boats, dish them over the side, and then where are they going at that point, really? Once Nova Kakhovka has been fixed in whatever way they are fixing it, and that will be a relatively easy thing to do, then that whole region suddenly opens up. And again, if the Russians are thinking about, well, we'll just stick some artillery fire on there, as soon as they do, you have to assume that the counter artillery will just do their job. So risk, not that high. Still risky, right? But with regards to what's the chances are of them being able to hold the Ukrainian troops up for days or weeks because of their artillery, I would go that would be zero. If the Russians would stick try and get some air superiority, But they can't do that, can they? Because the numbers of man pads, etc., in the region, they're just a bit screwed. They are they're a bit along lines of they refuse to accept Kherson and the inevitable in June. They're sort of refusing to accept the inevitable now. There's inertia working for Ukraine, for the troops, just everything, morale, mobility. There's the discussion about the troops on the Spit, which is southwest of Kherson, where they may or may not have been some action there. I'm assuming if there was, that's because they're clearing out certain regions. I would expect something to happen at some stage. It all hinges on Novakovka and or how many ferries they can get in that area.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
So, David, let's go into this a little bit more.
Sure.
Let's say hypothetically, you say you wouldn't want to repair the bridge in sort of a half measure.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
But let's say you
did.
Let's say you did. Let's say hypothetically you did. How much of a bridgehead on the other side would you want to have assured before you get your engineers, working up on the bridge?
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah. Good question. Well, you would want it. You'd want it to be pretty safe for them. So you're going to have to clear up to that 30 kilometers, haven't you? That area for which they're able to artillery fire from. So you would be using the normal means of intel, your drones, etc., trying to establish where these where the artillery is, and then do something about it. I mean, I'm assuming that partisans are probably way more active than what they were. So you would be finding them. You would neutralize them, and as soon as the point where you're confident they're neutralized, or the majority of them are neutralized, you would get people in.
So you wouldn't have to have a bridgehead of 30 kilometers, right? You'd
No,
have to have,
the bridgehead. No.
Let's say counter battery fire.
Yeah. So,
but how much on land secured, with ground forces would you want to have there?
Be about 500 meters, a kilometer, I guess, out. What else is going to happen? What can they do? They can't do anything further away if they're infantry. So you just secure that region. So in the same ways, as an example, right? So the Russians, when they tried to do their attempt to do the river crossing many months ago, right? This is their error, right? What they did is they just went, oh, let's stick a ferry in there or a pontoon and just chuck it over. But no one went in and secured the region, right? There was no one even 250 meters into the other side, right? So you would normally have whoever it was is infantry or someone who would go in and secure that component and make sure that there isn't anyone nearby. And depending on the importance of it, and you would guess where the Antonovsky is, that's pretty important. So you would have a longer area of safety, mainly because some of the people who would be fixing this bridge, they won't be soldiers; they'll just be civilians. That makes sense.
Of course, right. So as a number, David.
Oh,
3 kilometers.
Yeah.
4, 5?
Yeah. I mean,
Something like that.
Yeah. I mean, look, I would go, a kilometer, 2 kilometers is more than fine, right? Because what can they do? They don't have anything that's long range, right? If they're infantry, well, there you are. What are their guns accurate up to? 300 meters, not even the length of the bridge. So yes, once you've got the people over the other side, they would clear it. But I mean, are there any Russians there?
Well, this is the thing, right? Artwork put up this video, interesting one, very interesting, showing that there's no more Russians in the town of Oleshki. And the town of Oleshki is You know, a few kilometers
Okay.
down that road across the bridge.
Well, then because you're telling me what I expected. I didn't expect that there would be any Russians in that region. What's the point? Because all they're doing is waiting to die at that point. Because you know that the Ukrainians are coming over. Do they have the support of people who can keep them alive? No, they don't. So if you'd have gone, there's Russians on the other side, I'd have gone, well, I'm a little bit flabbergasted.
What did you think when you saw all of those Russian trenches being built right on the banks of the Dnieper? Do you know what I thought? Do you know what I thought?
I want to know.
Thought they're digging, 8 meters from the edge of the water on a flat floodplain. How high does the water table have to be? How wet is the bottom of that trench going to be the next morning?
Well, yes, exactly right. So let me tell you, I have a theory about this, and I can't remember if I've told you before. If I have, I apologise, but I am absolutely certain that these things are a result of the salesperson who's working for the Wagner Group. He thinks up of things that he can put an invoice into for Putin, and they just do something. He goes, but we've just done it. There we are. Well, it isn't what we wanted, right? He isn't quite good enough. It was all we were able to do, and here's your invoice for 28 million rubles or whatever it is. It's the only thing that explains their behaviour. Nothing else does. Do you like that theory, do you, Doman?
I love that theory very much.
Just blame it on the salesman.
Yeah, but say on a more serious note.
Yes.
We both looked at this dang dam. We've seen now, and there is more imagery coming out, a couple of overpasses later, that Novakhovka is seemingly as equally empty, maybe mined, yes, but equally empty as the little township south of the Antonovsky Bridge.
Yeah, I was. So I think the day after there was a Russian news thing where it looked like they had some people that were still, the Russians still had some people in Novakhovka, and I was incredibly surprised. I mean, why would anyone be staying in this position? I mean, it defies logic. We know that they consistently defy logic, but there is, what basis are they staying there? Again, it would just be they're staying there to subsequently just die. There's no other reason, right? There isn't any benefit to them staying there. What are they going to do? I mean, I just don't know. I mean, maybe if they got wind of what the Wagner Group's doing to anyone who surrenders, maybe that's the only reason why they would stay. They would, gosh. But no, I assume that when they and this would be your standard procedure would be, once you've blown those bridges, you'd be going back a long way to those defensive lines, and that was, I mean, we're going back to sort of the Cold War period, 1980s BAOR, right? Blow the bridges, gone, right? Okay, here we are. And then everyone else would be disappearing backwards to the next river and preparing to blow those bridges as well. So I had just assumed they would do something very, very similar.
What's the next river here? Sivash?
I can't tell you.
I've aimed that more.
Let's reel back. Okay, let's reel back. So they can fix up those 3 segments by overbridging. Those 3 segments of the dam by overbridging. They can then overbridge in order to expand the capacity of the dam crossing, because the lock still has the issue. They can overbridge that. They can do this, and then they can overpass the rest of the lock.
Yep.
So,
and that would be pretty easy, right? That you could get a lot of traffic over there. You wouldn't have that as your only means of getting people over, but you have to assume they have some ferry pontoons and the rest of it, and they would start ferrying people as well, and they would be ferrying that in the other areas, around Kherson. Wouldn't be just one place. You wouldn't put all your troops on the road to Novakhovka and let them wait whilst they went over the bridge. You would put them in several places, because otherwise, if they did do that, that would be absolutely 100% inviting the Russians to do something. So suicidal, but why would you do that? We know that the Ukrainians are very good at limiting the risk to their troops, right?
David.
Yes.
You just a little bit giving noise from you.
Oh right, I'm sorry. What's happened?
All right. All right.
You did I break up? Did I?
Yeah. You
no, it's you were hot micing.
Oh, you were hot micing.
Oh right.
No,
right.
all good.
Oh, okay. My phone's in my pocket and I've got headphones on. So if anyone had some horrible, nasty noise, I've no idea what it was. I was not farting, and it wasn't in my pocket.
all good, David. Don't worry. But I think that Charles came here because he wanted to have another engineer to talk to. For the first time in must have been days now. So Charles, take it away.
Well, I was just wanted to tell David that I'm getting my rappelling harness ready so that we can overbridge that Novakhovka. So,
yeah. That'd be brilliant. Yes, go along and do it. Go on, can I be the first over? I've been talking about it for ages. Let me do it.
Of course. I love what you were saying. I just the next river, and it's actually like on a topographical map. It's the next layer of high ground, and that's I think what Yehuda's been referencing is there's kind of this northeast southwestern line of high ground that sort of starts just east of Novakhovka and runs to the southwest, and so that's what he was talking. So that's I think what he's meaning when he's saying pull back to that line. But everything you said is totally right, and I just got to find my boots. I don't know where I put them, but when I find them, I'll let you know.
Yes, of course. I was talking about Germany, of course, when I said to the next river or canal, and there are many of them in Germany. I can't remember what the topography is south of Kherson. If I'm really honest, I just spent all my time looking at Kherson itself.
Yeah, but I know what you mean. Kind of next terrain feature, next defensible terrain feature. I guess my question, so this would mean no direct fire oversight on the dam, and I mean I know we agree on how easy this is. I guess what's your thinking? Because I'm just thinking, even if it's still within artillery range of the Russians, it'd still be worth doing because I don't think they're accurate enough to hit that. In order for them to really prevent a bridging of the dam, they'd have to have direct fire on it, right? Or what do you think?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, haven't they? Are they accurate enough to be able to hit that dam? I don't think so. But what they could do is that they probably, if they put some air in there, they've probably got some missiles that might hit it. But not with any huge accuracy, but it would certainly cause a problem, wouldn't it?
Yeah, that's true. So
if they were prepared to sacrifice a plane, that is.
Or like a Lancet, maybe. The loitering munitions. Okay. Yeah. Okay, sorry, Dolman, Axel.
No, this is good. This is what we want. We want to learn right? From people who might actually understand this stuff on like a very, very concrete level. I'm not using the term concrete as a bad pun. It's just the only one that I could think of. Charles?
Yeah, no worries. So what do you think? So David, I mean, there's the city of Novokahovka on the east side of the river, or the south side of the river. You know, I mean, that there might be a possibility there for some level of urban fighting if they were to stay. They'd probably need more than one crossing to take that town effectively if the Russians wanted to defend it. Or do you think they could push across quickly?
Well, I mean, you could get 1,000 in some boats, over the reservoir area really easily, right? That's just a matter of getting, a number of boats to go over. And but why would? So I go back to why would the Russians be in there in any force? What are they trying to achieve, right? Because they're not going to achieve anything. It might be a 6-hour firefight or something. There would be a lot more dead Russians, which would be great because you can't have enough of them. But why would they be holding that? Why would they hold there? Why would they stay? How are they going to get out at that point? At the point where they've got the Ukrainian troops who are rampaging over there and very, very angry. What are they going to achieve? I can't see it. I mean, maybe some suicide troops, but how are you going to get those numbers? So 100, what's 100 or 200 or even 500 Russian troops going to achieve? Nothing. It would all a little bit like a tank going over a molehill.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, I mean, do you agree that the Russians at this point do not have the capability to damage the dam any further? Because the Ukrainians are sitting right on the other side, is my understanding.
Yeah, I can't see how they can do it unless they know that they've got explosives somewhere and the Ukrainians don't know about it. It's the only way I could think of it is, i.e., that they not all of that demolition job has been completed, and that they're waiting for something to happen. But again, this goes back to the. So we said at the time when the Ukrainians were moving in, I expected to see Ukrainians come in from behind and try and secure that bridge. Maybe they were going to, and they went, "What's the point?" Because they've dropped some sections anyway. So is there any point going in and do it anymore? Let's just wait and see what happens. And invariably, the decision by the Ukrainian staff to wait has always paid off, hasn't it? Whereas they've attrited more Russian troops, they've got rid of them, and then we have to remember is that the Russians have to supply their troops. So I suspect that if they waited, in a number of days, then they'll see supply trucks moving and get an idea as to whether there are any Russians in there. But I still go back to, why would they be there? To what end? What are they trying to achieve?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, for me, I think the Russians made a really big mistake in not making the Novokahovka Dam more impassable. And I'm not saying destroy the entire dam here, but at least getting rid of more sections, because it really just doesn't seem that hard for them to get over.
No, I was surprised they blew the sections they did as well. You'd have expected them to be different sections, right? If you were going,
in the middle.
Yeah,
no
exactly.
abutment,
Yeah. Why would you do it there? I mean, the job was perfectly, I say perfectly. I mean, when they blew it, it did the job, doesn't it? But it didn't make any sense, and it was like someone who knew something about explosives, right? And this is what we're going to do, but as opposed to someone who knew about, okay, what are we trying to achieve with these explosives? If you're trying to achieve maximum damage, And they didn't do that. All they did was a slowing up job, which might be an indication of just how rushed they were. So it was just a case of, oops, we don't have enough time. All we can do is do this. But you would still expect those explosives to have been in the middle, right? Because that would just make it much harder.
So Rybar reported that they blew the dam at about 3 o'clock in the morning, and then they blew the Antonovsky about 5 a.m. So I don't know what that means in terms of rushing. I don't know where the Ukrainian troops were at that point, but just kind of an order there. But yeah,
mainline troops tens of kilometers away.
Yeah, they would be different. It would be different platoons or different people who were damming up both. Right, it wouldn't be the same people. Wouldn't be a time difference between them going to one place or the other. It was just that one job was finished before the other because it wasn't so big. Whereas the Antonovsky bridge component would have been a lot bigger. Or maybe they just decided to blow it much later than they should have. There was a rumor that they were in a rush to take it down because of a rocket hitting it or something. Does that sound about right?
Well, the Ukrainians reported, or excuse me, the Russians reported that the Ukrainians actually destroyed the dam.
Okay,
which is totally not correct.
And then a few hours later, Izvestia published a video of Russians, demolishing the roadway over it as they were retreating, and that's what they said in it as well. So
okay, yes. Well, that brings us back to how do we know a Russian's lying, and that's it because their mouth is moving, right? So, look, right, it would have been just a bigger job to blow the Antonovsky, in terms of how much explosives they would need. They would be different thinking about it because obviously they were getting considerably more troops, or it would appear to be much more troops who are trying to get over in that area, right? Maybe you wouldn't want to, to be pulling the trigger too quickly.
So what do you think, David, about the locks? Because I mean the Ukrainians have performed infrastructure miracles, but those locks would be quite useful, especially if we're talking about any kinds of boats and any kind of options for river crossings.
Right. So when you say the lock, we're talking about the lock area as opposed to the gate of the dam, the energy producing component, right?
Yeah, so I'm talking about clearing out that debris bridge that the Russians made and getting the lock gates working, ability to move boats up and down the river.
Yeah. Good question. I mean, it's going to be quite a big job, isn't it? Because they chucked in loads of concrete in there as well, didn't they?
I don't know what they built it out of, but they certainly filled the channel. Maybe Dolman knows. He unmuted for a second.
All manner of debris.
So they chucked in whatever it was.
Okay, David, when there's a construction site, right? Especially like a brownfield development, they have to take some buildings down, and then you just have lorry after lorry full of leftovers, shipping it away somewhere. Well, all of that's what they put in.
Okay, right. So that makes sense because essentially what they've done is they've dumped in a skeleton, right? So if you've ever done your paper mache and the rest of it, you put your little bit of chicken wire in there to add some strength. So all those little bits and pieces that they've chucked in are a sort of a skeleton framework. And then what they've done is they've chucked sand and something else in there, and maybe they've added some cement to it as well.
Yeah, but I think they could get rid of that pretty easily. Yeah, I'm not sure though.
Well, I mean, when we say easily, right? So you would need because it's not a small. So that's what 10 meters down, maybe 15 meters down. So you're going to need some big dredging equipment or something along those lines to pull it out. So I would think that would be quite a relatively large operation if you were talking about getting this up and running so they could be using the locks. and getting boats up and down through that
a
region.
massive pain, whatever you're trying to do there. It would
Yes,
be a
it's
massive pain too.
it is a huge pain. And what are these boats that are coming from the north side? What are they doing?
Well, I was thinking about going both ways. So I mean, if we've got a bunch of barges and things like that that we may maybe use as ferries and whatnot for potential river crossing and support operations. I mean, the little riverine boats that the U.S. gave, obviously you can just put those on a truck and drive them around. But
no, exactly.
The larger ones, you'd have to get them.
If you're thinking of like barges, basically, right, Charles?
Exactly. Yeah.
I can only see a benefit in that in terms of getting trade working. I can't see a benefit to it with regards to moving military personnel, because when they get out of wherever they get out, they're going to need vehicles, right? So you've removed the vehicle and put them in one, and then you drop them out when you have to give them more vehicles. You might as well just take them in the vehicles.
There you go.
That makes sense. Yep, thanks.
All right, gentlemen, I think that you've elicited a lot of questions from many listeners. Let's go to Colby first, and then Emil, and then Edward after that. Colby.
Thanks, Domin. Don't forget that Russia has cruise missiles and ballistic missiles. Destroying static infrastructure is well within their capability still.
Yeah, I think I was saying missiles a little bit earlier. Yeah.
I think you're going to make me sad, Colby.
Sorry, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I just need to be realistic about what Russia can still do. So we have to be careful when making predictions about their ability to destroy the dam or inflict further damage on any bridges or any Ukrainian efforts to cross the river.
What ballistic missiles do they have left then? And
Well,
what's their accuracy?
There was just an Iskandar that crashed into Zaporizhia and failed to detonate its cluster munitions.
But
last night.
Iskandar's got an accuracy of what, 150 meters?
So something like that.
So
know.
Not much of a risk then, is it really, when you're looking at hitting something that's 5 meters wide?
I think Iskander is better than 150 meters, but I'll have to double check on that. But certainly the various cruise missiles, I think, are within it's well within the possibility that they could hit a bridge.
Yeah, we needed to hit a single lane roadway, Colby.
Yeah. So it's certainly a risk. I saw that a cruise type missile has been a risk at hitting the dam, but not at hitting the roadway on top of it, right? So because that's a different level of accuracy, and the angle of attack is different, isn't it? Correct me if I'm wrong.
I mean, it depends on if we're talking about air launched or sea launched. I mean, Russia has so many different kinds of missiles, so it's hard to keep track of all of them sometimes. So I think it's possible that they can with enough of them, they're going to score a hit. I'm not saying they're going to fire one and they're going to just destroy exactly what they're aiming at, but we should not assume that they are out of missiles, contrary to the various predictions that have been made all war about the extent to which they've run out. I think that if they want to fire enough of them, they can do some damage.
Oh, of course. But I'll go back to, so I didn't assume that they would be out of them. I just thought that with what they could achieve with those missiles, that it would be, whilst they may attempt it, it would be, it wouldn't be as easy as we might be saying, I don't think. And they probably have a better use for those missiles. But maybe not. Who knows? But yes, I do appreciate what you're saying. I get it.
Absolutely. I think, Kobe, a lot of it's because they've started behaving very doctrinally, right, when it comes to how deep in their stocks they're going as well, which is particularly bad for Ukraine right now, because otherwise they would have stopped using certain standoff weapons long ago. That having been said, Emil from Canary Wharf, I see. Excellent. Emil, go ahead.
Hello, everybody. I have one question and something to add about the ballistic missile discussion. So my first question is, I'm looking at Russian Telegram channels, and some of them are reporting fightings on the opposite side of Dnieper River in the place called Oleshki or Oleshkin. Maybe I'm misspelling it.
No, Oleshki. Oleshki it is.
Yeah, and considering that those news are usually coming to us like 1-2 day with 1 or 2 day delay, how I mean, if anyone could enlighten me, what does it mean in terms of Ukraine offensive on the other side of the river?
Just give me a little bit more information of what exactly you're reading. Fighting or strikes in Oleshki?
No, clashes. So so what they are written is translated into English as clashes.
All right,
Like
interesting.
local
Because
fights.
what I've seen plenty of are artillery strikes onto Oleshki by Ukraine, right? There was lots of reports of that. And as of since last night, basically the whole time, and as of an hour ago, maybe, there was new video from Oleshki, brand new video from Oleshki. Not a Russian flag in sight, not a Russian soldier in sight anywhere in the city. So it's as though the Russians had already left. That's why I'm. Is there any video or pictures accompanying that, or are these
it's
text
just
only telegrams?
Yeah, it's just text.
Okay.
And, yeah.
Do you know what that makes me think? That makes me think that Russians might have hightailed it out of there, and they're covering their tracks by saying, "Yeah, we were kicked out." What do you reckon?
I would not be surprised at all, but what I'm surprised is about how fast Ukraine is continuing the attack. I thought they would need some time to.
Well, so this is the thing, right?
Yeah.
I think this is
momentum.
And also, those pictures and videos, they don't look like Oleshki was just the site of a battle, right? It looks more like Russians left because they know that it's an untenable position so close to the riverbank with So, better. So, better leave it. Go to more defensible positions, much further away.
Even feed their own people and are suppressing their own people. They are economically and militarily irrelevant. If we had wanted to take them out, we could have. We haven't done it for other strategic reasons. They're completely and utterly irrelevant.
I thank you for commenting on this.
Thank you. Where should we go to next? I think Charles, Yonade, then Edward. Charles.
Yeah, I just wanted to email. I understood your point about winter, and I think I understand the logic that maybe thinking that winter is more difficult for the person on offense than it is on defense. It's actually not quite true. So first of all, the cold temperatures and things like that, loss of foliage, which you mentioned, this affects both sides, but it actually affects the defender in this case more than the person on offense. That loss of foliage, it makes them easier to see. It makes digging fighting positions considerably more difficult. You are right about the mud in terms of maneuver, but we are in basically the worst season of that right now. And then the ground will start to freeze and it will get much easier. This is just completely ignoring the entire supply chain logistic difference between the Ukrainian forces and the Russian ones. You know, I mean, if the Ukrainians can restore postal service in 24 hours to Kherson, then that's just one indication of how much better their logistics and planning network is working. So I wouldn't believe that winter benefits the Russians in any way. In fact, if anything, it's the opposite.
And notably, that's literally exactly what Thomas Steiner, good friend of the space, was just writing about half an hour ago as well. Literally the same stuff, saying that if anything, the intensity is going to pick up as things freeze over as opposed to die down. With the Ukrainian initiative, of course. Right, Bionade? Or did the moment pass? Should I go to Edward?
No. I just wanted to get an update on the raccoon. So turns out there was a video who stole the raccoon, and it's somebody who is not unknown to us. It's Oleg Zubkov, who was the director of the zoo in Crimea. If I remember correctly, there were some problems between the after the annexation, the illegal annexation of Crimea, with him, and they took away his animal park, and now he is famous for relatively often asking the public for new animals and buying stolen animals, and obviously now we have a tape how he is stealing a raccoon in the Kherson Zoo.
So who took away his directorship of the zoo? The Russian...
the authorities, the new police authorities or something like this in Crimea after the annexation. It was all about some parking lots which had been demolished and some trouble, and then they took the zoo away from him, as far as I understand it.
It's a long, convoluted story about power and Lebedev, the developer, and others who are there. And it created a huge upheaval in Russia because people were obviously worried about the animals, which is so funny that the Russians are worried about the animals as opposed to the humans in Crimea. But there you go.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen where the priorities are. 13,000 oil paintings and similar were stolen from the art galleries and museums of Kherson, but they left behind their equipment. I have a little German phrase for this. Panzer kann man bauen, Gemälde muss man klauen. So basically, you can build tanks, but you have to steal art. All right, Domen.
Edward.
Thank you. Really nice discussion there with listening to David. I had a follow-up question. Is that okay?
I think so. David allows. I think he will.
All right, I'll give it a shot. Just so I understand it correctly, we have a lot of Russians in Nova Kakhovka on the other side of the river, so to speak, from Kherson, and are they kind of hiding out in residential buildings areas among the civilian populations, or could we expect a great artillery barrage from the Ukrainians, or because David, you said they're just hanging around waiting to die, or I mean, what is happening really? Can we expect Ukrainians to start some hellfire against them, or yeah.
So I can answer that. So actually, that's not what I said. I don't think they are hanging around. But I think what you might have got was where I was saying, if there are Russians there, all they are doing is hanging around to die. If they are there, but I don't think they are. I think they've scarpered. It's Nova Kakhovka, the whole thing about the Lashki Sands where they were, and all the telegraph channels talking about they've been there's been some sort of firefight or something. It's just, I think this is all an indication that they've legged it. Why would you leave Kherson but not go back to a proper defensive line somewhere else, because otherwise all you've done is move the position in which your troops are going to die. I mean, we know that in general anyway, wherever they go in Ukraine, they're going to die. But what I meant by that is that when you've taken the decision to remove people, then you remove them out of the situation completely, instead of just going, okay, you can go to the other side of the river and now prepare to die. It just wouldn't make sense. They might as well have stayed in the city, and they didn't. I also think that it would be relatively simple for the Ukrainian troops to be over the other side if they weren't already for a couple of weeks, just to have eyes on what's happening. So I would suggest that they have a very accurate idea of where those Russian troops are, and that they've already done something with them, or already have a plan. I wouldn't expect the Ukrainians to do an all-out artillery bit on some of those areas, simply because I just don't think that they probably have the number of Russians in that region. I just think they're not there.
Yeah, exactly. I came in a little bit late in the discussion, and you would expect the Russians to retreat, of course, south, where they probably have some defensive lines set up, I would guess. Yeah.
No, exactly right. You would just expect them to have scarpered if they had any form of self-preservation.
Seems almost too sensible to do something like that. Thank you, David. Oh my, Jens, go ahead.
Yeah, good evening. When when I looked at all these concrete telephone boxes they put up on the other side of the river, they didn't really inspire a lot of confidence. And I think when you saw anyone who made it across the river in a vehicle, how easy would it be to continue to drive? I was just thinking, maybe they put up all of these and then, they just continued driving when they left with all these hours of artillery coming down on them. How many? I mean, I thought, what if the opposite side of the river, the left river, they just continued driving?
I'm sorry. What's the question?
Well, is it possible that they abandoned the left river also?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I mean, this is what we were discussing, whether they've abandoned it or not. Regarding the concrete coffins or cope boxes or whatever we want to call them, I don't know. I think David, you and I agree. Maybe slightly disagree. I actually think it's kind of a good idea to build them, but the actual emplacement is complete nonsense. That's definitely where we agree. First of all, parking them on a roadway just along the road and not dug in, not really emplaced. That actually makes them less survivable more than more survivable. So imagine you're sitting in a tank, and a tank can shoot across the river no problem. Imagine you're sitting in a tank and you see these boxes sitting there. That's a pretty easy thing to shoot at, and it kills everybody inside. Imagine there are no boxes there, but there are people on the other side with anti-tank guided missiles. It's you don't know exactly where to shoot at. So for me, the whole idea of the pillboxes, the cope coffins, whatever we want to call them, is actually not a horrible idea to build stuff like that. But if you use it wrong, it doesn't make any sense at all. I don't know, David, what do you think?
About the pillboxes? Well, we are in 100% agreement that whoever put them wherever they were they were just dropping them off, right? No one actually placed them in anywhere that made any sense. And that's about as much as we can say, really. A pillbox that isn't situated correctly is, I mean, it's just a public toilet at that point.
That makes me think of something. I'm sorry. I've now realized. Many months ago, many of you will not have been on this pace yet, but there was an occasion, and Colby, I think, will remember, Axel will remember, there was a day when the Russians destroyed a public convenience on an Odessa beach.
Yes.
See, maybe they thought it was one of these 5-6 months ago on that Odessa beach.
All right. Good one. As far as I understand it, these telephone boxes or public restrooms, or how we can call it. I mean, the only sense I could make out of it, where if you have a trench and you would literally put it in the trench, or so you have a little bit shelter if there's artillery fire, and really put it in the trench, and also put some gravel and dirt and everything over it, so it's not really clearly visible, but you have to make a big hole with an excavator and something like this, and So, but they just place them there. So this is at the moment it's like the telephone boxes in Futurama where Bender wanted to kill himself in the first episode. So that's I think this is the best description for this.
So, indeed, Charles, your description of them, I really like, right? Because if you shoot at one of those with a tank, of course it's less survivable because it, create it kind of the shrapnel's already delivered. Let's put it that way, right? Or other bits of concrete flying into the air. They're already there. Whereas if you have a tank and you're shooting at infantry 2 kilometers away, 3 kilometers away, I mean, what are you gonna do unless you hit somebody directly? You're not. No, it's just a bigger target, much more effective this way, right? That's kind of what you were getting at.
Yeah, exactly. And imagine you have untrained troops who don't know anything about warfare. I mean, they're gonna think that might be some kind of cover, and it just makes it's really basic, but it's amazing stuff.
I'll add something to this. If you threw a firework inside, the people inside would be deaf afterwards. Just a firework, not even a hand grenade.
Oh my, Jens, does that help matters?
Well, I'm kind of trying to figure out where they faded away to. Another question: all those convoys with stolen paintings and giraffes or whatever, where are they heading to? Are they
either Crimea or Rostov?
Okay, because I was thinking if that would give an indication of where they would kind of congregate next. But thank you for entertaining my silly questions.
Nah, no worries. So yeah, the things that have no military value and are just plain old loot, they're not going to keep the paintings close to the front line. Not even they are silly enough for that. They also take washing machines back to Russia. Remember, so if they can, right? And these were already in trucks, so they're going all the way. Some proportion, and especially of the heavier stuff, has been pulled back far away to Chaplinka or even further back to Henichensk, to the edges of Crimea, some to Armyansk in occupied Crimea itself. So this is the thing that many now wonder: how many are left near the river? How many were sent north onto the Zaporizhia front line? So it's complicated, but there you go. Right. Thank you, Jens. Goldman, do you want to have a go? And then we'll go on to Malam with Chris.
I was just going to say something silly that they were going to turn them. They ordered them at the beginning, and they took over, and they wanted to turn them into Starbucks. Make some money and on the war.
It's called Stars and Bucks. It's called Stars and Bucks.
Right. Nice coffee stand. What more could you want?
Hey, it makes sense to me. Probably more useful as that than checkpoints. Chris, bus shelters maybe as well. Chris, go ahead.
Hi. Sorry, Doman. Finger trouble. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, I was just going to say really that I've said this before, but the one place that we do know that they're building fortifications is that line across of North Crimea, isn't it? So, I mean, I don't know where they are or where they're not, but that is certainly one place that they've been apparently working on fortifications. So
yeah,
the implication of that is
Yehuda noted that as an important, significant thing, right? Where are they building fortifications? In the north of Crimea, or just north of Crimea, maybe, and around Mariupol. Right? They're not building them around Melitopol. They're not building them, anywhere else really. So, are they already deciding? Look, we're going to lose everything else anyway. Might as well hang on to, what we can in Donetsk Oblast, in Crimea, and kind of knowing that they'll have to cede everything else sooner rather than later anyway.
Yeah, that I don't know whether you already discussed this, but the DM that I sent you where I said somebody thinks that Ukraine has moved a bit further south, has that been discussed before?
No, so that looks to me exactly like it should. I don't think it looks like Ukraine moved any further south in that map than anybody thinks it has. Do you mean in
Okay. It looks a bit
Zaporizhia,
further
or do you
south
mean
to me.
do you mean in Kherson or in Zaporizhia, Chris?
In Zaporizhia. So I mean, basically, yeah.
That's where the front line's been for, yes, there have been minor changes, but as far as you can tell on that map, that's where the front line's been for months.
Okay, just looked a bit. I don't know why, but it just looked like the Ukrainians had made further progress south. But anyway, all right. I'm not like arguing over that anyway. But obviously, what I will say is that Yehuda, as far as I remember, has always said that the left bank was not a defensible position, and in his view, if the Russians were thinking, which they never do, they would pull back, right back, to Melitopol and to Crimea, which is where they're building defenses. Just saying that.
So I can say that the furthest north, compared to the current front line, that Russians ever got anywhere on the Zaporizhia north front line was maybe 5, 6, 7 kilometers. I think Novoselivka would have been the furthest north from the current front line. So the areas just to the east of Huliepolye, the former capital of Makhnovchina, would have been maybe 4 or 5 kilometers north of the current mapped front line. So no, it's been very stable there for a long time, but it also means that Ukrainians know exactly where any weak points are, where there are smaller accumulations of Russian forces there, and I'm sure they have a right plan on just how to do what. All right, thank you very much, Chris, and let's go on to David. Hello, David.
Good morning, Dom, and good afternoon, everybody in other parts of the world. And thank you very much for hosting the space and being out in Dublin and MriyaReport. Everybody, just take a second and retweet and share if you've been enjoying this morning or this afternoon's listening as much as I have. Do the right thing, pitch in. If you can afford to, please donate whatever you can to MriyaAid.org. 100% of all donations go to aid. There's no overhead costs. But do retweet and share the space to get some more folks in here and hopefully spread information in this current disinformation war. My question is a two-parter on the same topic that I've been thinking on for the last few days. That is of HIMARS being moved up to the new current liberated or reclaimed land by Ukraine to the riverbank in Kherson. And then thinking, personally, I think a drive south towards Berdyansk would be excellent from Ukraine. Obviously, I have no idea when or how, but I would love to see that sector split and have the Russians starve or wither on the vine to the west of that point. My question is it most useful to use HIMARS and similar systems to reach in to the occupied territory behind the Russians to collapse bridges and things that they might look to use to escape over? Or is it better to let them escape and just bomb them and kill them, not take out the infrastructure, instead focusing on continuing to work their transportation and warehousing and sheds as they continue to attrit them? So that's probably a question for engineers and military folks here. And thank you very much, Mr. David and Chris and Charles and everybody who's been up in Colby this morning sharing their expertise. It's much valued and I really appreciate it. Thank you.
If an engineer wants to pick up on that one, feel free to go right ahead.
I can say one thing. It's kind of a difficult question because it's more strategic, so it's more for the officers. But I guess the main question for me is sort of like is the goal to destroy the enemy army, or is it to recapture territory? So for me, what I've seen over the last several months is that they tend to defer to let's destroy the enemy army at the cost of taking over territory quickly. So now the advantage that they've had up till this point has been that the Russians have had the exact opposite strategy, which is they're not trying to protect their army. Instead, they're trying to hold territory. Now, if Yehuda is right, and they're actually willing to concede 30 kilometers of ground to achieve a defensible position, then that would signify some kind of change, that they may be trying to preserve their forces in some way. But as long as, from my perspective, as long as the Russians continue to just say, okay, we give no inch and we're willing to die, then actually, doing interdiction deeper into Russian territory to prevent escape is not really necessary, because you already know where the enemy soldiers are going to be, because they're going to try to defend every inch. I don't know if that answers the question, but maybe.
Certainly does. I appreciate it, Charles. Thanks very much. Thank you.
Thank you. The finesse, go ahead.
Hi, yes. I wanted to give a shout out, and well, not really a shout out, but just to say Dober Dan to Domen, because I am very fond of your country, Slovenia. I toured the country during the war, and if anyone hasn't been there, it's absolutely magnificent.
How did you hit the right 10 days?
The right 10 days?
Well, the war in Slovenia was only 10 days, that's why. also known as the 10-day war. That's why, how did you manage to get just the right 10 days? There's awfully narrow opportunity.
Well, it was slightly, I toured the
Slightly
refugee.
after.
I toured the refugee camps where the refugees came from Bosnia, and
that makes more sense.
Yeah, the other territories of former Yugoslavia, and so I was doing a kind of humanitarian work with the refugees and the children there during the war, and interviewed many of them. And I noted the difference between this war, which is obviously not a civil war, but I was reflecting yesterday that the commander of Kherson spoke and said, if you had not, he was speaking to the residents of Kherson, he said, if you had not done more, it would have taken us longer. So we appreciated the partisan pressure that the Kherson partisans put on the Russians, because it's a different dynamic. I think they felt it was hostile territory, obviously, so that probably made it more difficult for them to contemplate holding the city under Ukrainian advances. But anyways, yes, I just wanted to let you know how much I loved Slovenia, and appreciated my time there. And anyways, I would recommend to anyone to go and tour Slovenia. It's absolutely beautiful. My comment and my question is regards to sort of where the Russian troops have gone. What I read from chatter from the locals in Novokhovka during that a week ago, I think, when they announced they were evacuating, quote unquote, all of the residents in Nova Kakhovka and some of the county or the oblasts around that area, and then of course the 15-mile strip along the Dnipro. What people were saying was that they were displacing the residents, the owners of the homes, bussing them out, and then soldiers were moving into those private homes. So it was my understanding that the plan was that when the Russians evacuated, they were sort of melting into the civilian population, because their major concern is winter quarters for all these tens of thousands of troops they have. They have no barracks, and if they do put them in barracks, they get hit by HIMARS. So it seems like to me, and I'm just wondering if you have already considered this or talked about this or heard of it, but that the plan was for them to sort of melt into that civilian housing. They took over the homes. Of course, they're trashing them, but that's another story. But those are winter barracks for their troops, and it also shields them from the HIMARS attacks on the left bank.
So heard of it, absolutely. Talked about it, not an awful lot, actually. Not while I was around, anyway. A Russian garrison in a hotel just downstream from Nova Kakhovka got hit a couple of days ago, and let's say rather decimated there. They lost hundreds. I can't say how many hundreds, but certainly hundreds there, killed and wounded. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to do that. What I'm more surprised about, if they're really trying to do it in Nova Kakhovka, in town, it just seems so hubristic, almost. I don't know. I'm happy to pass it off to others, say Charles or Colby or anyone else, really, to say, what do you think? Really, that close? They'd put people all over. They'd put their soldiers all over the place that close.
Yeah, sorry, I was looking for my boots. I don't know if Colby or David is still around. No.
No, and I think that's very.
Right?
Yeah, that was definitely handy. But the boots that still fit are still kind of hard to find. They're next to Doman's crystal ball.
How did they get there? When were you in my place? Goodness, can't keep track of things anymore. But yes. So Finesse, I think that's plausible in many places. In Nova Kakhovka in itself, it seems exceptionally hubristic. If they're actually thinking of doing something like that. I mean, obvious reasons. I think that doesn't need really more explanation than that. Finesse?